let you know if the other one comes up.
Okay.
Do you know him? Would you recognize him?
I don't know. I have to see who it is.
It's from Deltona.
Yeah, I mean, well, and they change every now and then. I mean, I've been here almost 30 years ago, so that's kind of unusual. I think the average tenure is 2.8 years, so I'm busting the curve on the other side, yeah.
It's 9:30. If everybody wants to find their seat, we'll get started. Oh, there she is.
Coughing.
Okay, it is 9:30. We'll call the February 14th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order. And as is our custom, we will start with an invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. If you have a faith group in the county that would like to present an invocation, if you would send an email to kgreen@volusia.org, that's K Green down there, and she will give you all the information that's required to be included in that. And I believe that Pastor Manzona did not make it on time today. If I'm wrong, please raise your hand. So, Fred, can I impose on you to offer the invocation? So if you would stand and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Lord, again, we come before you to do your business. We need your wisdom and guidance. We thank you for all you do for us. Your grace to us is something we don't even deserve, but we celebrate that today, and thank you for it. Thank you for this nation that we live in. Be with our troops and our first responders and those out in harm's way. Just pray that you'd watch over them. And again, give us wisdom throughout this day, for ask it in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go shake my hand.
Okay, Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Robbins. Miss Wheeler.
Here.
Miss Gertman. Here. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Robbins. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Miss Post.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So let the record reflect that there is a quorum physically present here at the meeting. Billy Wheeler, as you can see, I think you can, is she behind me too? Okay, well, I can see her on the screen in front of me. She is not feeling well, but she's here virtually. We're glad that she was able to make it. So council, I would need a motion from one of you to present, to recognize council member. And seconded by, we're going to allow Billy Wheeler to vote virtually. We have that motion by Dr. Lowry, a second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Billy Wheeler. Okay, here they come. I was going to say breaking new territory, no public participation. But we have a few, and so we'll start our official meeting with that. Paul Richardson.
Members of the council, my name is Paul Richardson from DeLand. Recently, last week, we learned that United States Health and Human Services given a $30 million grant for so-called safe smoking kits. These smoking kits does include two 10-millimeter glass pipes, one with a bowl on them. These are, while they don't specifically say this with euphemisms in the type of packages, they are used for crack and meth pipes, respectively. I included a YouTube link, a YouTube URL, to better explain these safe smoking kits in more detail than I can give it in 3 minutes. Basically, whether you agree with them legally, morally, this is, there is no such thing as safe smoking. Whether it's tobacco, marijuana, e-cigarettes, crack, meth, they're all bad smoking. You're putting smoke into your body. It damages your lungs. It doesn't matter if they come with a filter, whether you're smoking marijuana. We can debate that all day long, but that's not the point of this discussion. But they're all bad for you. Smoking is bad. We can all agree to that. And basically, it's a waste of money. Why can't we spend this money on school lunches, roads, getting truckers back for our supply chain issues, and so on and so forth. Specifically, I want to point out Sheriff Mike Chitwood's Juvenile Assessment Center. It is honestly a better idea than giving out crack pipes and meth pipes. It actually targets children who are at risk and assesses them to see if they can get some help before they become a problem in the juvenile justice system. So this just highlights the difference between the federal government wasting money that we don't need to be wasting and local government that's actually trying to do something. Will it work? Will Sheriff Chitwood's assessment center work? Who knows? But it's a better idea. It's actually a more constructive way of assisting our citizens here who are in danger of going to crime and who need help. So, and again, we see time and time again that the wasteful government and smart government, especially and smarter government, especially at the local level, because you're more answerable to the people. We're all adults here. You guys, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, you listen to me. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys. And I hear some of you are retiring, some of you are running for different parts of office, and I wish you could stay here, but at the same time, it's your choice. Anyway, you guys have a good day. Thank you for listening to me.
Suzanne Schreiber.
Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach, Florida. I'm representing Dream Green Volusia today. Yet another triumph in the land preservation efforts during 2021 was the county's acquisition of a 36-acre tract hugging the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail. Cherished by area residents, the parcel had been slated for development of home sites in a section of Plantation Oaks, teeming with historic significance and pristine natural beauty, with the county council stepping in to purchase the land from the developer for $988,000. The acreage has now been preserved for the public's enjoyment. I want to thank you all for recognizing the purchase as a major accomplishment by the county. There are more wins to be had for the county council by addressing what has been ignored for the last 20 years with the Ormond Scenic Loop. Number one, land conservation of all remaining private properties that qualify for willing sellers program. Number two, a minimum 200-foot buffer requirement for any newly approved developments. Number three, the principles of low-impact development followed on any newly approved development, including density increase amendments made to existing developments. The comprehensive plan should reflect the protections for all scenic highways in our county, not just the Ormond Scenic Loop, but I'm here today advocating specifically for the loop. Today, we are starting a new petition addressing these three items. I anticipate strong support from the public and this council. We're looking for a triumph for the loop in 2022 to follow up on the 2021 victory. It's a win-win for everyone. And again, I want to thank you for last year's approval.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side, and yes, Jeff, you didn't get away with it. Several things. One, it was a really, really good state of the county. Jeff has grown really well. I'm happy with the 5 of you, and somebody who's been here for 100 years is, he's been here. But I think Jeff has improved. I think he's being more holistic, and he's working with you better. And as you can see, from the last person that was right here, he pushed it. It went through. I'm extremely happy it was. He also pushed something else, and it went through. So the discrepancy of the past is the past. He's got 3 more years here. Please help him grow. Secondly, the ISB bridge. I know I brought it up before. Heather says it takes about 10 years to get through the system. I hope we've put it in the system, because in 10 years it's going to be needed. And I hope we have gone the Tomoka Farms Road intersection with ISB and Bellevue. It's needed now, especially with the Amazon going in. So I'm asking you, please put that on the list. Third, Juvenile Assessment Center, absolutely perfect. And I hope we give it every ounce that he needs, because basically he's been on the money. Anytime Chitwood said something, it's been good for the county. So he's innovative. He's a little bit brash, but he's got a good heart and he knows what he's doing. Also, there's a concept of remote voting. They use it on game shows and whatnot. You get your television, you put button 5 for yes and button 6 for no. So I'm wondering whether we could do that here to get a holistic look of what the county wants on an issue. You don't have to take their word, but at least know if there are 50 people or 100 people watching and 99 vote against something, it tells you something. It's more information. The more information you have, the better it is. Having just me make a comment about is give or take, but if a lot of people do, it really is important. And lastly, I ran into a police officer. I was doing my rounds of the public property that the city owns in Daytona Beach every Sunday, and started talking to this guy about the river. And I did not know that we have an approach at Seabreeze that when the boats back in, the boats are in the water, and you have to hop on, if you can get to it, the very bow of your boat to get out. You can't tie up. They're too short. So I went to 3 other locations, and one is like 75 feet into the water, another's 25 feet, and one's 43 feet. I would not have known that had he not mentioned it. Several times I've talked to people that work for the city, and they tell me things that I had no clue, but it's a bother, it's a problem. So I'm asking you to find a way to talk to the employees of the county. If they see something, if they notice something that can be fixed, it is absolutely the best thing you can do. Thank you all very much.
And with that, we'll move to item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council have an item they would like to pull either for discussion or for a vote?
I do.
Which, Heather Post?
C. Charlie, G. Golf, and J. Juliet. C, G, and J. For discussion only.
Anyone else?
Move
Not
to
see.
approve the consent agenda unless there's someone else jumping in there.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda by Dr. Lowry, second by Heather Post. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Heather, item C.
Yes, C is the transfers in response to the internal audit recommendations, and had quite a few discussions about the internal audit process and everything. I just thought it would be good not to bury this in the consent, but just to go over it for transparency.
Good morning, Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. Consent agenda item C was for 2 separate transfers that were in response to some internal audit recommendations. One of them was related to the Public Works. The original plan for the Public Works facility involved mosquito control. Revisions to the plan did not. So the funds that were transferred from mosquito control into the Public Works Capital Fund were transferred back to mosquito control when the plans changed. However, during the time that those funds were sitting In the capital projects fund, there was interest that was earned related to those. That interest was not transferred back to the mosquito control fund. This item calls for that interest to be transferred back in response to the auditor's recommendation. That's just the interest portion. The original $2 million that was contributed from mosquito control was already returned to the mosquito control fund. Second is a transfer related to the sale of the old Holly Hill barn. The proceeds for that were placed in the Transportation Trust Fund because that is the revenue stream that generated or that would have paid for that facility in the past. However, during a previous county council presentation, it was mentioned that those funds would be placed in the Public Works Capital Projects Fund. The funding source is ultimately the same. It's gas tax. The gas tax was what funded, after mosquito control refunded its portion, the Public Works facility. It's the fact that it was mentioned to council that it would be put in that fund that the auditor picked up on and is recommending that we transfer the money from the fund where the proceeds were deposited, the County Transportation Trust, into that capital fund. However, the restrictions remain the same. It's still gas tax money. We're going to do that based on the auditor's recommendation, but if those funds are later determined to be needed to transfer back to the County Transportation Trust Fund, they just as well could be, because it's ultimately the same funding source. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Nope, that's good for me. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for that explanation. You want to do G next?
Yes, please. And I don't know if Dana wants to give an explanation, but the main thing I wanted to point out here was the veteran service counselor and the senior veteran service counselor that we're finally raising the rates on that. We are asking, we've been doing a lot for the veterans within the county, and we are asking veterans who have been through service, who are discharged, to now come and work for us. And so these aren't, right out of the box, right out of high school kids. These are mature adults that have quite a bit of life experience, and they should be paid accordingly. So I just wanted to point out that we are raising that pay within that division. It's a very small division, and just doing that, it's so simple to bring that one division up to where it needs to be. So I don't know, Dana, if you have any comment on that, but that's all I wanted to point out. Thank you so much. I see the Veteran Service Director back there. Do you have any comments, sir? Or just yay? Okay. All right.
Thank you. And then J.
And J is the implementation of a CEMP, which is Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, review fee schedule and structure. So we're doing some various things and adding the fee, correct? We didn't charge before. So correct. If you could just explain that a little bit, and certainly a lot of work put into that area, a lot of boots on the ground, time from county employees on this for sure.
Good morning, Council, Chair, County Council, Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. This item is the Volusia County Department of Public Protection Emergency Management Division has a statutory responsibility to review and approve comprehensive emergency plans. Emergency management for 167 healthcare facilities in Volusia County. Those facilities include nursing homes, assisted living facilities, ambulatory surgical centers, and hospitals. The staff recommend the development, approval, and implementation of the healthcare facility plan review schedule in compliance with the Florida State Statute of Florida Administrative Code to create funding stream to provide expansion and enhancement to support the increase in number of facilities to enhance disaster preparedness among healthcare facilities in Volusia County. The estimated revenue for the additional program implementation year is estimated about $18,000. on the proposed fee schedule with the following assumptions. The 50% of the healthcare facilities, CEMP, will require a technical assistance for the second submission fees. 167 healthcare facilities will be submitted as required by ACA. And I have Yolanda Buckles and Jim Judge here to answer any questions that you may have.
And so basically, under the guidelines of the state, we're required to go out and ensure that these facilities are following the law within our county and or following the requirements. And so now we are asking for some reimbursement from all of those facilities to ensure that they are doing that, especially since sometimes we have to go out 2 or 3 times to follow up.
We have to review their plans 2, 3, sometimes 4 times, depending on.
Yes, okay. So I think this is a wonderful thing that you've pushed forward, and greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks.
I like the brief remarks this morning from
Chair.
the staff.
Chair, I'd like, if I had a moment just to comment on that.
Certainly.
Sorry about that.
No, I didn't see you.
You know, I think it's something to pay attention to. You know, this is a fee, and we had talked about it in the past, and last year during budget season with reducing some of these ultimately taxes that are passed down to the folks, elderly folks, people that are on a fixed income. My hang up on this is the fact that here it's $18,000. You know, these nickels do add up into dollars. I get that, but do we need to be ultimately charging for this, especially coming out of COVID in recovery and, like I said, fixed income? Is this something that we could hold back on, or that this council is willing to maybe look at a little bit closer to see if we can make a cut somewhere else so we don't have to charge ultimately a fee, or look at maybe a position of, because what I gathered from staff is the fact that a lot of times they get the paperwork kicked back, and then we start really getting invested in this process. Is it something we can look at where if they get their paperwork properly submitted first, they don't get that charge, or that charge that's ultimately passed down, and then we can charge them if the paperwork gets kicked back? Is that something anybody would be willing to look at, just to help out the elderly folks?
I wish you'd have brought it up or pulled it for vote then, because we already voted on it. Do you?
Ben Johnson?
I was just going to say that all of these places that we're looking at are for-profit corporations. And, you know, it's a thing that we just can't keep saying, okay, we're not taking this fee, we're not taking this fee, we're not taking this fee. It cost us a fee to do this. It cost us manpower. It cost us work. If we can't somewhat supplement it, to even if we have to put on extra people, it's an unfunded mandate that's handed to us by the state. So we have no choices. We just can't, you know, at the end of the year, people say, we want to go to rollback. We want to go to rollback. In the meantime, we've cut all these fees. Well, you can end up with a broke Volusia County if we don't take and keep up with this sort of thing.
Would we be willing to, and then I'll quit, but would we be willing to look at, in lieu of charging elderly, maybe cutting back on some of our sponsorship programs? That's pretty robust. Would anybody be open to that? And I get Ben's point. You know, we're trying to get the rollback, but at what cost? And I get it. I really do.
What do you have in mind with sponsorship programs?
Mr. County Manager, how much is our sponsorship program? Is it $60,000 that we allocate, that we give away?
$40,000.
$40,000.
This is the $1,500 typical request that we often have at the end of the meeting.
And I'd make that motion if there was support, you know, just to avoid passing this tax down, because it's pretty much everything that we said we weren't going to do during budget season.
Mr. Dyer, how do you, according to Robert's rules, because we already voted on it and approved it, correct?
It would need to be so I see it really, it would probably be 2 votes. You'd have to have a motion to reconsider. But it need to be made by somebody who voted on the prevailing side. I think it was unanimous to revisit that. But I think the sponsorship would be a separate motion by council action.
Yeah, and I would be willing to, at some other time, consider the sponsorship programs and what we do with that money. But this has been voted on already, so I'm you know, we have other council members that want to speak, but I think it should have come up before we voted. Ben Johnson, is this? Okay. Barbara Gartman?
So are we speaking to the sponsorships at this point, or is it the
Mr.
other?
Robbins' proposal to reconsider.
You don't have technically, you don't have a motion on the floor, though.
Right, we don't.
Right, so that's why I'm asking, is it for discussion at this point, or?
Chair, I can make that motion if you'd like, make things easier on everybody.
Oh, okay. Make a motion, Mr. Robbins.
And just, Attorney Dyer, is this for reconsideration or the reallocation?
Well, you could make a motion to reconsider, essentially bring, agenda item J back up for discussion and vote, or you could make a motion to discuss or direct us to come back with an agenda item to talk about sponsorships in the future. They don't have to be tied to each other, is my point.
I guess we'll just, I'll go ahead and make the motion to bring back this agenda, or excuse me, item J for discussion.
Is there a second?
Is that to reconsider that at this time?
Yes, sir.
I'll second.
That for discussion? Yeah.
Okay, motion to reconsider item J by Robbins, second by Lowry. Barbara Gertman.
Oh. So again, this is about J and not about sponsorship.
Correct.
Okay. And
Heather Post.
So I just want to point out about Jay. So you know, we're making it seem as if we're going out and charging all the elderly in our community, and I definitely would love to have a second discussion on it. But this is yet another example of ACA, who I've become very, very familiar with in my tenure, having to do with EMS and a number of other issues. ACA is the Agency for Healthcare Administration, and they put down all of the requirements from the state that we have to adhere to. And if you look at the agenda item, we're talking about, it says facilities including nursing homes, assisted living facilities, but also ambulatory surgical centers and hospitals. So these are all of these types of facilities where ACA has put down regulations, and the county has then been held responsible for basically going out and making sure that the people who run the hospitals and the ambulatory surgical centers and the like are actually doing their requirements. And we had this issue with EMS, with the number of beds that are available in the emergency room, and we then discussed, you know, putting county employees in the emergency rooms to make up for that, and that is not okay. So we can't continue to use county resources and county funds to support our hospital system within the county. We have two hospitals, two competing hospitals. These are all for-profit places, and so I look forward to that discussion, but that's where I'm coming from on this.
Barb Gertman.
for the same reasons that Councilmember Post mentioned, I'm not in support of reviewing this again when it's simply fees that we're passing on because we have that expense. And I think COVID was a good example of, you know, a time when we've had to go in several times and ensure that things were covered and in compliance. So I just don't think that this is the best use of our time to reevaluate $125 fees to paid services. Thank you.
There you go. Any other discussion? And I will call for the vote to reconsider J for for a vote, which would reverse what we just did. All in favor of reconsidering, say aye. And the motion is not passed. Okay, and that brings us to item 2, presentation by Connie Garzone for one of my favorite topics and arguably one of the most successful programs run by Volusia County on our business incubator. And so I would ask for the public to please pay attention. Our entrepreneurs of any age, please listen to this. If you are a creative person that has a business idea, but needs some business guidance and some really excellent counsel, please pay attention, and you can get in touch with these people. Thank you.
Good morning. Helga Van Eckert, Economic Development, and I was going to introduce Connie, but I don't think I can do the same justice that the chair just did. Before I bring Connie up to the microphone, though, I do want to just mention this is Entrepreneur Week, and it's very fitting that we have an entrepreneur and our incubator coming and chatting before you, and at your request, which is even better. So I'm going to suggest we do this annually on Entrepreneur Week, and this is the first of many presentations to come. With that, I'm going to have Connie come up and introduce the entrepreneur.
I'm just very short. Good morning, County Council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about the incubation program. First, I would like to just go back to 2010 when the county council members and the county economic development have this vision to start a technology incubator. I remember I was the manager of the Small Business Development Center, and I was like, wow, that's kind of cool. Back then, I didn't know anything about patents, copyrights, and all that stuff that I know now. And, today, 12 years later, I wake up every morning, and I just love what I do to help Volusia County government to diversify our local economy by supporting local entrepreneurs, students, scientists, business owners, and international companies that want to relocate here in Volusia County. So an example of our work with the UCF Business Incubation Program with Volusia County Economic Development is our Entrepreneur of the Year 2021, Ramon Soto with Sensatech. His story is amazing. Please share with them. Thank you.
30 minutes. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, council members. Thank you all so much for allowing me to, be here. This is really a homecoming for me because, I'm really a product of the decision that you all have ultimately made. I came here because of a grant. I relocated from Tallahassee, Florida, because of a grant that you gave to Embry-Riddle to build our company here in Volusia County. And we're thriving and we're staying here because of the direct work that the University of Central Florida's incubator here in Volusia County is providing to us. So I am very grateful. I am, not only that I purchased my first home here in the LPGA community, but I also have a 2-year-old who now owes Daytona Beach as his birthplace. And so this is really, hitting home. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, also a graduate of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, founder and CEO of Sensatech Propulsion Technology Incorporated. And we are essentially helping electric bill payers save millions of dollars from being exposed to equipment failing as renewables are coming online here in Florida. And so the UCF incubator has helped us identify technology that we've licensed out of the University of Central Florida, has also helped us raise millions of dollars, and our average salary for our employees here is $92,000 a year. And that includes health care, that includes benefits, retirement, and stock options in the company. And so, you know, the success that we've had here in Volusia County, we now claim we have GE as a customer. We have Rolls-Royce aircraft engines as customers, Pratt & Whitney, all of the major OEMs, Siemens Energy. And we're now working with the best utilities all throughout the world to help bring this technology into the market to keep electric bills lower by helping simplify the process of managing industrial equipment. So I thank you all again. Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioners, thank you, Chairman Brower, for the service that you're doing, and for coming and being a big supporter of the UCF Business Incubator and the encouragement that you provided to the entrepreneurs like myself. So thank you all for your support as we continue to grow and make Volusia County the place to not only live, but to also thrive and build successful businesses. Thank you.
Ramon, thank you. I remember you from the 10-year celebration, and what impressed me, there was many things as I heard your story and heard the challenges that you met, but you saw a problem that needed to be fixed, and you came up with a fix that not just helps your clients, but truly does help all of us in our electric bills. It was very, very creative. I commend you, and thank you for helping the county grow by one. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ramon.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Billy.
Sorry. I just wanted to thank him for his presentation. This is so exciting. Mr. Chair, you and I both attended that anniversary, and we were blown away. And this is one of the good things that we need to get out to the public, what is available. It's another message that needs to be heard. And I'm just so proud of this. And Connie, all that you do, it is just, it blows me away every time I hear anything about it. So I'm glad to think that I would like to see the council approve that we have a report or an update from some of these, maybe even quarterly, because it is why we're here, to promote businesses like this. So this is a win-win. Thank you so much for being here. And Connie, I'll listen to the rest of your program, but I wanted to thank him and congratulate him.
You're so nice. Thank you very much. The second story that I want to share, unfortunately, the entrepreneur that I want to introduce now couldn't be here because he now is super famous and has to judge a pitch competition at Rollins School. And then he said, Connie, you know the story. And this is an example of an international company that relocate here in Volusia County. And this story is very nice. So he's in Colombia with the task to relocate his company into the United States. So he didn't know where to go. So he said, well, let's find the biomechanical clusters in the United States. So he went to California, he went to Indianapolis, he went to New York, Boston, and because he likes to race cars, he came to Daytona Beach. And it was amazing, the group of people who welcomed him say he needs to go to the incubator because, I'm Colombian and he's Colombian. And then when they arrived was the founder and the CEO, and of course I agreed then with hola, ¿cómo estás? With my own language, and gave them a lot of coffee, and they say, you know what, we want to land here. That was back in 2018, and today they have invested more than $2 million in equipment. The CEO just purchased a house in Port Orange, Mr. Robbins, Port Orange, your town. And it was a nice house. They are my neighbors now, and helping his wife as well. And not only that, part of the things we have done at the UCF Business Incubation Program is help him to create his business model, is help him to get connected with key partners, with the import-exports authorities. This is very important, and Helga, you love this. We are zone-free So he's doing now exports from the Volusia County to the world. Not only that, I was able to connect them with the Mayo Clinic Life Science Incubator because, you know, I have connections at Mayo Clinic. I used to live in Jacksonville. And he started working with this Life Science Incubator in 2018. And today, like last month, she said, Connie, guess what? So the Mayo Clinic wants to work with them in a collaborate resource to conduct 3D printed thoracic, like with a port component. I mean, that's very difficult for me to explain. So, and not only that, if the research goes through, the Mayo Clinic would like to acquire that, and they're gonna put some money. And I was like, oh my goodness. So, of course, last year, this is something very interesting to say too. Last year, he was the winner of the Florida Venture Forum Grand Prize of $40,000, Volusia County entrepreneur, another one who won that award. And I'm just very humbled to know what they have accomplished here. So last thing I want to say is the founder of this company in Colombia had a dream, and then his dream was to partner with the Mayo Clinic to do any research. And guess what? You help him to fulfill that dream. And that company is growing, and it's another company that is paying more than $90,000 a year to students who have graduated from Embry-Riddle. And that's thanks to your support. Thank you so much for renewing our contract, and thank you. Any questions? No? Okay.
Not seeing any Barb Gertman.
There's no questions. I just want to applaud the efforts. I remember going to the incubator back in maybe 10 years ago, and just always the energy there, the level of support that's there, and again, seeing the growth and opportunity is just amazing. And I just think it's great things to be connected to go forward. I just think Volusia's really poised right now for some greater things. And greater opportunities for small business and entrepreneurs. And I'm seeing and feeling that energy in the community. So I thank you for your part in that, Helga, and to the business owners.
Thank you so much.
Heather Post.
And Connie, I know I've mentioned it to Helga a million times, but I love the incubator, and when I was first starting my training company, we had many discussions. And I think you were part of the reason that I got the Small Business of the Year with the Daytona Regional Chamber back in 2012. And so seeing the work and the assistance that you put into small business back then, and seeing what it's become in just a very, very short time is phenomenal. And I know that we'll continue to support you. I hope that we continue to expand our support. And certainly congratulations to you, sir, for doing so well, because as a small business owner, I know that it takes a lot of work on your end as well. So congratulations to you and your efforts. But I think with the team that we have here in Volusia County, we certainly have the ability to provide lots of opportunities for success. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, I remember when we were in that training room and talking, and I always saw you like, wow, she looks so nice.
I was driving over to Orlando to their small business center. I was driving all over the state just trying to get any information, and and there was so much here. So
yes,
that was
it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's a long time, 10, 12 years now. Okay. But anyway, yes, we're growing. I was telling one of my constituents is that I have in the pipeline like 20 startups that want to just be part of the incubation program, and we're busy. I think after COVID, what we have seen is many people want to start their home online business. So that's kind of a trend that we are seeing. Is they need a lot of training when it comes to how to build websites, how to kind of do an online business. And that's kind of what we do at the incubator, help the entrepreneurs to diversify. Nothing wrong with the hospitality industry or what we have here, tourism, is that they found that they have to find another source of income to survive. And we have a wave of now companies that want to do that. I have like a doctor, and she's psychology, and she was just doing one-to-one. I said, Connie, I need to build my portal because I have a lot of people that have approached me with these mental issues, and they're all over the world, and she's based in Ormond. And now she's going to become part of the incubator. We're going to put her in front of a group of developers we have in-house, and they're going to be able to partner with her to develop this portal. And that's happening here in Volusia County. Well, I'm very grateful that I have the opportunity to come here and share with you the experiences that we have at the incubator. Not that I like to be here talking, because you know that I am very shy, and I'd rather be with them, just planning, building business models and launching companies. But I will bring them, because at the end, they are the ones who make the incubator a success. So thank you, Ramon, for everything. And all the people there. Thank you.
Connie, what are the fields that you're really seeing expand through your channels?
So we are a mixed use. In 2010, the vision was to have this incubator as technology incubator. But when we started, then my boss and UCF, they say this community needs a mixed use incubator. So we're seeing service companies with high growth potential and technology companies. So an example of a service company is a recent graduate. He graduated 2 weeks ago, and he came 4 years ago with an idea that was born because his mom died and he couldn't find in-home care. And then he said, you know what, I'm going to solve the problem. I'm going to start my own in-home care company, and I'm going to bring nurses to people's houses. So he started the company 4 years ago and grew exponentially. Today he has 120 employees. He just purchased a building in Bevel. So you're going to see his sign, Plan Left Care, when you drive at Bevel. So he moved just 7 minutes from the incubator because he wanted to be close to mama. So, and that's an example of service company. We need to, we have to follow the agreement. You are hiring us to help companies to create jobs. So service companies, yes, with the condition that they have to grow. Now, technology companies, yes, we have some disruptive technologies like Ramon. Ramon has manufacturing and business development. We don't have a space for manufacturing, so his manufacturing facility is at Embry-Riddle Micaplex. And all the business development happens at the incubator. But see the synergy we have with Embry-Riddle, it's amazing. We work with everybody. It takes a village to raise an entrepreneur. Thanks to your support, we have the building, the incubator. Thanks to our neighbors, Embry-Riddle, we have the talent. Thanks to economic development, Helga, we have amazing team of people who help us with everything the entrepreneurs need. So yes, software as a service, Corinne Heck, she was a florist, and now she is a software company. So it depends, technology or service companies with high growth potential. I wish I can help restaurants or daycares. I was doing that at the SBDC. We cannot do that, but that's something that we need to see if we're working with Helga and see if we're gonna kind of expand that. So yes, so good things are coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, for bringing that up. I was going to ask you to expound on it. Ramon is high tech. We've talked about high tech, but I know from being there at your 10th year celebration, I think one of your award winners was dealt with household products. And so I just want to encourage our local entrepreneur. This is, one of the reasons this is one of my favorite programs is because we're dealing with existing Volusia County businesses, and we attracted Ramon from Tallahassee that now will have an incredible business here in our county. So if you're listening and you're not high tech, please contact the incubator. And even if I know of a business that contacted you that you were not able to help, but you still got them in touch with somebody and they got funding for a local woman's only gym.
Yes.
And so you still helped them, even though they never were members of the incubator. So you just do incredible work, and I appreciate it. Before you go, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Really, thank you for saying that. In the building that we are based, I have the Office of SCORE. So when we have these entrepreneurs that don't qualify for our services, then we refer them to SCORE. Also, we have the Hungarian Hub, and we have the African American Entrepreneurship Association there in the same building, under the same roof. So yes, we are helping everybody, and thank you. Yes, I work pretty close with the Small Business Development Center. I refer to them, and if they're just walk in and I'm available, of course I will help them. I never let anybody behind, but when it comes to processes and who is the right person to help, then we refer them to that entity. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know you have, and Helga has, and other people have contacted BOMAX. I'm just going to encourage Helga to keep that up. BOMAX is a company owned by Debbie Maxwell. She's a resident of DeLand. She's moved her business to Seminole. We need her in Volusia County because she has the potential to literally change the world in the energy sector. So keep it up. Keep up the good work.
So good. So if I could just add, yes, you're absolutely right. She's a disruptive entity that can come into our county. I just wanted to add what Connie had been saying. Connie's an amazing partner. I'm sure you're all aware of that. And she's also part of the Volusia Business Resource effort that we're putting in place. So those companies that are looking to start up or looking to grow within our community, if the incubator from UCF isn't the right fit, we've got so many resources in this county, and we're putting together that one stop. You know, the website's going to be coming out soon, and the other resources within the county. We've been meeting on a bi-monthly basis, coming up with programs and direction that we need to go. So you'll be hearing a lot more about that. So that's all I just wanted to add.
Thank you. And Billy Wheeler, I think you were heading towards a motion to have these reports quarterly. Did you want to make that as a motion, or?
I don't know. I mean, yes, I'm going to make a motion that we have a report quarterly. I just think it's so exciting and encouraging. And that's my motion.
I think that would be helpful to the local entrepreneurs. Is there a second? Second. Barb Gertman, second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if the council would please use their mics when they talk or make a motion or whatever. I won't hear it if they don't.
Okay. Thank you. Barb Gartman made the second, and Danny Robbins was just barely behind her. If there's no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Staff will schedule these quarterly. Thank you for coming in. Good luck, Ramon. And that brings us to item 2A, an echo question.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. I'm going to give you a brief presentation, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Nancy Lohman to talk a little bit about this project. So, County Council requested the ECHO Advisory Committee review the $25,000 direct county expenditure to support the installation of the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Bronze statue. And in February, just a couple days later, they reviewed it as required by our resolution. Project and funding request aligns with voter-approved ballot language, cultural and historic, and the statue will be mounted on a marble pedestal in Riverfront Park and will be accessible to the public as required by the ECHO program. So with that, I'll call up Mrs. Lohman, and she'll give you a brief overview of the project.
Yes, it's coming up. Okay, and then I just changed this. Yep. Hi, good morning. Hi. Thanks for having me. This is so wonderfully appropriate that we're discussing and highlighting Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune during Black History Month. So glad we can spend a few moments. I prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I can talk pretty fast, and I will go fast because some of it is older news to some of you. And so thanks for your time here in the next couple minutes. So the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune statuary project is, of course, a once-in-a-lifetime project. As all of you know, the states in our United States have 2 statues in the U.S. Capitol National Statuary Hall if they choose. And so they represent 2 of the greatest people from their state. So it was around 2000 that the discussion started coming up that states wanted to replace statues. And I think it started with California and Ronald Reagan. They wanted President Reagan to be in Statuary Hall. So that discussion led to rules and regulations that allowed states to go through that, move through that process. And so the state of Florida in 2016, Governor Scott signed into law the decision by our legislature to change one of our statues. And then in 2018, Governor DeSantis signed into law the decision that our legislature had voted on to acknowledge Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune as one of the greatest Floridians in our history. And she will be the first African-American, male or female, to be recognized with a statue in National Statuary Hall. She has been sculpted by master sculptor Nilda Comas, and Nilda is the first Hispanic master sculptor to sculpt a statue for Statuary Hall. And she'll be the only sculpture in National Statuary Hall in a cap and gown. And so it really speaks to her thirst for education and her desire to ensure that all of our young people receive a solid education. And so that's a little bit of the history. One of the things that happened when the legislature voted on Dr. Bethune is that Bethune-Cookman University graciously stepped forward and said, we will raise the money for the statue. So there was no state funding at all at that time. And they voted as trustees unanimously. I was a trustee, so I was there for that vote to create a 501c3 organization to spearhead this initiative so that it could be county-wide and community-wide and statewide. So we started with a $400,000 budget that had been given us to us by the state of Florida for the cost for the marble statue. But we have enthusiastically expanded our mission and our vision. And so thanks to a board that has served for now going on 4 years, one of whom is Vice Chair Billy Wheeler. She serves on our board of directors, as does a number of other community members. I'm very proud of our board of directors because we're a very diverse group. So we're really the fabric of our community. But we expanded our vision to include a bronze statue that will stand in Riverside Park, and Riverfront Esplanade Park, and I'm going to show you photos of that. So just moving a little ahead, I just thought it would be interesting for all of you to understand what goes into creating a bronze statue or a marble statue. And so the statue that we're proposing, which, it's long been past proposing because I heard from our customs broker yesterday that she is on shore now. So she is on U.S. soil, the bronze statue, as of yesterday. But there's just so much that goes into the creation of a bronze and marble statue. Both of those statues, the one in the U.S. National Statuary Hall, that marble statue and the bronze statue that will go in Riverfront Esplanade Park are both originals. They're both original works of art. They both come from the same clay maquette that Nilda created as a 1 foot, a 2 foot, a 4 foot
and an 8-foot that were all required by the architect of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. And so these are just photographs of what went into the bronze statue that we're asking for your support through the ECHO process today. There's Nilda. There she's working on the black rose that's a part of the statue. The entire statue was patinaed in an acid wash that was bronze color, except for the black rose, and that was done on a patina in black. So just like the marble statue is in statuary marble with that beautiful black onyx marble rose, as will the bronze statue have that real poignant element to it. And as all of you know, that the black rose is significant because Dr. Bethune was chosen to represent the United States in the first United Nations conference. So that speaks really highly of our president of the United States at the time to choose Dr. Bethune. So that was a wonderful accolade and a wonderful step forward in our country. But when she was there in Bern, Switzerland, she saw this beautiful rose garden full of all different colored roses. And she said, you know, this is how we should all live together, whether you're black, yellow, brown, white, pink, red, you know, all of these colors of these rose gardens, all these roses thriving together is what we should be doing in America. So that black rose became significant as a symbol of her thriving, her work towards helping us thrive as a united country. And so here we are at Riverside Esplanade Park. This is a schematic of the park, and I'm going to show you some close-ups. Brown & Brown is right across the street, and they were nice enough to fly their drone over and provide some photos for us. And so I'm eager to show you those. Just going back to this, excuse me, I want to point out that Dr. Bethune will stand at the intersection of Beach Street and Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard. So she'll stand westward towards the campus in this pavilion called Bethune Pavilion. The base of the bronze statue is actually granite, and the granite base is being created currently, and it will have in the front of that pedestal base the same verbiage, the same text as the pedestal in the U.S. Capitol. In fact, they're architecturally going to be the same. The one in Daytona Beach will be a little larger to accommodate all of the names. We've offered for anyone who provides a donation from $1,000 on that they'll be listed on the bronze, and we have quite a number of donors that will be recognized for their belief in Dr. Bethune and her legacy. And so this is another schematic, and we're very excited that you're considering today approving the $25,000 for the ECHO funds to help us get there. This is a view of Riverfront Esplanade Park. So you can see that Riverfront Esplanade Park has provided a pavilion. It's called the Bethune Pavilion, and that's a beautiful, huge, really, it's very lovely place for this 8-foot, 1,000-pound statue that will be lit. I did find out that that entire pavilion will have some night lighting, and that was a question that was asked by ECHO last week. So here's another view of that beautiful pavilion that's been created in Riverfront Esplanade Park. You can see Brown & Brown in the corner. You can see Dr. Bethune Boulevard there, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard. So you can see it's perfectly centered. And just to review a couple of the milestones that we've enjoyed as a community, you were very supportive of having us host the statue here in Daytona Beach. So that was really amazing. At the time, we hadn't come forward and asked for specific funding from you or anyone, but we've had the City of Daytona Beach, the City of Ormond Beach, respectively $25,000 and $24,000, and just some other wonderful support. Florida Blue stepped up. We've had Brown & Brown has stepped up. We've had a lot of support, but the really wonderful thing is we've had nearly 500 individual donors. So from $25 to thousands, but that shows the level of support in our community. And then we had 14,655 visitors to the statue in Daytona Beach, which had never been done before, by the way. No one's brought a statue from Pietrasanta, Italy, to their hometown and then to Washington, D.C. And of course, I'm breathing a little easier knowing that she's now in an undisclosed secure location in Metro DC. So waiting for that unveiling moment, which now we understand is hopefully going to be July 13th, 2022. And the bronze statue then will follow. So we've earmarked Thursday, August 18th. So please mark your calendars for that. We also, as a board of directors, have raised nearly $800,000 because our sights are set not only on a marble statue and now the bronze statue and the pedestal base there in Bethune Pavilion, but we're also working on a K-12 curriculum and a feature-length documentary so that we can not only share the story of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune again, because there are many documentaries that have been created on her, but it will also incorporate the statutory process, which we think is really important. And so this talks a little bit about, there is Eric Breitenbach of Better World Films filming Nilda Comas, the master sculptor, in her studio in Fort Lauderdale. And then this just talks a little bit about all of the various sponsors. Certainly, we are so thankful for Daytona State College and the News Journal Center that they hopped on board. We're very thankful for all of our major donors, our board of directors, Bethune-Cookman. And then we have received several grants as well, Racing and Recreational Facilities District, the National Endowment of the Arts, and the grant system that's a part of the Florida Blue healthcare company. And so with that, I'll answer any questions you have, and just let me thank you again for your consideration.
Billy Wheeler.
Not so much a question, just a comment. Nancy, thank you so much for being here to present this. This has been one of the greatest honors I've ever had, to be a part of the board, but for you to be the face of all of this, and I can't even begin to tell you the work that she has put behind this. Bob Lloyd and her have just driven this thing through every kind of hurdle, COVID, whatever. It has been a journey, but it's been one that we are all so proud of, this historical moment. And I think it's just critical that Volusia County have their name on this statue as well, that we have been supportive of this educational moment and of history. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for the ECHO direct county expenditure for the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune statue.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Gertman. And open up for discussion. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nancy, for being here. Thank you for all that you've done. Thank you to the ECHO committee and staff. For me, from the beginning of this, we've taken pride in the process and taken pride in the opportunity to recognize Mary McLeod Bethune. And I think for that, we also need to take part in the support and the need, right, to have this long living legacy be in our community and for us to be a part of it. So I thank the county, I thank the council, and I just think it's really important that we be a part of this historic time. And again, it's a legacy that we'll never forget, and neither will our children, their children, and those beyond. So I thank you all.
Do you have any idea if the granite base, is it from Italy or from New Hampshire or somewhere else?
Well, excellent guess of New Hampshire, but it's actually Cold Spring, Minnesota is where the granite is being quarried from. Yeah, I know it's New Hampshire is such a huge quarry as well. But yes, and Barbara, thanks for your comments too. Yeah, the statue will provide such teachable moments, won't it? So, yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Donna, either will you or Brad quickly, we have had some questions of whether or not this is outside the parameters of ECHO. Would you just clear that up for the public?
The committee voted unanimously to support it as a direct county expenditure. It definitely meets both the cultural and historical components of the ECHO program, and they forward it to you for your review and approval.
I don't see any other questions or discussion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you. Thank you very much. Staying on ECHO, item 3, Donna Butler.
Good morning again. So item 3 are recommended ECHO guidebook changes. Here we go. So on August 17th, you all directed the ECHO Advisory Committee to explore the possibilities to allow standalone living shoreline projects. So they did, and they spent some time on it. They had several meetings to discuss those concepts and potential language for their guidebook. In January, the changes were reviewed and approved by recommendation by the ECHO Advisory Committee. So the summary of recommended changes, and I can go into more detail if you need me to, but basically it defines and allows for standalone green infrastructure and nature-based solution projects to be considered in the environmental category. It encourages the use of green infrastructure for all projects, and a conservation easement or other legally binding document is required to guarantee the long-term management and public access. So just for a little bit of extra information, we've only funded 15 environmental projects out of 232 over the course of the program. We believe this change, based on the widespread feedback we received, will help slightly expand the funding eligibility of environmental projects into the future. That's it for me.
Thank you. Is there a motion to accept?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, I think Heather beat me.
Motion by Gertman, second by Heather did beat you. Second by, and is there any questions or discussion? I will just say that I think the public is really hoping that they'll see more environmental projects through ECHO. So this is, in my opinion, this is a welcome change. Heather Post.
And so on that same vein, I just wanted to stress again, part of the push has really been to advertise what ECHO stands for, and to really get the community to understand and be putting through not just specifically one of those, but all of the above. So really looking forward to environmental, cultural, historical, outdoors. Did I hit them all?
Correct.
Yes. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that over the past 20 years, I think this time is probably one of the most active, and where the public is much more connected and aware of the need for more environmental, right? The echo of the echo, the E of the echo. And I think a lot of times it comes across, well, you weren't doing any of the right things. Well, we've done a lot of the right things along the path, but we're evolving. You know, you do better when you know better. And when you stand up and you stand out for certain, better opportunities, I think that's what this time and opportunity is, and that's what this adjustment is. To make it more aware, make the public more aware of that opportunity. And hopefully we can get more smaller projects, and not all municipality, we need to get other organizations involved. And I hope this opens up that opportunity in that way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll call for the vote to approve the suggested changes to the ECHO guidebook. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. That brings us to item 4, budget resolutions. Mr. Osowski.
Good morning again, Chair, County Council, Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you are a pair of budget resolutions along with a pair of project lists that are done in 2 different ways. One's a little more summarized, one's a little more detailed. Related to the workshop that was held 2 weeks ago for the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, including the utilization of $35 million of the ARPA funds to reimburse already paid by the county public protection or other public salaries, and then using those savings for the revenue loss list, which is the second list. The lists were compiled based off of council consensus at the last meeting, to the best of my knowledge. And in addition to approving the lists and the budget resolutions which enact those lists, I am seeking approval to have the ability to transfer, in the case that certain projects, only the ones that I'm about to list, go over in their expenditures. The first would be, and it's in the agenda item as well, the first would be the COVID-19 sick leave reimbursement. If the council-approved sick leave program ends up above the $750,000 estimate, seeking approval to use the reserves in the directly eligible project list to cover those directly eligible expenditures. Similar concept applies with the workers' compensation self-insurance fund in our county health self-insurance fund. So if we have COVID-19 expenditures for claims that exceed the budgeted amounts there, seeking approval to use those reserves that are listed in that project list to cover those claims in lieu of those claims being absorbed by those self-insurance funds. And finally, for any remaining COVID-19 expenses, which includes the sub-projects of PPE testing, vaccination, prevention of spread measures, and any building infection prevention measures. That's the $2.5 million line that says remaining COVID expenditures. If we have additional COVID expenditures that go beyond that $2.5 million, I'm looking for the authority to transfer from the reserves so that those expenditures don't have to be covered by the home departments, which in many cases would be the general fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by, was that Vice Chair Gertman? And
second with discussion.
And second by Post. And Heather Post for discussion.
So we're approving beyond the $750,000 for any COVID, basically any COVID-related stuff having to do with employees. So workers' comp.
Beyond the amounts that are estimated, the sick leave is the $750,000 piece.
Yes.
There's
Okay.
amounts that are separate for the other ones.
Okay, so that's what we're approving is above and beyond that amount. But I just want to make sure, I've continuously asked staff about the numbers and ensuring that there's no one that we're leaving behind and that everybody is being reimbursed for their COVID pay. But I continue to have employees come to me, and I've gotten with staff, and we're taking care of those employees as they come out, saying that, last year they had an incidents where COVID pay was not reimbursed, and we're taking care of those employees. However, I just want to take this time to reach out again to all county employees and let you know that if you do have COVID leave time that has not been reimbursed, should not be coming out of your pocket. It should certainly be coming out of this, because this is the main thing that all of these funds from the federal government are being sent to us for. So just to try and connect any of that at hiccup, I just want any county employees that are listening to the sound of my voice, if you will reach out to HR or to the county manager or to me, which is what a lot of you have been doing, if you would that should absolutely be reimbursed, and that is what this is for, so.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
We have
Staff has
had-
been doing a very good job when it's
Yeah.
been presented, for sure.
Sure.
So we just need to connect.
Yeah, we are, and in most cases, it's either something that we did not know about, or there was a lack of any kind of documentation at the time. So we've worked with everyone to get the documentation. We've helped people get it. It is important that we have it, though, because of the fact that we are using federal funds, and therefore there has to be some documentation in case we're audited for that. We don't want to put the funds at risk. And we've been successful. Just about everybody has been able to obtain that. So, and we continue to work with the people, and we'll continue to do that. And thank you. We get a few stragglers that are coming in. It's a big organization, and sometimes they don't get the word, but they've gotten it now. Thank you.
So there are some with 50, 60 hours that we've discussed. And so having talked about the impact that COVID has had on the community and certainly on our own employees, I know that 50 hours of pay, I mean, if a family loses 50 hours of pay, it's sometimes, that's your lease. So really want to ensure that that staff is getting the message out, and I know that you have been working diligently to do that, but we still keep having people pop up. So just really, if we could work on both ends to connect the dots a little bit more, maybe get the supervisors to reach out to everyone again, so that we hit the mark. We should not have any employees having to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, we had hoped to have $5 million in reserve for future community needs and legislative changes. We're down to $4,643,760. I remember at the meeting there was I asked the sheriff if he would consider his driving range to be to utilize the speedway, and he quickly said he would certainly do that, and is. I remembered that it was mentioned that we could probably do that for $2 or $3 million, and I think Ben Johnson said to reserve $5 million. Is that your recollection, Ben?
It was $5 million.
Okay. I'm just wondering if are these, first of all, are these funds going to come from that reserve future, that $4 million?
The sheriff's track project, the $5 million that's set aside for it, is in the revenue loss projects, which if there's savings in those, it's not subject to any federal timing restrictions, so they could then be reappropriated to a future project, but it is not directly related to the reserves. The reserve number on the direct project list, the changes that occurred there were one of the stormwater projects was removed from the list, and then we added some direct, an estimate for some direct qualifying expenditures for SMA, Halifax Health related to the sheriff's Juvenile Assessment Center. So the net of those two was the adjustment to the reserve amount.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, Heather, are you okay? Then we have a motion and a second. I'll call for the vote to approve the two attached project lists. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous 7-0.
That's also the budget resolutions, right?
Pardon me?
The motion was the project list, but it also includes the
Right.
and the other things. All right.
Yes. And that brings us to item 5, resolution submitting transportation priority projects, applications to the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization.
Good
Mr.
morning.
Cheney.
Morning, Chair, Council members. John Cheney, Volusia County Traffic Engineering Division Director. Also with me is Jay Williams. I've been doing this for over 20 years. This time next year, Jay will be making these presentations and asking for the approval. But before you today is, can I get the slide presentation up? In the fall of every year, the TPO begins the process of doing their annual project priority process, where they're going through and asking for new projects. The majority of you all sit on the TPO board. You know that the end of the process is in June when you approve the project priority list. We are right now at the point where we're asking to submit new projects and for you to basically approve those projects we have previously submitted. Once the projects have been approved by the TPO, the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization, it starts the DOT work program process, which begins in July and basically ends in December, January, when they make their recommendations for the tentative work program, which then goes to the legislators for their approval, and then which will be approved in July, in the start of the DOT fiscal year. Now, how do we select our projects? Again, the River to Sea TPO is very specific in that we can only apply for traffic operations safety, sidewalks, and trails. They have not asked for any road widening projects from the local agencies in over 15 years. From the traffic engineering standpoint, we are the division within the county that helps coordinate and facilitate the other divisions in getting that list of projects and making sure the applications are completed and then submitted to the River to Sea TPO. How do we do that? We look at various projects. The main thing right now is the cost. Tad had asked, I think last year, that the minimum would be about $250,000. He's now saying it's the benefit to cost for us is when it's over $500,000. That's when we don't lose any money in submitting for federal grants. The other thing is, again, do we want to federalize it? When we do federalize it, you're increasing cost 35 to 45%. We're also using the federal state standards, which are a little bit more conservative than the county standard. And then some other things, and the main thing is, do we have the local match? Do we have the 10%? And we can do the 10% either through in-kind services, which typically we do the in-house design, and we do the construction, engineering, and inspection. So for this year, we have one new project that we want to recommend, and that's State Road 15A at State Road 44. State Road 15A is a strategic intermodal system. State Road 44, we know there's congestion in the morning and in the afternoon. It's also a heavy truck and freight route, and we see trucks, basically the radii at the intersection is too small. So trucks are swinging out, and sometimes they're having to do like a 3-point turn just to try and get into the lane they want to go to. Now, also is Table 3, which is basically those projects that we have submitted in the past. Usually starts with the road projects and then our trail projects. And then we look at our transportation regional, or what they call TRIP projects and county incentive grant programs, SIGP projects. The council in January approved a list of project priorities. We've matched this table to match that priority list. And we've already submitted our letter in January to the TPO asking for TRIP and SIGP funds, which will be forwarded to the state. And then we also have strategic intermodal system projects that the council approves. These are your interstates, the interchanges, and stuff like that. So again, we're just asking for a motion to approve the resolution allowing us to submit, and also the council's direction to retain and support the projects we've already submitted. Are there any questions?
Bob Gertman.
I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble squinting and seeing. It says State Road 44 Sunrail access improvements. Can you speak to that?
Probably about 5 years ago, this was submitted to the TPO for the state to study basically from downtown DeLand to the Sunrail station. They were looking at intersection improvements. They were also looking at the DeLand intermodal facility and to see, okay, if a bus or a van had to go to the Sunrail station, what was the best route to do that? That feasibility study was completed by the department. If you desire, I can try and get a copy of that. I'm surprised it's not on the Riverside TPO's website. So that if you want to explore that more, you have that opportunity.
I would like to. I think it's timely. The other question I had, I don't see Dirksen.
As in the section from I-4 to US 1790?
Yes.
That's a county project.
Okay.
And we were going to do a feasibility study, Tad's office was.
Okay. So
And again, that would be considered a road widening project. And so the TPO has not made a request for those types of projects in over 15 years. So if it was to be funded, the best route to go would be using TRIP funding or SIGP funding.
Okay. So what we haven't done in 15 years, I guess, is it time that we kind of look through fresh eyes and,
Yes.
Yep.
before I can finish what I'm saying, but I agree.
I made a recommendation a couple of years ago to the executive director that as opposed to doing small projects all the time, maybe every so many years, 2 to 3 years, we use all the money, the $5 to $6 million that's allocated to the TPO, and fund a major project that the state has so that we can show some of those projects also moving forward. And at the time, it was, thank you very much for your insight.
I think we're in a different time and space. We have Billy Wheeler, who's current chair. I'm chair in July. We're hiring a new ED. We have a new FDOT secretary. So I just think we're in a different time and space, and we need to ask for what we want, what we need, and try to, I think, just bring this together in a different way than what we've known over the last 15 years. And when we say, well, we haven't done it in 5 years, I still have the same question. Because I just think, again, with resources that are coming down, with fresh eyes, with new people at the table, to me, that means greater opportunity. And I want somebody to tell me no, but I want to ask them first, right? And then I want to know why, and I want to know what the options, the other alternatives are, instead of going on what we've known, because I don't think where we've been is where we're going.
And I would agree.
Thank
I think now is the opportunity to start reevaluating how we are doing the funding. I'm retiring, so what can I say? To me, we're doing a bunch
You
of
can
nickel.
say whatever you want
Yeah.
now, because
Careful, John. You might want to make it all the way.
take it all the way, John.
We've been funding all these nickel and dime projects, which feel good for the local community, and it does say to the rest of the community that the Transportation Planning Organization is doing things. But we're not funding the needs of the community from a regional standpoint. And I think that's been expressed by the department on several occasions to the TPO, that they could better utilize their money on doing some of these major projects. I mean, if you're talking about $5 to $6 million, shoot, there's the construction of the roundabout at 44 and Kepler.
Well,
That the department
again,
seems to have a hard time funding.
I believe with the new incoming, we're going to be able to help create the stage, right? We're going to be able to help guide the best way forward with FDOT and other funding sources. So I would really like to see us come to the table and bring the best that each of us can in partnership, in relationship, and collaboration, because that's what it's going to take from this point forward. So whatever that looks like, and I see George is next, so I'm going to shut up.
Well, I was just going to say, strategically, an excellent concept that we need to move forward. But the board is only 1/3 of the vote. So we need to talk to our partner agencies to say, hey, we need to rethink how we are spending the money and get a majority of the vote.
Well, and I think from conversations that I've had, I think we're there. I think at least for listening. I'm not saying for decision-making. I'm saying I think we're all listening, and we all recognize that we're in a new day. And again, I think there's just new opportunity. So, George?
George, before you go, I wanted to, you were talking and I said yes. My intention was not to cut you off, but to give you some lift beneath your wings.
I appreciate that. I needed a cheerleader.
I couldn't agree more, and I don't know if it was a subliminal message, but I did notice in your slides you had in bold, in red, haven't approved a road widening project for 15 years. So I think and you also mentioned that the majority of this council sits on the TPO, there's 5 of us. We're not a majority on that board, but we can certainly lobby, as you have said, and try and get more support. I think it would be, I think it's time. I agree with Barbara. George?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more. John hit it right on the nail, right on the head. It's going to take a little bit of leadership at the TPO, and I think to get some partnerships with some of the members there to look at some more regional projects. We've been able to work, I think, with some of the larger cities in the past. We need to continue to do that. I would also point out, though, the number that John just said, $5 to $6 million. I want you to think about that because that is one of the problems that, remember, we've talked about it in our road program. That's a mile of taking a 2-lane to a 4-lane. That's all that is for a county our size with over 1,000 miles of roads. So, we have to really, I think, continue to look to bring more money from the department, from the federal government into our community, because at the rate we're getting it now, that happens to be about what's left over for us per year. So you got county money of about $5 million, and then for the entire county TPO, $5 million. That's not much money. We will spend $8 million a year to fund the operations of Sunrail when it begins. So I think people have to start getting some perspective on that. What gas taxes bring in, we're talking about gas tax holiday, things of that nature, will kill us. So, so again, I think it's working together, but also working together as a community to work to get, more dollars for transportation and for roads.
Thank you. I also think the District 5 Florida Department of Transportation would look favorably to this change. And
Mr. Chair, wait a minute.
Billy Wheeler, I'm sorry, I missed your green flag.
That's okay. I would have had a red flag, but I don't have one. I'm not going to talk much only because I can't. I don't have enough air. But I do want to support everything that Barbara just said, Vice Chair Gertman, as well as Mr. Cheney. When I looked at that 15 years with no change, this is the time. We're busy right now. In fact, we're looking on Thursday. We've got a meeting with the TPO Executive Search Committee, and since I'm the chair of TPO this year, I'm also chair of that. and we have 18 applicants that we're looking at. When we get them in, plus we need a finance director, so we're really starting from the bottom up. This is the time, and like Ms. Gertman said, the relationship that we have with Jared Perdue is just unbelievable, that we can pick up the phone and get his attention, and this is the time. This is the time to make change. What's always been just can't go any further. It's just too vitally important that we look at this with a different set of eyes, like she said. And then money is a huge factor. $5 million is a drop in the bucket. So just wanting to show my support for Ms. Gertman's comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, are you?
So I think I've mentioned, I'm really interested in seeing how we can invest in the go forward. And I know I've talked with Tad about the money in zone, is it zone 4? Yeah. And was $11 million there, perhaps more now with some additional building. And I really want to see how we can start to invest in more of the intermodal, more of the future of what we're talking about. We're talking environmental, we're talking safety. I think just this morning I heard on the news, they spoke of how much more dangerous our roads are, how many more accidents are happening. And we've got to get ahead of some of these things to talk about how can we do things different than what we've done. Because there's something different happening in the culture of driving, in the mindset. So to continue to do what we've done, I just think is not the way forward for our future. I know it has a lot to do with the phone, but it also has a lot to do with something else. And that why there's so much more accidents, severe deaths. I'm sure it has something to do with speeding.
And that's our number one issue with the citizens that call us, is speeding.
Yeah. So there's something different that we need to be doing based on where we're going, not only where we've been, and even how we're doing our studies. I'm told, I think I saw a report that some of that information is based on like 60s and 70s criteria or something that may not be as current as what's happening on our road streets and with the technology and supposed progress that's been made with auto and other. So I just really think we've got to rethink what we're doing. And when does that start? I need it to start now. Right? How do we make that happen, and how do we get staff to really give us not the answer that fits? Give us the broad answer. Give us your, this is what I've always wanted to be able to say and haven't said because it didn't fit within the box. I'm just being real, guys. I mean, I know staff tries to be tries to be politically correct, and I'm saying this is the time to be where we need to be and gain as much of the means, resources, develop as much of the relationships, partnerships, and collaboration to get the best bang for our bucks, right? So, yeah, I want my $11 million spent in my district, right? But I'm willing to share. I am willing to share, but I also want to see that invested in going forward for future development. So I'll shut up now. Thank you.
You mentioned, Heather, are you still up there? Okay. You mentioned new technologies. One of the new technologies that is greatly expanding is electric vehicles who don't contribute anything to our to the roads or maintenance of the roads, and so that's an area that could change if you want to open up another can of worms. Any other questions or discussion? I'll just add that I'm really glad to see the 15A44 project with the new Sunrail stations that's coming out there and the intermodal community. Hope to see a local entrepreneur, maybe from the incubator, come up with some ideas to get people from that area into downtown DeLand or the city of DeLand. We need continued discussion on that. But this is a step forward in safety for the bicycle traffic that we're promoting from that area into DeLand. So without any other questions, I will ask for a vote on the resolution submitting transportation priority projects applications to the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Here. Can you please clarify who made the motion and second on that one?
The motion was by Gertman, and I thought Post was second? Yes. Brings,
Mr. Chair, was that a vote? If that, I just wanted to include a yes. Okay. But not the vote, right?
oh, you were out of the room? I thought I heard you holler from the back. Item 6, proposed vacation of a portion of Orange Acres map book. Tad?
Good morning. Tad Casbier, County Engineer. The proposed vacation is a section of Orange Acres, which is a subdivision in the northeast quadrant of the DeLand area. The particular tract in question is a drainage tract. This plat was recorded back in 1966. They put together a tract for stormwater, but never improved that particular area. That area has never had any stormwater issues, and the adjacent property owner who owns the surrounding area is requesting that it be vacated to square off their parcel as shown on the aerial page 06-5. In return for the vacation, they would go ahead and give us an equally sized drainage easement so that at some point in the future, if there was a drainage issue that required a stormwater retention area or some other improvement to offset stormwater problems, we'd have the space to do so. But it gives them a squared off parcel, allows them to secure the area for their use.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by, was that Danny? Okay. Yeah, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? No. Was there anybody else that cared to speak from the property? I will just point out, as far as I can tell, this is a single-family residential property, and the configuration made no sense before. So this is an improvement for that homeowner. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of this vacation, not the kind you're thinking of? Please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And that brings us to another vacation. Item 7. Go ahead, Tad. I'll just, rather than saying what you're going to say.
No problem. The petitioners are requesting a vacation of portions of the plat NM Alexander's addition to Beersford and the first unit Lake Beersford plats. They own lots and blocks and are requesting the vacation of those, as well as the unopened rights-of-way that separate the parcels. They'd like to be able to combine the property into one piece, and then therefore they could make use of that entire area. The county has no plans, no intent to ever pave those road sections, and would prefer that they not be opened. This is immediately to the north of Lake Beersford Park, just for context. But There were no objections from the neighbors or from the utilities, and we recommend approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Lowry. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing. Any ex parte to declare? No. And no one from the public wish to speak on this. Then the motion is to approve this vacation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. You got the motion and the second? Okay. Item 8, another vacation proposal.
Third time's the charm, maybe, for me. This is this plat vacation was requested up in the northeast quadrant of the land, over near actually the first vacation. The petitioners are requesting the vacation of a 25-foot platted right-of-way, and on the east side of their property, the road is unopened, and at that width it would be substandard for anything that we would ever do in the future. We do not want it open and are recommending approval on the vacation.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Post, is that correct?
Yes.
And second by Vice Chair Gertman. Any discussion?
Thank you.
No one from the public cared to speak. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte that needs to be declared? Not seeing any. All in favor of this vacation, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Ted. Item 9, Ordinance 2022-9, adoption hearing for the execution of a second amended interlocal service boundary agreement.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a request from the City of Ormond Beach. They are one of the 5 cities that we have this ISBA, Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement. We have, with this, it was established in 2014. The city actually initiated the effort in 2010, and after a series of negotiations, came forward with the initial agreement. These ISBAs are utilized by counties and cities to plan for and allow for a smooth transaction where areas that should be in the cities, in other words, they have water and sewer service areas, they are within the service boundaries, they're urbanizing, so it makes sense that the city and the counties work together to allow for a smooth progress towards annexation. Part of that is allowing for some deviations from our annexation rules in that cities are able to create enclaves through these process so that way those who want to remain in the county's jurisdiction can, but those who want to annex are able to do so. That is a similar situation that we have here. The request today is to expand this existing ISBA by approximately 110 acres. The 110 acres are located just to the north of US 1, just to the east of Plantation Oaks Boulevard, south of the Plantation Oaks development, and west of the village of Pine Run. Under the current designations in the county, there's 20 acres which is located in the ISBA. It has a commercial designation on our future land use map and a zoning of B8, which is a tourist commercial designation. The tourist commercial designation allows for not only commercial uses, but also for multifamily as well as hotel and motel uses. The other approximately 90 acres has a designation of urban medium density residential, which is a residential land use that allows for a minimum density of 4 units per acre and a maximum density of 8 units per acre. It's currently zoned R4, which is a single-family residential development, which has a minimum lot width of 75 feet and setbacks of 8 and 12 for a total of 20 on the side, 25 in the front, 20 in the rear. So what you have going forward here is that the subject property has already been identified for urbanized development according to our adopted comprehensive plan. The area is within the water and sewer service area of Ormond Beach. This was established in 1989 with an agreement between the city and the county for the extension of utilities along US 1 all the way up to the Flagler County line. In that agreement, basically, the city and the county agreed that 6 miles either way of those lines would be within the service areas of the city. In order to effectively serve this area and avoid a pocket where 1 to 2 acres may be called for a sheriff or Volusia County fire, whereas the remaining would be perhaps served by the city, this allows for the county to work with the city such that the city takes over those responsibilities. Thereby, if the city wants to say this is our future annexation area, they're already providing the services to it so that we have an efficient delivery of services. What is prompting this? The city and the county have received a request for development of approximately 105 acres of the 110 acres that are being subject to the expansion. Under the development, they're looking to try and do a variety of different things. So here we see the existing ISBA on the what would be the left side of your screen, and then that blue area is the proposed expansion. The map on your right gives you an idea of, first of all, what can be done. The purplish color is the 20 acres that is in the ISBA right now with the commercial designation. The yellow represents the Ridge Haven development, which has the urban medium intensity, and the red reflects parcels that are not owned by the developer of the proposed project and are privately owned by other entities. They have been notified by the city of Ormond Beach throughout their public hearings and have been given the ability to come and make comment both at the planning board and at the city commission meetings. This is just kind of going over the proposed mix. As we said, there's about 105 acres. All of it is proposed to be used for residential. On Friday, we did send out a correction because initially this went out with a statement of 103 acres. It came to our attention that the developer was able to secure 2 more acres, and by doing so modified their plans. This talks about the land use. I want to point out on this third bullet, I know it's not necessarily what we want to hear, but the theoretical maximum identifies, based on their future land use, what someone could potentially get on a piece of land. Based on our current county designations, that ranges from 716 to 1,052 units. Realistically, it's not going to be at that maximum level once you factor in other things, but it does give you the vested, or not vested, but the property rights that these folks do have. There is a letter, it's in the last 2 pages of your agenda packet, that identifies by the developer's representative, Mr. Storch, that they are going to limit the maximum development of this property to 298 residential structures. This is the revised plan, which shows a total of 261 residential units. The area outlined in red reflect the out parcels that are not owned by the developer. Of these parcels, the only one that has any development is located on Plantation Oaks Boulevard. Unfortunately, this map has it such that the left side is north, so Plantation Oaks Boulevard runs from right to left at the very bottom of the page. And you can see that one parcel there. That is a homesteaded piece of land for a single-family residential that gets access from Plantation Oaks Boulevard. The other portion that is those larger rectangles in the center part of the development are undeveloped and cannot be developed until they have public roads paved to county standards provided to them. So part of this would be that the area would have paving and water and sewer extended so that those property owners, if they choose to do so, could develop it either under the county's R4 or could work with the city on trying to come forward with an alternative design.
Clay, can I interrupt you 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
So when you gave the number of 298 total units, that doesn't include this area in red. That could potentially be more units.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So when we get these requests, you have to look at what are the statutory and local ordinances that pertain to it. So what you see is that, first of all, there's Florida statutes. And as I referenced earlier, the state has modified the statutes to create these interlocal service boundary agreements so that we can plan for and provide for the smooth transition between county and city. So we've reviewed that and it complies with all of those standards. We know that one of the concerns that folks have is that it could be annexed into the city and developed at a higher intensity than what was intended by the county. So one of the things that we've been working with the county or the city staff to come up with is, first of all, it's a PUD, or our equivalent of a PUD. Their designation is Planned Residential Development, PRD. That's where the 298 limitation comes in. And we look at it for general compliance, first of all, with our countywide environmental standards in regards to wetland protection, species protection, tree preservation, and based on the conceptual plans that have been identified, they meet those criteria. We also look at whether or not it's within the densities and intensities that are part of our approved comprehensive plan as well as our adopted official zoning ordinance. Again, that's where your staff looked at it, determined that it was in compliance with all that, given the theoretical maximums and also the practical realistic maximums. So it's coming forward to you with a recommendation of approval from your staff. I know that there are representatives from the city and from the development here to speak to you. If there's any questions for staff, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. We do have, we have three possible speakers. One is Stephen Spraker, who is I believe the planning director of the city of Ormond Beach. If anyone has questions for him. Did you wish to speak otherwise, or just if there's questions? You're welcome to. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Spraker. I'm the plan director with the City of Ormond Beach. I want to thank you for considering this item. The Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement has been a very useful tool in the US 1 corridor. Starting back in 2014, it's led to code enforcement, it's led to infrastructure, new water and sewer lines going up through the US 1 corridor, and it's led to partnerships with private property owners for landscaping. So there's been a lot of activity, a lot of positive activity, I think, in the US 1 corridor. This project came to the City of Ormond Beach, and I believe to Volusia County, seeking a specific development. So Clay mentioned a minimum density of 4 units per acre. So they're going to be at 298. City of Ormond Beach would process a land use amendment, and what we would do is we restrict through the land use that 298. So there could be no question of whether or not they could get to the maximum, which I think the county staff report said 1,000. So we're going to provide a guarantee that they could only do 298. The City of Ormond Beach is the utility provider. Without this agreement, the applicant would be required to do 2 separate site plans, one to Volusia County and one to the City of Ormond Beach, and then they would have to do 2 separate zoning processes. So the City of Ormond Beach is requesting that this agreement be approved, and again, we would provide assurances through the land use amendment, which is reviewed by Volusia County, to the action. Thank you very much.
Does that go to the City of Ormond Beach Commission to vote on and approve?
The land use, yes, sir. And it would be transmitted to Volusia County for review.
Okay.
And VGMC, thank you.
Honestly, that's not very reassuring, but thank you.
We are committed to the number that's being said today.
Thank you.
You're
welcome. Glenn, did you wish to speak? Attorney Glenn Storch.
And I've got a little PowerPoint as well, just because everybody does it. Whenever we're ready. There it is. Not that one. Second Amendment. There we go. Okay. So, again, I'm actually very proud of the fact that the county and the city worked together on these interlocal agreements, because years ago, I helped facilitate that meeting between the county and city. Years ago, the city of Ormond and the county were constantly at odds with each other. A lot of it depending on because of US 1 and how things were developing out there. And this has been a godsend to the city of Ormond Beach and to that gateway into the area as far as improving the types of development that are on US 1 and in this area. So this particular one, let's go to the next one. Next slide. All right, so that's what an interlocal service agreement is. It basically allows for planned development, even though there's all these fragmented property ownerships. In this particular case, you've got 105 acres that basically is wrapped around on three sides by the existing ISBA. This should have been in there, but at that point, the owner was not helpful in putting this in the IRA, and so the enclave was left out of the original interlocal agreement. As you can tell, excuse me, as you can tell, part of the project is already in the ISBA, and that's the area, the red stitched area right south of this, so that the entire parcel is partially in the ISBA now and partially out, and of course surrounded by the ISBA, and will be providing provided utilities. Next one, please. So, again, to develop without septic tanks and wells, we have to have municipal services. We can't have municipal services in this case without annexing into the city of Ormond Beach, especially in a case like this where it's directly located next to the ISBA. So we have to do this, but we can't annex without creating enclaves. And those are the little dots in the middle of the pink area. So that's why the interlocal service agreement is so important, to allow for everyone to plan together and work together. Let's go to the next one. So I've always said this, fragmentation is the enemy of good planning. If you have fragmentation of ownership, it's very difficult then to plan for things, and things become left, or they become ranchettes or whatever. But bottom line is, that's our problem. So in this case, we have the enclaves that cannot be created unless the area is within the ISBA. If the area is within the ISBA, then we can then plan for the entire area, both for the enclaves and for the major parcel. These enclaves came about because of the fact that this was part of an old subdivision. In fact, that the old subdivision is still there. All those little lots that you see there are still there. That's what's existing right now. And so that's why we're going to be wiping out the entire subdivision, which is, as you can tell, small lot subdivision on this, with unopened streets, probably dirt roads, and do this the right way, and work with the city of Ormond Beach. Now, let's talk about, and I should point out that we've worked hard to try and purchase all the enclaves. We've been able to purchase those ones in green because the owner showed up at one of the hearings we had at Ormond Beach, and we were able to talk to him then. So it worked out good. Next. So this is what happens if we don't do an ISBA. See that area in red that's outlined there? That's what would be left. We could annex the rest of it and do a site plan and do the zoning and everything else in Ormond that we're required to do, but we'd still be left with this piece that would be left out, and so we'd have that tail that we would have to do a separate site plan, a separate zoning, separate services by the police and fire. It makes no sense whatsoever. And so, and we'd still have to meet, by the way, I should point out, we'd have to meet your minimum standards for your comp plan, which is a minimum of 4 units per acre. When we're going into the city, we're going to change the comprehensive plan and reduce that to allow us to do 2.8 units per acre. So we're reducing density as well from what you're entitled to right now. So, and that's, you heard him say that there's a maximum of 298. You need to hear me say it too. I'm stipulating to the fact that it will be no more than 298 units, which is a density far below what the county presently allows. Okay, next please. So that's what we just talked about. The annexation will allow this reduction in density. According to the staff analysis, the present entitlements are between 716 and 1,052 dwelling units. Our proposed entitlements, again, not including the enclaves that we're leaving. I think there's about 5 acres of enclaves left, but not including those. But our proposed entitlements are 298, and we will stipulate to that as we have with the city when we're working through this process. So that's it. You have the city of Ormond Beach City Commission. They approved this interlocal agreement unanimously. You have staff recommendations, and I'm available to answer any questions, as is Steve, I'm sure. The only thing I want to make point of saying is that In your staff report, it says that I am the applicant for the owner, the attorney for the applicant. I am not. The applicant's the city of Ormond Beach. I'm the applicant, the attorney for the owner of the property that made the initial application to the city. But this is the city's deal. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Oh, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry. Glenn, I did have some questions, and then this is a public hearing. We had one member of the public who wanted to speak to before the vote, but
Absolutely.
I heard you emphatically say 298 units. I've gotten to know you well enough that if you say that, you're going to keep your word.
Not only will I keep my word, I will make sure my client keeps my
Right.
word.
What you can't guarantee is the additional acreage that we don't know what's going to happen with that yet.
Well, the 5 acres that are part of the enclaves right now, I think one guy lives on it, and he wants to stay living on it. So, but he has a well and a septic tank. But this will at least give him an option down the road. He can either do one of two things. He could either develop in the county, under the county regulations, which is 4 to 8 units per acre, or he could annex into the city, which is logical, get city water and sewer and do something there. But again, it's not going to be a great number. It could be a maximum of 20 units, probably, if 5 acres times 4 per acre.
Okay. I think I'll tell you what my concern is that usually these things make a lot of sense. It streamlines services.
Right.
We don't want the little tiny enclaves where the county's responsible for fire, whatever, for the sewage, water. So they generally make sense. I agree with that. What I struggle with is that if it comes to the county for things like density, at least we have some say in it. If it goes to Ormond Beach, the history has been, in my opinion, a lot more development than I would like to see. You're pushing to make that argument that is not a concern here for us.
I'm not just pushing it, I'm telling you. We are going to reduce the density that's presently allowed in the county well below what is mandated by the county. The county, again, this is mandated. The county has 4 to 8 as far as their medium density designations.
Right.
I have to have at least 4 units per acre. I can't go under 4 units per acre in the county. By going to the city, I can actually reduce that density to an appropriate amount. Is that right, Stephen?
So, one thing I want to clarify, it's a maximum of 298. They still have to go through the city plan residential development process. So in that process, separate of wetlands, they have to do 20% of natural preservation, which is above the county's code. So there are still things that they need to do. So it's a maximum of 298, which would be a land use number, and then they would need to do the zoning to come up with the actual number.
Okay, let me ask both of you. I'm not sure who will answer this, but one is, Clay talked about our tree ordinance and tree protection. I look at this, and this won't surprise you. I see part of the loop here, and some of the most beautiful landscape in the area. Will this be clear cut, or is there a tree protection side of this?
Absolutely not.
So we follow Volusia County. You have a minimum of 15%. So our plan development standards, our zoning standards, when you go into that negotiated zoning, requires 20% natural open space. And that does not include wetlands. So wetlands are separate, plus the 20%. So it's a higher standard than what the Volusia County minimum is.
Glenn, you can be very, you can be convincing with your clients. I'm asking, would you ask your clients to consider making this a LID development, low impact development?
It's something we can certainly look at. He's not here right now, but I will tell you, every recommendation we've given to him so far, he's agreed to. he's agreed to put the maximum number of units, and again, that's correct, maximum number, we don't know what it's going to end up being, but he's agreed to put the maximum number of units in writing in a letter. We've already done that. And so, yes, the great guy to work with. And it's interesting you say that, because his concept is this is really going to be a terrific upscale community for Ormond Beach. And partially it's because of the loop, because this is where people would love to live and be and enjoy. So in this particular case, we're able to work with the city to do the right thing, to do the right development, and and the two of you work together to actually lower density than what I'm mandated to have. So that's why I think it's a good thing.
What's your personal feeling on low-impact development? Do you see the...
There's areas of low-impact development very good. There's things that we can work with. There's some things, I mean, like I say, one of the problems I've had specifics, like you have, one proposal was to have sort of wetland areas behind every lot. That creates a potential problem, because most people do not want to have a swamp with potential snakes and everything else right on next to their lot. But there are other issues where you have the low-impact areas set aside that are great. We've been doing this for years. And in fact, if you look at some of the projects, some of the Miami Corporation stuff we've done, for instance, that has a lot of those elements already in it, built into the project. So there's ways you can work this out, and there's ways you can do it much better. And it's interesting you say that again, because my client has indicated their desire to work with Ormond to make this one of the best in the city.
Was there any concern by neighbors about flooding?
Yes, Ormond Lakes indicates that right now they have problems with their issues. One of the things that we think is important is that obviously if you do your stormwater system correctly, not only are you not impacting your neighbors, you're actually reducing the impact of your neighbors, because you're going to end up creating stormwater that actually takes in probably 125% as opposed to 100% of what was previously there. So yes, we're going to work closely with the neighbors. We recognize we have to go through the city of Ormond Beach for our zoning, our comp plan, everything else, and we know that there'll be an issue that we'll be working with.
Thank you. We do have one member of the public who wanted to speak, Suzanne Shiver.
Suzanne Shiver, Ormond Beach, Florida. In the spirit of where we've been is not where we're going, and also the word transition, which keeps getting used throughout these council meetings in the last couple of months. In 2018, I attended a low-impact development program put on by the county itself. It was Green Volusia and University of Florida. 2018, 4 years ago. I know some of you attended last year the Marine Resources Council and possibly even the local V-Card. But, you know, maybe I'm going to offend someone right now. It's okay for me. I find the clear cut in our county and cities disgusting. And Ormond Beach is no different than a lot of other cities and what's happening. There are principles to low-impact development. It's not one principle or two principles. There's numerous principles for low-impact development. I heard what the attorney just said, and I'm familiar with Stephen Spraker. We've met before, not over this development. If you're asking me why I'm standing here right now saying this, I would ask all of you. We've had the last 4 years and maybe longer for low-impact development. You all have voices. You all can use them for low-impact development. And we can do better as a county, and the cities individually can do better. And if what I just heard about the county comp plan being that light, then maybe that needs to be changed too. I cannot read the county comp plan over and over, but I will in this case. And I just think it's time for low-impact development principles to be utilized and not just talked about. where do we want to go? I'm asking. Because where we've been is unattractive in a lot of areas of the county. So let's change it. And let's change it with these two gentlemen sitting behind me. I don't want to just hear that what they're going to pursue is going to be better. I actually want to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't have anybody else, so I'll close the public hearing. Before I call for the vote, Glenn, I want to ask you a question again. You just heard what that member of the public said. My guess is that there's probably a lot of people that agree with that. The reality, though, is that LID is only promoted by the county. It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement of anybody. Having heard what you said, I'm asking you if on February, is it 28th, we're having the water quality? That's why she's vice chair. On February 22nd, I would ask you to participate in that. Like I just said, right now, the low impact development requirements are not a requirement. They're something that we ask developers and the development community to consider. I have asked, and this will be news for the county staff. I've asked Dr. Pierce Jones from the University of Florida to come. He actually many of us from this council went to a water conference, and he had a great idea. He dislikes unfunded mandates as much as I do, but he sees the value in LID requirements, and he has an idea for coming to Volusia and having a workshop that's not mandatory, but for the development community to come to, where he would like to make a proposal that it would be less costly to develop a property and end up with a higher valued property to sell. So I just want to ask for your help, because you do have some input in this community, and to be involved in that
well, first of all, I appreciate
yes,
that, and I am free on the 22nd, surprisingly. So I'll be there. I'll be glad to be there. That'll be great fun. I love working on things like this. If you can create a win-win where it works with the development community and as well as the environmental community, and it does a better project, that's what we should be looking for. And by the way, when we were doing Miami Corporation's Farmington project years ago, I believe we brought in Pierce Jones to help us come up with those ideas. And that's the way you do it. You bring in the best people you can, come up with the ideas, but also bring in the people who will be affected, the development community or the landowners. And because some of those things, like I say, the idea of a swamp at the end of your lot, that doesn't really work. But some of the other things in low impact development really do work. And so again, this is the way you communicate, this is the way you work together, this is the way you solve problems. I'd be glad to help. And what time is it?
It's 9:30 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. So you don't have to stay the whole time.
I think sounds like I want to.
And I don't think lunch will be served. So.
Oh, rats. Yeah. And can you tell me where it is?
It'll be right here.
Okay.
Yeah. It might be. Is it downstairs in the training room? Like I said, Clay, unless I'm wrong, LID is not a requirement. We promote it in our land use plans, but we can't force anybody to do it.
And I also want to, I'm going to get with Suzanne and see if I can get some ideas from her as well.
Thank you.
All right.
To clarify, in the comprehensive plan, right now, the only place that mandates low-impact development is the Farmington local plan. Within the sustainable development areas that also have an overlay of the eco environment, they would have to utilize low-impact development. We do have provisions for low-impact development as part of our sustainability efforts and as part of our smart growth efforts.
Okay. I'm going to have to go back and look at the how we describe LID. I don't remember a requirement for a swamp at the end of somebody's property, but I suspect Glenn and I are probably looking at that in different ways. But Heather Post.
So Clay, is it, I understand that we're, this is approval of an ordinance, but don't we create the ordinance and we provide the approval or not approval, right? So is it not possible for council to make something more stringent and to add various requirements?
I'll have to defer to the attorney on that. The ordinance before you is regarding the boundary expansion. If you want to add those additional concerns, Paolo will tell you whether you can or not.
Thank you,
I
Madam.
mean, so at what point can we add in low impact development standards other than saying, well, let's wait until we work on the comp plan?
Well, you would have to amend the actual ISBA agreement. Basically, you'd have to amend the planning sub-agreement. This is essentially an expansion of the boundaries of the ISBA. In order to do that, you would need to open a different section of the ISBA and state, here are the development requirements in addition to the normal development standards, because what it does is it shifts over to the city of Ormond Beach for their development and subjects them to our current minimum environmental standards that are in the ordinance. So you'd either have to amend the actual agreement itself or amend your Chapter 50 standards. But right now, with what's been advertised and what's available based on the documents right now, there isn't really an ability to crack open that planning sub-agreement to put in those standards. And that would have to go back to the city of Ormond Beach, because they also passed an ordinance. This is a mutual agreement. So both of the local governments have to agree to a specific, here's how the planning and services are going to unfold in this particular ISBA.
So I'm just trying to figure out how to get to point B, right? And so I'm looking to staff for you to provide the information as to how to get to point B. So is that something that we can do to go back and speak with the city of Ormond and look at our interlocal agreements to start looking at low impact development?
I think Clay,
not going to take a year.
Yes,
like
and Clay can jump in. That would be amending our Chapter 50 minimum standards, which apply countywide, and every single municipality have to comply with those minimum environmental standards. So if low impact development is part of your minimum county standards, countywide standards, every single municipality would have to either comply or amend their ordinances to comply.
So you're saying the easiest way would be to change the comp plan? Is that
Oh,
what I'm
you
hearing?
would change your
Changing
chapter
the
50, because that's based on your charter.
But in this specific case,
for this specific case, you would have to essentially not approve this agreement, go back to the city of Ormond Beach, crack open that planning sub-agreement for, what the review and what they're looking at, and then you can start to kind of tweak that particular provision. But it was advertised as just an expansion of the ISBA boundary and not amending the planning sub-agreement.
okay. I understand, but so it is, these things are doable, council. We do keep talking about, I did hear low impact development. We do keep talking about low impact development, but not a whole lot of movement. We have the workshop coming up. I'm going to speak more to that later, hopefully during open discussion about the workshop and some potential ideas to move that forward as well. But at what point do we as a council really stand firm and say, okay, this truly is where we want to be and what we want to be doing and what we want the future of Volusia County to look like, other than saying, well, we apparently, Glenn, you informed me way more than any other area on how the county actually requires. The last meeting, I don't need to comment on it, but thank you, because I hear more from you about ways to get around, and that's only because you're doing your job, I understand, county requirements and how little they are. So, I mean, council, at what point do we?
Let me ask a question, if I could, Heather of Palo. We don't have to pass this today. It could come back. We could ask Mr. Storch to speak with his client and ask them if they would consider low-impact development and then bring that back to us. Is that correct?
I mean, that's with the development plans.
That's not
short answer is I mean, you could do a lot of things in the interlocal, well, the ISBA, but if you amended it, I think at this point it's out of scope of what was advertised, so it would have to go back to the city of Ormond Beach for them to specifically put in a condition that the development within that particular area of the ISBA for the expansion will require low-impact development, however that's defined.
Right.
So you can do it.
Yeah.
You know,
Mr. Chair, and Paula, you correct me. I think part of your question is you're not, the council's, this is a discretionary decision of council on this agreement. It does not have to act on the agreement today. I think was part of your question.
It was indeed. You know, we could solve it right now if Mr. Storch could say, yes, my client would abide by low-income development. But I understand he can't do that without talking to them. He needs to counsel with them and talk about it. Don't go anywhere. Danny Robbins?
Clay, I'm going to have some questions for you. I'm just going to repeat a couple phrases or punchlines here. Come together to reduce regulations, find common ground with our developers, plan growth, reduce the size of government. All that is what we've been hearing for a long time. We heard it last week at the state of the county. What I'm scared of is we have a guaranteed 298 homes with a maximum of 1,000. Now, I support low-impact development, something that I do think we need to educate our guys on a little bit, but also, too, is stick with the phrases that we are saying as well. At the end of the day, this is planned. It appears that they're entitled to do this by law. We support, as a unit, land ownership rights. And something that nobody picked up on, too, is these lots are 75 foot and not 50 foot, which we typically see throughout our cities in the county. Also, Ormond Beach is asking for this. It has municipal services. It gets the residents off of septic, which protects our aquifer and protects some of that stuff there, Chair and Ms. Post. Also, it exceeds the minimum standard, or excuse me, is lower than the minimum standards. So how hard we hit this hornet's nest, they don't have to do this. I may not like what they're doing, but this could be much, much, much worse. There's 20% natural preservation plus wetland preservation, extremely more higher standards. We ask Ms. Post, when's enough enough? We're second in the state out of 67 counties for land preservation and conservation. If anybody has tried to build a home in Volusia County, or we wonder why we have these so-called corporate welfare, if anybody's been paying attention, when regulations go down, we don't have to entice or encourage people or pay people to come here. So we have to really get consistent and stop this us versus them, or just not using it when it's convenient or when it sounds good. Because what we can do, and I'll wrap this up pretty quickly, is we can go back and use the loop as an example since it's being used. Clay, can I ask you a couple questions? Can you explain to us clearly, you know, since it's a model, the loop is a model. From my understanding, if I understand it correctly, we transfer those development rights from that loop property onto a nearby subdivision, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the process of doing that, that also increased intensity and density of that area.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
Until the final plans are developed, we don't know what the final numbers are, but they have the opportunity.
Right, and then that other person, they did come back to the city of Ormond Beach, if I understand it correctly, and are now asking for more. Is that accurate?
Sir.
Okay. So also in the process of this loop comparison, there was 5 acres, I forget it was 5 or 8 acres of a part of a subdivision that was dedicated green space in a subdivision that was brokered to pay for a portion of this development. So all I'm looking for is consistency when we talk about this between our colleagues in the community, that there's some sort of consistency in what we do. So, you know, I'm scared that they are going to be able to do their maximum. To me, you guys are going above and beyond, whether I like it or not. I don't want to see that. But we can't keep on adding regulation and regulation to this and leave out education. We're jumping the gun there. So that's all I got.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I guess from what I'm hearing, I feel somewhat the same way as Danny. I feel that they're looking at developing a third of what they could potentially do with 20%, I guess, conservation, wetlands. My concern is we've got to become better, have a better relationship with our municipalities, right? And get in front of some of these concerns. We need to talk about low impact development, yes, and better ways to do that, but it's not a one size that's going to fit all. What does that definition even mean in specific areas? It's not going to have the same meaning everywhere. So even if you say you write it into the ordinance, like, okay, now you have to bring back what we agree to that fully meets that expectation today for that project. So I think we've got to do a better job of educating, and I think our upcoming workshop is part of that. I think being more definitive what that looks like, what we're expecting from that within certain types of developments, but I don't think you can use a broad stroke and say, okay, every project has to be LID. And what are we really holding them to? What does it mean? So I have a similar concern that that we're picking and choosing at a time where we're not even fully clear on what we're asking you to do or not to do, right? So I respect that the density is a third of what it could be if it were in the county. I think if you and the city and you've agreed to work with Susan and you've agreed to participate in and be more of a partner and understand, I guess, the results we're trying to get to, and that is less impact, right? So that's where I'm at with it. I don't want us to overstep.
Ben Johnson.
Please call the question as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question by Johnson, second by Lowry. I will oppose that, but I will have to call the vote. It will have to pass by a 2/3 majority. It's not amendable. But I would say there's still council members, including me, that would like to speak to the issue. This is one of the most important subjects we discuss in our county. You talk about a hornet's nest. The public is tired of us avoiding this. And this is a productive conversation with an attorney who is listening. So with that, I will call for the vote of who wants to cut off their council members from being able to speak further. All in favor of doing that, please say aye. And Carissa, would you call the roll instead of saying aye so we know what it is?
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
Ms. Gertman?
Wait a minute. So we're just voting on the call for the vote?
We're voting on cutting off any further discussion by council.
No, I don't agree with that. I think it's a productive discussion.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
No.
Mr. Brower?
No, but the yeses have it according to my count.
The motion fails because it requires a 2/3 vote.
And what was we had?
Had a vote.
Okay.
Chris, I had a vote in favor of 4. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Heather Post, would you like to conclude your remarks?
Sure. I just wanted to point out, so, we have this discussion every time something comes in front of us, and what I continuously hear is, but all the boxes are being checked. And are the requirements minimal? Sure. But hey, we're checking all the boxes. And I have a problem with that. From a county council standpoint of it's our job to lay the groundwork, and we continuously talk about what we want for the county to be. But then we say, well, it should just be approved. And I'll tell you, I don't think I can even think of a time when something hasn't been approved like that, where we've been able to show that the boxes have been checked, as long as they're following the minimal requirements. And we continue to say that we have very minimal requirements. That St. John's Water Management has where you can build within 25 feet of the wetlands as a buffer. I mean, I don't even need to get into the weeds literally to know that that doesn't sound good to me as a person living in Volusia County, if someone were to check the box and do the 25 feet. So, saying that that not everything fits into one box or one should fall under the same guidelines, sure, I totally agree with that, but I also don't think that ours should be minimal, and that we're really reducing the area in Volusia County that can be built upon. I mean, we've asked council, I don't know how many times, to provide us with all the land that's left in Volusia County that is still buildable, and we've gotten those lists. We keep saying LID, and I keep hearing, well, what is that? But these things that we approve every time, the reason they're in front of us is not to say, did it go through, and I know this didn't go through the PLDRC and all of that, but that's typically what we say, is that, well, it went through this, approve. So there's zero reason for us not to approve because all of these other people have approved, or it's gone past the St. John's Water Management requirements, or it's gone past their requirements. That's great, but we are a different entity, and the whole reason we're here is to provide that next step. We are an additional step, and just to make the approvals based on all of that other information, I don't think is really giving the subject matter what we need to give it. We really need to, I'm hoping beyond hope that the workshop we have is fruitful, and that we do put some things in place, and we do really move forward in terms of what we want, and not just checking the box. Because like I said, continuously, I just keep being pointed out that we have very low requirements.
Okay, Billy, I do see you. I'm going to call on Fred, and then Danny, can I call on Billy before you make your concluding remarks? So, Thank you, Fred.
Just briefly, first of all, the 25-foot buffer deal is not accurate. I know my property, I certainly could not go within that 25 feet of the wetland that was on my property. So that's really not very accurate. But anyway,
It is.
it's
It
not
is.
fair
Point of
to,
order.
no,
It
it
is.
isn't. It is not accurate. That is not accurate. for
Point of
all
order. I
Volusia
believe if
County.
you ask Clay
Could I
right now, he
please
will
have
tell
the
you that
floor?
St. John's.
I think I have the floor. I think I've
Order.
been given the floor.
Just point of order.
That's not a point of order. That's interrupting a councilman as they're speaking.
Well, just pointing out
Could I please have the floor?
Yes, and then Clay, will you respond to that when Dr. Lowry's
I'll
done?
just stop right now and ask Clay, isn't it true that there's many places there's way more than 25-foot buffer?
That's not what we said. What I
you
said
said.
was that St. John's Water Management has a 25-foot, correct?
St. John's River Water Management District has an average buffer of 25 feet. Within Volusia County, if it's in ECHO or NRMA, or Natural Resource Management Area, it has a buffer of 50 feet.
Yes.
And that's not an average. Also, within Volusia County, our wetland buffer is 25 feet outside of ECHO and Norma, and that is not an average. So our standards are more strict in St. John's from that perspective.
But it is 25 feet. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to point out
Just said
that
yes.
it's not fair to ask these developers to check the boxes that we set up, and then when they get in here, we start adding boxes. That's just not fair. We have a workshop next week. We need to move along. We need to prove this, move along. We have a workshop next week where we can tackle this. I agree with some of the things that have been said today, but I don't think this is the time and place to do that when these people have done everything they need to do to present to us what we've asked them to do, and they've done all of that, and then we get here and we start saying, okay, we're going to add this box and add that box. That's not fair to the developers. They've done a lot of work on this. The staff has done a lot of work on this, and I think we just need to vote on this and approve it. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Billy. I'm staring at my sheet here.
I have very little air left. I just want to throw in my 2 cents worth again. This is a vote on regarding the boundaries, and I feel like between Ormond Beach and Volusia County and the attorneys and the builder and everything else, they have complied with everything. Was all asked, yes, checking the boxes, but I don't think that this is the time to change the course. That we definitely need to have this discussion at our meeting and hopefully move forward with stronger plans. But I don't think when they've come before us with just moving just the boundary changes, that we should change it midstream. I'm in support of moving this forward.
Danny Robbins.
And I'll wrap this up, sorry. You know, we just need to keep in mind just consistency here, because this obviously is a contentious issue and it's very divisive. But I do want to practice what we preach, that come together to reduce regulations. We're just not checking these boxes, because we continuously hear Ms. Post that we are. And we also continuously hear that we want to reduce the size of government, lower taxes, and then financial impacts on our citizens in this low-impact development course that we were in down south in Melbourne. One of their biggest things was costs and maintenance. It is very expensive. That's why they have taken the stance of education, because people will naturally gravitate towards some of this stuff without forcing it or adding regulations. But there's a double standard here, and we cannot do this and expect to come together, reduce regulations, find common ground, plan growth, and reduce the size of government, and then in the next breath, more regulations, more this, more that. I think if anybody has gone through the process in Volusia County to build anything, they would see that it's a deterrent. It's a deterrent, and that's just my opinion. There's too much red tape to begin with. This just doesn't affect the developers. This isn't about developers. This is about every landowner that it would affect in Volusia County. That's it.
Thank you. And Glenn, look what's happened. I asked you if you would consider it. You actually said yes, you would take it back to your client and consider it. Go ahead before I finish.
Yeah, again, the problem is, I don't know what it is. I don't know what low-impact development is, what the exact criteria is, because you've got to check your boxes. You got to make sure that those are the things that you can do on a project. So once we figure that out, yes, but let's think about this for a second. You don't have low-impact development standards in your land development code. It's hard to say, I've got to go back and put it in Ormond's development code when you don't have it in there. But there's a mechanism, and this is what you should be looking at. There was a mechanism created in the charter for minimum environmental standards. It's called the Environmental Natural Resources Advisory Committee. I chaired that committee for years when we created every single minimum standard, environmental standard that's there now. That's why we have environmental minimum standards. That was 10, 15, 20 years ago. Though there's nothing wrong with looking at that and saying, hey, we need to look at these again to make sure that they're consistent. I'd never heard of low impact development at that point. So what I would suggest, and I will suggest this at your workshop as well, is that we look at the idea of reinvigorating NRAC and have that committee then look at what minimum environmental standards we would have, because at that point under your charter, the cities would then have to also adopt those same minimum standards. That's the way to have everyone on the same boat. And there's a way to make this work. But you're right. I mean, you can't just say, on this project, we're going to create these nebulous standards, but not on the next one. It doesn't work that way, and it creates issues that I'm sure your lawyer would like to tell you about. So the idea is, let's solve the problem. If we can find a mechanism to address low-impact development, let's do it. And let's put the standards in place. Let's write them out so that everyone understands it. Development doesn't hate saving the environment. They love it. Because from a marketing standpoint, if you can create areas with greenery, that's terrific, because it sells better. What they hate is not knowing. What are the actual standards? What are we actually trying to do? Time is the enemy of development. And not understanding what they're supposed to be doing, or having to jump through 14 different hoops like we're having to do here with different jurisdictions, that's the hard part. But I will be there on the 22nd, and like I say, there's a mechanism here to make this work for everybody and to create those standards that everyone can agree to.
Thank you. Yeah, in the there's a lot that's been said here. You have come before us and asked for a change. In my mind, that's a negotiation. And that's why I appealed to you. Would you go to your client? You said yes, you would.
I'll be glad to go to them and talk to them about it. I just don't know what they are yet. So we got to figure out
Right.
what those low impact standards are. In fact, I've already asked Susan if I can have lunch with her so I can understand this.
Okay. And I agree with that. And maybe that's what comes out of this discussion, is that we're actually going to discuss LID, and
Yeah.
I'm going to cut off your mic in a minute.
But I can say one more thing. And don't forget, this is the beginning of the process. I have to go through a full-scale PUD with Ormond, and during that period, they can incorporate some of these things that we've talked about.
Right.
But now is not the time to negotiate what those standards are. It's the time to see if we can work together, the city and the county work together, to now encourage this, which is what you're doing.
Yes, but what is the time for negotiation is that if you're coming here and you're asking for a special change, the public expects, somebody said you're opening up a can of worms. I am. The public is tired of us not talking about this. The public is tired of us approving everything without asking questions. I know that for a fact because I'm doing town halls all over this county, and it's the number one thing that comes up is in the public's eye is overdevelopment, and what the public is telling me is stop it completely. No more growth, moratorium. We know that's not going to happen, so we need to make progress. I agree that this is probably not the right spot to decide what LID is. We have to look at it closer. You've agreed to do that. I see that as a win. I think you see that as a win, so that you can go back to your clients and actually know what you're describing and talking about. I do want to work together with this council. Asking the council to stop and not be able to speak anymore is not the way to do that. So I appreciate you standing through this, and I look forward to the discussion. But if we don't start bringing this up with every development that comes up and press for as much as the residents of Volusia County can get, they're tired of clear cutting. There's wetlands, you've admitted it, on this property. How are they being protected? It's one of the most important things we face. It's the water that we drink and the land that we live in and the quality of life that we enjoy or don't enjoy.
You're absolutely right, but it's always a balancing act because people who own land have rights. And in fact, they have rights, and therefore you have to look at that, how to balance it, and how to work with the citizens and with the landowners to get what we're after, which is the win-win. We want economic development. We want people to be able to use their land. We want to be able to do it in such a way where it is, that the environment is preserved and where we have people with a great quality of life. That's what we're after. And we'll continue to work together on that. And I don't speak for the development community, but I will tell you, I know a lot of people in it, and I know that we're all in the same boat. We all want to work together on this.
Right. Glenn, I'm just going to end with this, and I'll call. We have one more council member that wants to speak. I am a strong proponent of constitutional protected God-given rights, one of which is the right to own property and do with what you want. But my rights as a property owner stop when it infringes on someone else's rights, and our many people in our county see that we are infringing on their rights to be able to drive around the county, to have a quality of life, to have clean drinking water. So again, we have to debate this, and we have to come to some decisions that where we all compromise a little bit. We're all not going to get everything that we want, but private property rights are not, there is no property right that says I can do whatever the heck I want with my property, no matter how it adversely affects yours. And I see you shaking your head in agreement, and I figured you did, but so that's why I'm pressing this.
And again, the problem is that you do have certain rights already on that property that the county has granted.
That's correct.
And so when you go in there, when people buy that land, they do it with the expectation that they can use their land for something. Right. And in this case, I can use the land for up to 1,000 units. We don't want to do that. We want to reduce that in this case,
right?
And work with the Orman to make this something better. But those are the things we need to look at, because you've got to look at all of those as you're doing this balancing.
Thank you. Heather Post.
Glenn, I just wanted to address you specifically. So you and I have talked about many different issues over the last several years, and you have provided a lot of information and insight, certainly. From your end, I totally understand that you have a job to do, and you are doing your role. I think it's important. Anyone that says that this is not an adversarial conversation in any way, and I don't think that you take that in that way either. This is a very important conversation that I think that the council needs to have. It just so happens that you happen to be the example in front of us at this point. So it's certainly not, I know that you know that this is certainly not anything against you or the project itself. It's simply that council really needs to have these discussions, and at what point, what do we use to bring up these discussions? It has to be instances like this when we're actually talking about these things. So just wanted to say that, no comment needed. Okay. But I think this is very good for us to have heart-to-heart conversations about these very important issues that the public cares about. And I would like us to have many more of these kinds of conversations, and I certainly hope we do in our workshop.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the workshop more than ever. The majority of this council went to that workshop, and I did not come away with a feeling that low-impact development was cumbersome and more affordable. In fact, just the opposite. So we do need to discuss it, and we will in the workshop. I need to ask the council if they can agree just by nodding of the head or consent. I've already closed public participation. I don't know if this person is for or against. Well, it says speaking for. It's Doyle Lewis, and they would like to speak, and then I'll call for the vote. Is anybody? Okay, Doyle Lewis, are you here? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Volusia County Council. It's been a while since I've been here. My name is Doyle Lewis. I came here for one other thing. I used to work for developers. I used to work for homeowners. I used to work for cities. I used to do roads. I used to run lots of large equipment. The reason why I'm speaking for this is because there's no way you can stop progress with life. Life happens. I'm a living, standing life that happened right in front of you today. One of the reasons why I come to these meetings is because of the people who complain that are not coming to these meetings. I'm spending the rest of my life protecting the poor, which is what the United States government is supposed to do. If you're not protecting the poor, you're making them homeless. I've been on the streets for 12 to 13 years because of the word no, too many times pointed at my business. I grew up in the middle of nowhere. It's another world. It's called Texas, United States. We know what progress is there for sure. I married somebody that was born in New York. They know what progress is. If you want to waste somebody's life, you say no too many times. If you want to waste their career, you regulate them too much. So your buddy can take over their project that they spent all their money on. I moved to Ormond Beach because of the loop. Isn't that amazing? Been here a long time, been coming around a long time. The entire reason why I support this particular program, because the lawyer/attorney, which I'm planning on being one someday, is on top of his game. I've met him before. I've heard him. I've seen him. This is just a small bump in the road. They're doing a great job from what I heard, because I've been in business since I was 12 years old building people's houses. And let me rephrase that. I don't build houses, I build homes. Most of them were sold before they even started. So the only reason why you need to approve this is because it seems like you have a very good attorney on this case, which actually does love that area, but you're not going to stop the progress. And I'm going to stay studying the law because y'all are the lawmakers. My name is Doyle Lewis. I'm a homeless man because somebody wants to just jump in on a very large project with all your money and stop it so you die. And then you live on the streets like I do and ride a bicycle. You ever tried riding a bicycle? Can't see nothing when you're going 60 miles an hour down the road, right? Texting with your phone and running over people.
Thank you. Our timer's not working anymore, but give you some extra time. Thank you very much. I'm going to call for the vote. We're going to do a roll call, but I think I'll just do a voice. I've gone back and forth in this, Glenn, in my mind, thinking, I can't vote for this. I need to vote for this. I'm going to vote for it because I think that we have gotten every concession that we could possibly get, because I don't like changing the rules in the middle of a process. But I will go back and say what I asked you for was not to do that, but if you would talk to your lawyer, and again, you're agreeing, or to your client, again, you agreed that you would. I don't think we say no enough. The public doesn't think we say no enough to how we develop, not to if we're going to develop, if we're going to grow. We're going to grow. We have to do it responsibly. I'm actually very hopeful now about this water quality workshop, that we will get input from the public, from the development community, and from lawyers, that we can craft something that people do understand, and then you can explain it to your clients. So anyway, with that, I will call for the vote. All in favor of Ordinance 2022-9 adoption, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you for spending this time with us.
Always fun.
I bet. Okay, item 10.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could we just touch on the workshop real quick, because we've been talking about like growth management and future development workshop, but then the next one is actually water. So could we just clarify for the public when the growth management workshop is, or an estimated month that we have if we don't have the date down?
It's April, what's the date? 12th, April 12th.
April 12th. Okay, thank you so much.
Growth management, April 12th. Okay, item 10 is ordinance number 2022-11 for amending section 86-271 of the Code of Ordinances to provide for an extension of COVID-19 administrative leave. Dana.
Good afternoon, Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. I'm here today requesting approval of Ordinance 22-11, amending the Merit System Rules and Regulations. This amendment is a result of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and it addresses the additional administrative leave as provided in Section 86-671 of the Merit Rules. At the September 21st, 2021 Council meeting, you approved administrative leave for COVID-19 testing and COVID-19 illness. That leave expired December 31, 2021. Pursuant to Council direction at the January 18, 2022 meeting, the ordinance will provide up to 40 hours or a 1 work week for non-8-hour employees of administrative leave for individuals who test positive for COVID-19 or are required to quarantine in accordance with CDC guidelines. This leave would be retroactive to January 1st, 2022, and it would expire July 1st, 2022.
Mr. Chair?
Heather Post.
I would actually, I'm going to make the motion to approve, but if with the change, right now we keep doing it at 6-month increments, and COVID keeps hanging around, and we've got the money from the federal government to specifically address this ordinance response. So, and then we keep having to do retroactive, right? Because we bring the ordinance back after the fact. So I'm going to move approval with the change of, instead of through July 1st, 2022, that we make it through December 31st of 2022 to cover the employees. And then certainly, if anything drastic changes with COVID and it disappears or whatever, we can absolutely come back and make that change through council. But this way, everybody's on the same page.
How does that affect you? You're good with it? Okay. Okay, so the motion is to approve with a date now of December 31st, 2022. Is there a second? Without a second, the motion does not carry, so the date is, what's the current date that you have, July?
July 1st, 2022.
And Heather, your name's still up. Did you? Danny Robbins, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Heather, you're fine.
I'm just curious, and hopefully maybe Danny, you're gonna extrapolate on that, but I'm just curious as to any council members as to why we're not approval.
Chair, are you okay?
Go ahead.
Danny Robbins.
The only thing I'd like to kind of see, I know we're seeing that there has been a rapid decline in this. You know, I know we've had given staff and given our employees just a lot of leave as well. I'd like to see the numbers, you know, and that was kind of my hang up. You know, this thing has been on the downturn, and we're not seeing much of it here anymore. I'd like to see the numbers before I can make a decision on that, because some of the most things that I hear in our community or Southeast Volusia is our businesses are struggling. Can the money be used for something else, you know, in terms of recovery? George, can you just let us know what all we have done during this COVID to provide for our employees so far in terms of leave? Off the top of my head, I can't remember it all.
Well, we have given leave really since almost the beginning, but I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have the numbers, but they have been pretty much held harmless through this process. There may be some that maybe were out multiple times and used more. There was, but remember, we're also very generous with sick leave, period. I mean, we have, most people have quite a bit. But everything we've been able to attribute and document, I think people have been held harmless.
And we can, I think, Heather, you know, touching back on what you said earlier, you know, we could maybe use a case-by-case basis. If something does pop up, I'm more than willing, you know, to cross that bridge when we get there. But you know, we have to remember too, our employees haven't lost their health insurance, haven't dipped in for the most part to their sick leave, and I'm all for it. But at some point, you know, when the numbers aren't there, we may have to move on, because there's a lot more. You know, there's 100,000 other people that are also struggling. That a lot of them are in a lot worse state. You know, I'm just trying to think of things holistically and fairly, being that there's still a major struggle out there right now. And we haven't skipped a beat as government.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know that I necessarily agree with Councilman Robbins that our staff hasn't missed a beat. I think COVID has affected them and their family, and we've done the right thing by covering them. And for me, the 6 months gives us an opportunity to evaluate what the status is and make adjustments at that time versus, and I'm sure we could make an adjustment pretty much at any time. But to say for the year, to me, that means that if things in 6 months have calmed down significantly, then we're still holding funds. So I'd rather that we look at a 6-month period and then reevaluate how we need to go forward.
Heather Post.
So I just wanted to point out to council, so we just approved earlier this morning with Ryan to actually expand the monies towards such a process in case it's needed. The number one reason for the county getting $305 million over the last year and a half has been for this specific purpose, to address COVID response, including PPE and yada yada, but this specific purpose, to take care of those employees that the county says, we don't want you coming in if you're test positive for COVID, and do not come in, actually. And then that's what the monies from the federal government is specifically for, is to take care of that. I will say there have been examples of people that have been caught in that retroactive period, and she can attest, where it ends up being a kerfuffle because they're caught in that retroactive period and council hasn't given the approval for the ordinance, so then they're out their pay. Not everyone has thousands of hours of sick leave accumulated, and sometimes it just doesn't get paid, period. So not even just out of the personal leave, but so that's actually monies out of pocket. I think this is not taking any monies away from any businesses. This is not doing anything different except keeping those kerfuffles that may happen during the retroactive time. We had someone from April, we had someone from August of last year that was still trying to recover their funds. So if this then, if not just giving it to everybody for saying we'll cover you through the end of the year, when we are the ones telling you to stay home, by the way, I think it's only productive to do this, and it probably actually makes it a lot easier for HR, in fact, so that they don't continuously have to keep coming back or having to worry about coming, they're telling people, hang on, we're in a retroactive period. We can't really talk to you about that because it's not official yet. And again, if we decide, if COVID disappears for whatever reason in 6 months, or not even COVID disappearing, but if the county just simply decides we are not going to tell people to go home anymore if you're positive for COVID, then great, we can change it. But I think just extending it for the year, making it to where everybody's on the same page, everybody knows what the deal is. From my experience thus far in this process and really working with staff and dealing with staff on these kinds of things with the employees, it will make a tremendous positive difference and really no negative.
Okay, Billy, I see you up there. You had Danny and Ben ahead of you, but I just want to let you know that I did see you.
Okay, I don't have a button to push.
Danny's said go ahead if you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you. I don't feel that we're ignoring the needs of our employees, nor are we not responding to the money that's going to be set aside. But I do like the oversight of 6 months. A year ago, we had no idea that this was going to be going on like this. Now we know, and we can prepare to already have it on the agenda in June or whatever, and to continue it so it doesn't have to be any lapse. But I just feel that 6 months oversight is a good plan. Continuing the service, but 6 months.
Danny Robbins.
I think Billy's on point. 6 months is I guess we'll compromise for that, but I just want everybody to know that there's unintentional consequences that go with this and may exacerbate our overtime problem. But COVID is and has been on the decline. We have to monitor that. But are we opening up a door for flu, cancer, sickness, broken leg, dentistry work? No one has touched their leave bank. We've done all this, and we have a lot of people. We're looking at a small number of people who we're taking care of, okay? But we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people. My point was, can we use this money? Does it have to be used strictly for sick leave, or can this be used or reallocated for COVID relief inside our community? Is there a better COVID relief area other than sick leave that we can use this for, given the circumstances that since day one, we have been going above and beyond in this area, on top of having a really great staff and leave policy when it comes to, taking care of the employees and doing what's necessary. Do we have any other areas that you see that these can be applied? George, anything else from your end?
Go ahead, George.
Well, we just went through the exercise, I think, with the workshop where we allocated out $107 million into the community in various forms. So we have put it into the community and into various programs. And before that, we had even more direct programs. So yes, we can do that. I did think of maybe a compromise in this, that a better date, if the 6 months wasn't the desire, would be to go to the end of the fiscal year, October 1. That way it could be addressed in the budget process as well, a little bit better than if you have it in the end of the year, so the calendar year. That would give it a little longer to post concerns, but also give us a point where we could reevaluate the budget process.
That's good.
Could we also add in there so the point is the retroactive and having those kerfuffles in between, so where people are in limbo, and there are people that are in this process. So can we ensure and make it part of whatever motion that we have that you bring it back to us and in front of council to make the approval well before the actual end date, so that there never is a lag time? So, even 2 weeks before the end date, if we are planning on extending it, so that there's zero that we have to do retroactive.
We do the best we could. I mean, it has been an unknown at times, but if we were to see a surge coming at us again, and I could bring it back, because people would have had at least what you have here now, already available to them. So I just couldn't ever say it would never happen, because the other thing is people haven't been always quick to report exactly what what their sickness is. So sometimes we don't know, and then they come back later on, and that's what you're finding in some of these that we're going back. It's that it was usually tied in with something else that they had or were doing or on vacation, then came back, got sick. I mean, most of the straightforward cases we have picked up. It's just the ones that there seems to be a twist to it that we've had an issue.
I just want to make sure that if we are requiring employees to not come in, and the federal government is giving us monies to apply to that specifically, that we are doing that. Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 more people that want to talk, and then I'll come back for the vote, and we'll consider your date change, George. Ben Johnson.
I like the idea of looking at it at the 6 months. It doesn't stop us from looking at it for the budget year, but it gives us a period to stop and look at it from there and then reevaluate. We have plenty of time to do it. It does not stop any way, shape, or form. If we see it might start affecting us for next budget year, to put that into effect.
Okay, thank you. Are you pressing?
No, I'm pressing
Okay.
my mic.
Then everybody else has left the board here. Then I'll call for the vote. Before I do, the county manager has put out this date. Ben just argued for keeping it at July 1st. Is there consensus to change the date and amend this, or move forward with July 1st? The way to tell that is if somebody wants to make a motion to change it to July 1st.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept this, but with the July 1st
I'll second.
deadline.
Keeping it July 1st.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Is there a second on that?
I second it.
And Robin's making the second. I'm sorry. All in favor of the ordinance number 2022-11 as written with the July 1st, 2022 date, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Council, it's 12:52. There have been people in the room waiting for item, where did it go?
Mr. Chair, could we take a 5-minute break, 3-minute?
Can we go to lunch?
Yeah, I was going to say go to lunch, but there had been people waiting for the now I can't find the hospital agenda item. 13? Yes. So
3 minutes?
Yes, there's 2 requests for a 3-minute break. Is anybody opposed to that, council? And then we'll come back and do item 13, and then we'll break for lunch. No? Madam Vice Chair?
Just one. I'm just one. My vote is let's go to lunch.
Okay. Sorry, all of you people that have been waiting here since 8 o'clock this morning. All right, we will take a short lunch break. It's 12:53. We'll be back at 1:30. Is that good? It's a half-hour compromise for all of you out there. Thank you. All right, if everybody wants to find a seat, we will get started a few minutes later than predicted. Wow, that was easy. So we will start with, we're going to fast forward to item 13, and then we'll go back to item 11. Item 13 is a request for authorization to pursue legal remedies for collection, and I'm just going to let y'all spell it out.
Yes, Kevin Bledsoe, Deputy County Attorney. Good afternoon. In November of last year, Community Services Director Donna Butler, together with Assistant County Attorney Laura Coleman, came to you for guidance and direction on how to allocate the county's Medicaid financial responsibility among the hospital districts. And the issue then was whether to use the old usage data or the newer enrollment data. And as was discussed, the state of Florida had transitioned into using enrollment data when determining the annual contribution that counties make to the state. And in negotiating with the hospital districts, staff had hosted 5 meetings with the hospital districts in an attempt to reach a consensus on this issue. At the time, 2 diverging viewpoints emerged. Halifax argued that the enrollment data was based on current data and of course consistent with the state's own methodology for making the allocations to the county. The West Volusia Hospital Authority thought that the usage data was a better way to prorate the actual expenses from the Medicaid program. In November, there were presentations both from Halifax and the West Volusia Hospital Authority. Kelly Parsons Quiatek is here. She made the presentation on behalf of Halifax, and there was also a presentation from the West Volusia Hospital Authority. West Volusia Hospital Authority made the argument that in fact they really didn't have to pay any of the Medicaid contribution because they did not benefit from Medicaid. The decision was made, was presented to the council, and with your approval, the county agreed to continue to fund 20.95% of the total Medicaid allocation from the top. That was the amount that the county was going to pay. And the county decided to use the enrollment data, the new data, to allocate among the 3 hospital districts. The council also decided to phase in that allocation methodology change over the course of 4 years. This would provide the West Volusia Hospital Authority an opportunity to kind of adjust to the new methodology, which would result in their proration increasing by 2.04%. So with that instruction, the county sent a letter to the hospital districts instructing them of what their allocation would be and began sending invoices to the hospital district for their monthly installments to pay for that responsibility. Specifically, West Volusia Hospital Authority's responsibility is $2,496,810. The West Volusia Hospital Authority did not appeal the proration, which is their option under the statute, and they also did not pay the invoices. And we've subsequently had communication with counsel for the West Volusia Hospital Authority, and they say they don't intend to. They don't intend to appeal the proration decision that the council made, and they are not paying their invoices. And this is despite the fact that they, in fact, budgeted over $2.3 million for Medicaid reimbursement and taxed as citizens, and that they hold the money. So it is our position that they are in violation of Section 409-915, Section 5 of Florida statutes. So we're seeking authorization to bring a lawsuit against the West Volusia Hospital Authority to recover those funds.
Any questions from the council? This this is unfortunate. I don't see an alternative. And I don't know if I misunderstood what you, the quote that you mentioned from West Volusia Hospital Authority, that it did not benefit them being the hospital authority, because it's my understanding that each hospital authority is set up to benefit people in the public who need help with medical issues, which certainly includes Medicaid.
Sure. And as was articulated in the meeting in November and in the materials that were provided in this agenda item, it's certainly our position that all the hospital districts benefit from Medicaid. They took the position, because they do not own a hospital that is actually receiving payments from Medicaid for providing medical services directly, that they did not benefit from Medicaid. But we certainly don't believe that that position has any merit, which is what we argued in November, and it certainly is still our position.
Okay. Ben Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I'm like you. I kind of thought they were supposed to be to take care of the citizens, and you know, it baffles me in a manner. It's always been done in the past. If they don't take care of it, it's going to come out of our general fund.
Mm-hmm.
When there's already a taxing authority supposed to do this, I often question, why do we even have a West Volusia Hospital Authority where they readily recognize they don't have a hospital?
Exactly. Heather Post.
Kevin, you mentioned the appeals process. What was the appeals process for them that they decided not to go into?
Sure. Section 409.915 says that any appeal of the proration made by the county council must be made to the Department of Financial Services. So they would need to contact the Department of Financial Services and indicate to them that they disagreed with the proration that the county council made. They did not do that. They took the position, since we feel we shouldn't be prorated at all, that we don't have to go to the Department of Financial Services to appeal. I think that's contrary to the plain reading of the statute that says, if you don't like the proration, you need to appeal to the Department of Financial Services. Again, they've done neither. The statute says that they must furnish their share, and any appeal must be made to the Department of Financial Services. So when they do neither, I don't know that we have any recourse other than to bring a lawsuit.
So I think despite anyone's decision in the last not hearing, in the last meeting that we had, despite anyone's viewpoints, we're basically at a point where they have an appeals process that they're really required to go through, and they're not doing that. And we can't just have a hospital taxing authority saying that they're not going to pay and leave the taxpayers on our end be double. Isn't that double taxation?
Well, I mean,
Really?
I think their argument was that that instead the citizens of the Halifax Hospital
divided.
Authority or the Southeast Hospital Authority should carry them, but I do agree that that could be problematic.
But so that argument we already discussed, and that argument is set aside. So this argument really is just you're either paying it or going through the appeals process, and it's unfortunate that they're not willing to go through the appeals process. So at this point, I don't really see any other recourse.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you, Heather. I agree with you on that. You know, they already taxed, they budgeted the amount. They not only did not even offer to pay the old usage data, they just completely rejected the new enrollment. Council made the decision in November. I'm very disappointed in the way they've handled this, that they did not take the necessary process of going through the appeals, and they just decided not to pay. Now, I don't know about you, but if I don't pay my mortgage, which I don't have one, but if I had one, you know, there's going to be some retribution. And I'm kind of like Ben, you know, do we have to have this? I mean, this is a perfect example of, hey, you don't want to play the game, then do you need to be a part of the team? You're obviously, they're not part of the team, and I see no other recourse but taking action, legal action.
I'll just add to what you said, Billy. I think Barbara Gertman offered, and it was accepted by this council, a glide path that made it as easy as could be for them to comply with that, Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned, the motion that was made previously to give them 4 years, it was my hope, because I have no impact one way or the other, but it was my hope that that time would be used to use the appeal process and take it back to the state and be able to address what those concerns were. Certainly didn't expect it to push back to us and to the Volusia residents and potentially be taxed twice. Since the taxes were already collected, was already budgeted, I could see if they were trying to resolve for next budget season and come up with a resolution for that. But to not be responsive at this time just doesn't leave any of us in a good place. It's called West Volusia taxing district for a reason, because it represents this specific district, which Halifax, although they're in the area, they're not collecting those funds for West Volusia. So, I mean, I'm disappointed that this is where we are, but their stance is what their stance is, and the county has to make every effort to recoup those funds so that the taxpayer is not additionally burdened by them. And I'm just hoping that prior to this coming to a head, that there's, a negotiation and a better way of moving this forward for now and for the future. So I was on the West Volusia Hospital Authority board for 4 years. I know why they exist. I know the help that it gives to the community. So it just concerns me that much more to bring this level of attention at the time when they're holding funds, right? So I just feel like we have to do, as a county, we have to do what we have to do to support and secure our residents and our tax base. Thank you.
Councilman Lowry? Councilman Robbins?
Mr. Bledsoe, real quick, just so I have a little bit better understanding of this, is there a benefit to the county, just so people understand a little bit better as well, is there a benefit to the county taking this over, whether it be any tax savings or oversight? Have we looked past this to see where this may go if that does go that direction?
Mr. Chair, I can respond to that. If council would like us to provide additional information to you on how things could look different, it would, outside the lawsuit, but legislatively, we can do that. That would take some time because there's a lot of moving parts to this. We would not want to get ahead of council on that either. So if that's something you would like us to bring back information on, we certainly can.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I was just going to concur, Danny, that I don't know if you need just consensus for that or a motion, but I would like to hear what that would look like to either, we have the funds there, and I would like to see, certainly the Medicaid paid and the green card that the West Volusia Hospital Authority does. I would not like to see that disappear, but if you could come back and show us what that would look like legislatively and what we would have to do replace this.
And maybe if you wish, we could take action on the issue before you, and then
We
just
will.
give me direction by consensus on
Yeah.
that.
We will.
We'll come back with some information if you so direct.
And that's fine.
Thinner thumb.
Anybody?
You want me to make the
opposed?
motion, or?
Do we?
Yes, a motion on the request for authorization to
Yeah.
pursue legal remedies.
Let's do that, and then we'll come back to it, see if there's a motion. Which one? To accept
authorize,
what's before us.
To authorize the legal department to pursue legal solution.
Okay. Motion by Lowry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robbins and Ben Johnson for discussion.
Before we go any further, would you read off that whole motion again, please?
Yes, sir. And then we do have one member of the public who would like to speak on this. It's request for authorization to pursue legal remedies for collection of amounts owed by West Volusia Hospital District for fiscal year 2021-2022 Medicaid contributions. And Danny, you still speaking on this issue?
No, I didn't know if I needed to come back and do a second
Yeah.
after.
Let's finish this, and then we'll come back to that. We do have one member of the public before we vote, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. I've been coming to several of these meetings over 30 or 40 years, and several years ago I thought there was an argument to be made for the taxation in the southeast quadrant or zone. But if I'm not mistaken, you all appoint the board members to these, don't you? Or didn't you? Oh, they're elected? Okay. So if they're elected, why do we have the boards? It's never been explained, and we assumed, like we did with the advertising and the promotion of the county through our board, that we needed the three. Okay, we needed, because the west is so distinct from the southeast, the Smyrna Beach area is so distinct from the Daytona Beach area, that we needed the divisions. Why do we need the divisions for the hospitals? It only triples the cost. You need to hire somebody, you need different attorneys, you need different accountants. All of these things add to the cost and the confusion. I can understand years ago when there weren't hospitals everywhere. But now you can't go 2 blocks without running into an Advent hospital or a substation of some kind. All right? Halifax is everywhere. I ask you to think about whether we really need the three, and if we're going to, now is the best time, because we want to look holistically. Things are changing, especially with COVID. The things that we expected in the past, the Zoom, the new things that you can do online to visit a doctor. You don't even have to go to the office. So I'm asking you to consider the idea of eliminating the three and making it into one large, because I live in Halifax and we were not even charged. And New Smyrna Beach was going through the roof with their charges. So if we can, in essence, eliminate all charges in the west and the southeast, I think it would be a benefit to both of those areas, especially now that Halifax and Advent are everywhere and its brother. Thank you.
Thank you. If nobody else needs to has a question for the county attorneys, we'll vote on just the motion at hand, and then we'll come back to this question of what the next step might be. Recommended. The motion that we're voting on is to authorize the pursuit of legal remedies. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And motion carries unanimously 7-0. And now, Mr. Robbins, would you like to make a motion directing the staff to come back with more information, and if so, what kind?
I would just like to see the numbers, if there's benefits, pretty much just pros and cons. If it did take this turn, what we and the people would be looking at. I'm just a little disappointed that money's being held hostage for, in my opinion, no reason. but I'm not an attorney, so
Okay.
I'd just like to see more.
Sure, if it's acceptable to council, I know you're making the motion, but what I'm hearing is you want some information about what the role of the hospital districts are, how that relates to the county, and what would change if that relationship were to change. Because I know, for example, Medicaid.
Yes.
Sounds good.
That's a contribution that would fall to counties unless you had a taxing district. We can provide that kind of information. Take some time to put it all together. Be glad to do that.
Is there a second on the
Second, Wheeler.
motion? Second by Wheeler and Barbara Gertman for discussion.
Thank you, Chair. What I'm interested to know, the West Volusia Hospital Authority has a budget of about, 18 million?
Just shy of 19.
Yeah. And this is 2.3. So there's another $15 million worth of services. So my question is, if the county levied the tax and collected the same tax, 2.3, instead of the hospital authority, so we can make sure we cover the Medicaid bill, how would that change, or what would that look like? Because again, if there's $15 million worth of services being provided within the community, I don't know that I want to take that out of my district, frankly. So what is the impact and opportunity to do that if it's a matter of shifting who's collecting those funds and whose budget it's in?
I think if you were to ask for that information, in the context of West Volusia Hospital Authority, we'd have to provide that kind of information. You have a couple different things that counties could be responsible for paying for that. Historically here we have not, because you have a hospital district, which is I think what you're commenting on, the Medicaid contribution, and the law loves acronyms, but they're the HICRA expenditure, and there may be others. So I think we would need to get that information together, and honestly, we don't have all that information now. I mean, we'd have to investigate it, and it's a big question.
But we pay a portion as well, right?
We do. We pay, Donna, just shy of 21% of the total Medicaid contribution historically. So we have contributed as part of that, and basically the remaining 80% has been divided among the 3 districts for the Medicaid.
Right. So I'm simply saying, if we levy that tax instead of them,
right,
only for the Medicaid collection, that's what I want to see from your feedback.
I'd agree. Yep.
I agree. I concur with that, although I think it would also beg the question then, does the millage rate stay the same, or do we reduce the millage rate to compensate for the amount that the county is paying for Medicaid? So you have a lot of information to bring back. We won't expect it by next meeting.
Well, it sounds like a good law school exam. So, but it's a big question. Yeah.
Okay. Barb, are you done? All right, I don't see any other questions. So we're voting just on what you have asked us to do this morning, the approval of, no, we're not. We already voted on that. We're voting on Mr. Robbins' motion for the attorney staff to come back with more information on alternatives of what could happen next, what might happen next. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I just want to make sure it includes my question, my request.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think what you asked would be what I would reasonably consider information we would need to provide in the answer to that.
Thank you.
We'll try to identify all the moving parts.
So you're voting affirmative still? Okay, and that motion passes 7-0 unanimous.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could, I just want to, again, the folks that are sitting in this front row, except for Al, although I would thank Al too. But Laura Coleman and Carmen Hall and Donna Butler and Suzanne Conchin, they were at this starting last May. Matter of fact, we're coming up on a new cycle to start negotiating with the hospital districts. They'll be here before you know it. They've put a lot of time and effort in this, and even though you have directed us to proceed with essentially the filing of a lawsuit, we have certainly your county staff has been in constant communication with the hospital districts, and we're still hopeful that a resolution could be arrived at.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Then we will go back to item 11. Department of Corrections requests direction on the implementation of inmate substance fees to help defray costs of incarcerating inmates. Mark Flowers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Mark Flowers, the Corrections Director. I'll wait until our slide presentation gets pulled up. All right, I see it. All right, I come before you today in hopes of providing you factual information that will give you all the information that you will need in regards to charging a daily a subsistence fee type fee and a one-time booking fee. And I want to start by saying, if you read the newspaper this week, I think it was yesterday actually, there were some truths and there were some untruths in that. So I would like to clarify a couple of those before we get going, because the article stated that our food costs for inmates $1.03 a day. In reality, it's $1.03 per meal per day. So it's actually $3.09 per day per inmate. And I believe that one of the statutes, and I'm surrounded by attorneys back here, so I will be phoning a friend at some point. I believe that the statute that individual was referencing is talking about court-ordered liens versus what we're doing here. So it's really two totally separate deals. Next slide. This will be the agenda that we follow today. Next. The purpose of this briefing is to update you on the possible fees and counterclaims that the county may enact under state statute. Okay, what other Florida jails are doing and counties are doing in the state of Florida, and then we want to receive your direction on which way you all would like for us to proceed. Next slide. Historically speaking, jails around the country have been implementing these subsistence fees and booking fees for centuries, actually, as a way to recuperate the cost of operations. You know, we're about a $57 million, give or take, a few million budget, and we don't get really anything in return for that. And this is one of the reasons when this came up, we didn't have to go back and reinvent the wheel, so to speak. We've plagiarized other counties, we've looked at what they're doing, and we're trying to get Volusia on the map as far as following what other ones are doing. Most of the common fees include one-time booking fees, daily food cost, laundry fees, meal charges, and medical co-pays, which we currently do that now. We charge $8 if an inmate goes to sick call. If they receive medication, they get a $4 charge for prescriptions. Much cheaper than any of you on the council or any of us in the audience. Volusia already charges the medical pays, like I said, and the ability to do this was codified in 1996 in statute 951.03 and 951.033. And 951, chapter 951, is our Bible, so to speak, and how we operate as a jail to make sure that we are following one, state statute, but two, more importantly, not more importantly, but just as important, to make sure that we're providing, constitutional-based care, not abusing inmates and things of that nature. We get our guidance from Chapter 951. Next slide. Chapter 951.033, the Florida legislature recognized the need to alleviate the increasing financial burdens of incarceration. 951.03 allows the chief correctional officer to collect all or a fair portion of those daily subsistence costs. Next. We would ensure that the inmate is provided reasonable notification to ensure that they understand there will be a charge. We will incorporate that in our inmate handbook, as well as post within the housing units. These funds may be automatically drawn from an inmate's cash account. So I wanted to explain that a little bit because there's a little confusion on sometimes what the inmates, where they get their money and things of this nature. We have a commissary fund. We enable the inmate to buy food items, health and comfort items. They can buy shampoo. If they don't like our soap, they can buy a different kind of soap. If they don't like our deodorant that we issue, they can purchase their own types of deodorant. Family members send loved ones money on their books, what we call on the books. So when inmate Flowers gets money from his family, we would be able to go in and take some of that money to pay his subsistence or her subsistence fees. And then we would not be able to collect if it's state or federal law excluded. So if they get funds from a source where the federal government excludes them from being included in this, obviously, we would not, deduct the inmate's account based on that guidance. So when you go in, next slide, when you go in and you look.
Before you pass that, could you just give examples of the state and the federal exemptions?
I'm going to phone a friend.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing, pardon me, Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney. The first example that generally comes up is something like Social Security funds. Mm-hmm. So anything like that would be tax exempt would be something that we wouldn't collect from. And off the top of my head, I couldn't come up with more examples. I apologize. I am not a tax attorney.
That's a great example.
But, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, when you go and look at the subsistence fees, that term is really not defined well in Florida statute. In fact, this term subsistence fee is really an understood term within the field of corrections. And it's understood to mean that it's costs associated with the feeding, the housing, the clothing, and health and comfort, what we call health and comfort or sanitary items, toothbrushes, soap, deodorant, things of that nature. And this following court case here, it was challenged in Florida. I don't remember the county that the sheriff actually was running a jail. But this inmate had sued against those fees, and the court found in favor of the sheriff. So that's what has, really doctrinized 951.03. There's no cap that's provided by statute, once again, very vague. But the Florida Sheriff's Association, who really monitor all but 9 jails in the state of Florida, out of the 67 county, 9 jails don't operate under a sheriff's guidance. We are one of those. They're saying, Florida Sheriff's is saying, don't exceed $5 a day for subsistence. Okay. Taking you back to 309 for food, and then the extra, if we went $5, would pay for laundry and linen and clothing and sheets and things that were, required to provide to the inmate. Next slide. The interesting part is most other counties in the state of Florida, in fact, we sent a survey out to 67 counties. 50 of those 67 responded in some way, shape, or form, either charge a one-time booking fee or a subsistence fee, and in many cases, charge both. We are one of the few counties in the state of Florida that do not charge for either. Next slide. The 2021 survey revealed the average daily subsistence fee by those that responded to our survey or our inquiry. The average was $2.60 a day. The lowest charge was $1.50 a day. And the highest was $5 a day, which is in line with what the Florida Sheriff's Association memo suggested or supported. The average booking fee, on the other hand, charged by a reporting agency was $20. That's the average. There was one or two that had a lower fee. The lowest was $6. And then the highest in the state of Florida, based on the survey we conducted, was $30. One-time booking fee. Next slide. 951.03.3 allows fees to be assessed and collected based on financial status of the inmates for the purpose of paying from their income and assets all or a fair portion of their daily subsistence costs. Furthermore, Florida Statute 951.15 exempts those fees from being collected for inmates who have productive type employment within the jail. An example would be our lawn mowing crews or our folks that are going out and working. You know, we would not collect that subsistence fee, that daily fee from them because of the work that they're giving back to the county. Next slide. The costs pertinent to Volusia. Though inflation and market fluctuations will continue to change the cost attributed to inmate subsistence fees, the average cost is currently, as I mentioned before, $1.03 per meal, $3.09 a day. To help defray the rapid increasing cost for inmate services and jail management, we are recommending that you all agree on a daily subsistence fee, and we are asking that you approve us to start doing a one-time booking fee in order to help recoup some of our costs for operating our jail in Volusia County. Next slide. A few more likely comparisons. County Attorney Christopher Ryan actually contacted these jails himself, and he is open for any questions that you have. But if we threw numbers out based on the number of inmates that we booked in last year, we would not be giving you an accurate assessment, because we know that 100% of the inmates are not going to pay. We just know that. Historically speaking, and based on our survey, the average is somewhere between 30 and 40% of the inmates incarcerated and are billed actually return those costs. So what we did is we looked at 35%. We met in the middle, and these are the numbers that you're going to see. Next slide. This is our prediction of what we expect to potentially collect at the 35% collection rate. In 2021, we processed 18,936 inmates in custody. Unfortunately, some of those same inmates come back over and over and over again. Each time they come back, they would be provided that assessment fee. If we collected $15 at that booking fee, based on those numbers at 35%, that's $99,414 potentially as revenue that we're currently not receiving. If we charged a $25 booking fee, you see the numbers go up to $165,690. And then if we went with the $35 fee, you're looking at a little over $250,000 or thereabouts. I also have numbers for $40,000, $45,000, and $50,000 $40, $45, and $50 collections fees if you would want those. Next slide. In 2021, the Corrections Division logged 578,312 inmate beds. What that means is throughout that year, we had, at one point in time, 578,312 inmates under our custody throughout the year. At 35% collection rate, once again, at $3 a day for subsistence, that takes our potential revenue to $607,227. A $4 subsistence fee would result in an annual revenue of approximately $809,636. And then if we charge $5 per day, it's over $1 million worth of subsistence revenue. All right, well, now I'll phone another friend, Kevin Bledsoe, County Attorney, to talk about the counterclaim process.
Sure. Here with the counterclaims, we're seeking authorization to pursue statutory counterclaims for costs of incarceration when a convicted offenders sue the county for money damages. So this is different than the subsistence fees which come out of an inmate's cash account. This is a different statute, and it is Florida Statute 960-297, which specifically authorizes either in a separate civil action or as a counterclaim to a civil action brought against the county for us to seek liquidated damages of $50 per day of a convicted offender sentence that's assessed based on what he was sentenced to at the time of sentencing. I guess the wrinkle of that, if you have somebody that's been sentenced to a life felony, it can be $250,000, but generally it's a $50 a day counterclaim based on the amount that was sentenced to at the time of sentencing. It's a helpful tool for us in defending lawsuits against the county, and I think it is. It can be expected to result in less lawsuits against the county, more lawsuits against the county being dismissed without any payment, more favorable settlements when that is appropriate, and in the event of an adverse verdict, it would allow us to recoup expenses paid by the taxpayers if we do have to make a payment to a convicted offender who has spent time in our county jail having been convicted of a crime. So again, that's separate from the subsistence charges. It's more that would be allowed. It's $50 per day, and it's something that specifically we'd like to have authorization to use when we are being sued.
Question on that, Kevin?
Yes.
Before he moves on.
Sure.
Yeah. So is there a statute of limitations on that? I know we've talked before about that, but.
Yes, the civil actions authorized by this statute can be started at any time during an offender's incarceration and up to 5 years after the date of the offender's release from incarceration or supervision, whichever is later. So, somebody, let's say, was incarcerated in our jail and then is on probation, it actually doesn't start until 5 years after either the period of incarceration or any supervision. So it's an extended statute of limitations.
Okay, but 5 years. All right, thank you.
Barbara and Danny, did you want to wait to the very end of the presentation? Okay.
I just want to give two quick examples of one of the reasons the county and myself, we get sued. I'm being sued right now, as is the county, in regards to an inmate who's suing me for his obesity. And in speaking to the inmate, he believes that I've made it too easy for him to get honey buns. So, I mean, the sky is the limit when you look at these inmates who have 24 hours a day to figure out how, to come back at the county. I've got another one that's actually filed a motion in the court now to move him out of Volusia County because I won't allow him access to the general public or the general population inmate. He forgot to tell them that he's threatened to kill inmates in our custody. He's a gambler. and he's a very dangerous individual for us, as well as the other inmates. So they never really tell you the Paul Harvey version or the rest of this story, so I like to keep it real with them. So that concludes our presentation for today. Apologize that it took us a little longer than we wanted to, but we wanted to really, get down and deep in the weeds and ensure that we weren't going too far down the wrong road. So the proposal that staff has made, obviously, is a $20 a day booking fee and a $5 daily subsistence fee, pending your direction and questions.
And I think the last item would be the third on your slide, that authority to apply the statutory offset in the event of litigation. I think Kevin says $50 a day. You could deal with those together or separately.
Yeah, let's see where discussion goes. The offset was $50 a day?
Sure. The counterclaim authority is liquidated damages of $50 a day in cases other than a capital felony or a life felony. If it is a capital felony or a life felony, it's liquidated damages of $250,000.
Okay. All right, let's have questions and comments from the council, and then we'll I think learn from that if there's consensus to handle all of these together, or if we need to take each one at a time. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I prefer for them to be separate. What's the average stay of an inmate?
Typically 7 to 10 days. However, we have some inmates in our custody that's been there 4+ years waiting to go to trial.
But you said typically 7 to 10 days, but the ones that are there for 4 years have to be what, 10% or less?
I'm sorry?
10% or less of the population, would you say? Have long stays for more than a year?
Probably 10% would be fair.
Okay.
And we have several, that are there for a year or 2 years. It just depends on their charges and how fast it progresses. COVID really slowed the courts down there for a bit. I think they, for the most part, caught back up now.
Okay.
So we're fighting COVID as well as just the number of folks getting sentenced to prison and whatnot at this time.
Okay. What happens, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
So someone has you arrested and it's not an accurate arrest. How does that get reported? What's the response, at the end when you find out that someone really set somebody up to be arrested, right? Do you still have a booking fee? Do you still have, how do you even measure that? How do you get that type of response?
Actually, what the state has done is they've kind of streamlined the process. They passed Florida Statutes 93906, which addresses what happens if someone is acquitted, if the case is dismissed, if they're found not guilty. And so what the state did was, through the Justice Administration Commission, developed a process. It's actually a one-sheet form that anyone who's acquitted would fill out. They would get with the county, find out what their how much they paid in subsistence fees. They would also get with the court and get documents that prove they were found not guilty. And then they would be entitled to, the Justice Administration Commission would reimburse them for their subsistence fees they paid to the county, for their application for a public defender, for any administrative fees regarding clerk of courts, as well as the sheriff's department. So that's something that's handled through, again, it's the Justice Administration Commission.
So the person who is already burdened by an improper arrest now also has to follow policy and process to get his name and fees recalled.
I think it's just to ensure that everything is done above board. That way you can't just have someone claim that they were found not guilty without any backup information. So essentially, yes, they would have to get with, again, the clerk of the court. They would have to get a court order saying they were found not guilty and entitled to their fees. But that is the process laid out by statute.
Okay. And when you look at people who are incarcerated, is there any type of financial hardship or any evaluation of their ability to pay?
Well, essentially, we decided the best method would probably be to take an even-handed approach and charge everyone across the board. Again, if we did have someone who had tax-exempt funding, like Social Security, as mentioned earlier, they wouldn't be taken from that. Additionally, I don't know if it was mentioned yet, but if someone doesn't have any funding, if their account is empty, we still continue to provide them the same services. So they still get the same food, the same sanitary services. We just run up a red ledger in case the day comes where they do get a payment into that account.
So afterward, the person who had no money, had nothing, leaves with a bill, right? He leaves with the burden of whatever bill from when he was there, came there with nothing, leaves with nothing, but now he also has a bill.
My understanding is we're not pursuing collections at this time. So if they were reincarcerated again, there would be a lien on their accounts that would continue over up to a period of 3 years, after which point it's wiped out. But we don't, this is dissimilar from, as was mentioned by Director Flowers in the article that came out in the News Journal. That was referencing things like court debt, which is the most common thing you hear of when you think of incarcerated people trying to reacclimatize themselves to their normal lives. So court debts under, I believe it's chapter 322.245, would stop them from being, it would allow the court to revoke their driver's license, things of that nature. This is a completely different statute, functions a different way.
So this is only for funds that come into their internal account for their honey buns?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't follow them when they're discharged or when they're released?
That's not what we're pursuing at this time, no.
But it doesn't say that that's today, not tomorrow necessarily. How are the other 50 counties doing it? Are they pursuing collections?
So yes, ma'am, when they, not collections, but when, we'll say, for instance, Flowers gets out of jail today, he didn't have money, so his account is, $357 in the hole. Flowers goes out and stands at the corner and collects $380 at the corner with the sign on, comes back into our custody for something, comes in with a wad of money in his pocket, we're going to take some of that money.
Right, but he goes to apply for his license and can't get it because there's a $357 lien? No, it doesn't come outside the system is what you're saying.
No, and we actually, if that was an example, we actually help them get their driver's license while they're at no charge.
Okay, that's been my concern. I'm really concerned with inmates leaving with another burden, right? When they're already sometimes challenged with getting what they need. And I think, what did we say, 40% of inmates have a mental health challenge and other concerns. So I just don't want to then put another ball and chain around their ankle when they come out. And especially in the environment we're in now, we need all able-bodied men, right? Working, educated, and able-bodied.
We fully understand that. And, fortunately, we don't get involved with the charges and whether they stick or they don't, but irregardless, we're paying them every day. We're feeding them every day. We're paying their medical bills every day.
But we get paid to run a jail. That's part of our service. That's part of why you exist, and unfortunately, why you're full, right? I mean, private jails are what they are. I mean, the system. So, but I am relieved that it's not something that follows them outside of that system, but.
I've got one inmate right now that I don't know if it's accurate today, but she had $30-something thousand on her books. 30-something thousand. I've got some that's got 16. I've got some that's got 9. Yet we're giving
And you
them
have many that have zero.
You are correct.
Right.
You are
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I was going to call on you next before my.
I thought since we're on the topic, if you don't mind, Chris or Kevin, Dr. Flowers, maybe you could tag team this, but could you just talk a little bit about the process for collection? What a county would have to do in that lien process? I know you're not suggesting that we're not engaged in that at the moment, but since Ms. Gertman asked, just what does that process look like?
Yes, essentially there are counties that do proceed for collection after this. Again, like we said, all we're asking for today is to be able to apply the lien to the inmate banking accounts. But there are some that retain third-party providers who then will send a bill and then send a collections agency after them. In fact, the only time that's ever come up in any of my research was speaking again toward the process for when someone's found not guilty by the courts. So essentially, when I called all the counties to ask them how they did this process, I said, "Have you ever had to refer anything back to the the Justice Administrative Commission in terms of a refund?" And there was one that said that the person had been found not guilty, and they had sent collections after them. The Justice Administration Commission then contacted the facility and said, "You can no longer send collections after them; their debt's wiped clean." So my understanding is it's just a standard. There are a number of companies that we could retain who would do this process for us after they leave the facility, saying they have outstanding debts as far as this goes.
And that's not something, Dr. Flowers, think that we're engaged in currently. I just
Correct.
wanted you to explain that legally. We could do that.
We could.
Just to clarify, what you're talking about is applying the lien on the internal account and not going beyond that at this point.
Well, I guess my concern is that you open the door first, and then that opportunity is there. And like I said, I may not be sitting here at that time, but it's certainly not something I would be comfortable with.
Danny Robbins?
Director Flowers, is there a local mechanism that you know of where we can bypass the state in terms of if there's folks, and there's going to be folks that are innocent, can we do something at a local level or direct staff to look at a local policy where we can do give them their refund back directly from the county level, or would you guys prefer it would stay with the state, just to keep it simple, and not burden them in any other way?
I'm not equipped to answer that, but I know my friend here is.
Hernando County, I believe, is one of the few counties that actually has their own internal process for doing a refund. Now, my understanding is similar to the state's process. They do ask them to get proof from the court again that they were found not guilty on all charges in order to be eligible for a refund. My attempts to contact anyone over there proved fruitless, unfortunately, so I wasn't able to get any feedback as to how it went. But it is in their process that you can read. That's all new inmates review as well. So that is one county that does it that way. Again, if they're going to seek all the funds they're entitled to for someone who is not guilty, I think the state's idea of streamlining it into one application process probably makes it much easier for all of them than having to try to proceed against all 4 individual agencies separately to get their refund. And usually, from my understanding, the lion's share isn't the subsistence fees, it's the public defender application fees, the ministerial fees for the sheriff's department, and the clerk of courts related fees. So that's one application handled by the state, which generally I think is why so few counties actually do it in-house, because it's just so much easier for the inmates to do the one form.
I appreciate it. And looking at this thing, looking at the big picture, I get a bunch of questions. How much does it cost for an inmate a day? We've already kind of put that out there. It's roughly $100 a day, give or take. You compound that, we have about, on average, 1,100 of our inmates, excluding state. So it can become very costly, and you compound that over the course of the year, you're looking at millions, but it's a fraction of the overall cost, and I think you're being more than reasonable. But the biggest thing here is, we've identified things in the last few months in terms of corrections, our law enforcement, our support for our first responders, and I'd be interested in thinking about this, how we can use this for retention bonuses or parity pay for those folks, and look at that and use some of this if it's the direction that this council wants to go. But on the taxpayer end, it does. It's not a panacea, a fix-all, but it does reduce the tax burden overall. I mean, that's a given. holds inmates more accountable. You may see a reduction in crime. I know when I was in law enforcement, we were kind of, no offense, none of y'all were here probably, but laughingstock. People wanted to get locked up in Volusia County because we didn't do this. You know, so we can look at using this money for possible jail reform, looking at inmate programs or expanding some of that. So the options are there. Like I said, I think you're being more than fair. This is not meant, obviously, to be excessively detrimental to somebody, you know, but the burden on the taxpayer, and this, to me, this makes sense. But something that I wanted to do is, after a year, if the council did decide to go this direction, is look to see how we can continuously fund our law enforcement and see if any of these excess funds can be maybe pushed or give back to the arresting agencies. So, you know, each of us can really hold our hat on something that is county-wide, you know, and can be really effective, because we don't know how this market's going to go. But if we have a funding source for our municipalities, for our arresting agencies, I'd like to see that, because I think it would go a long way with our community. And that's all I have.
Heather Post.
So I'm wondering what your opinion is on the idea of getting this money in, but then giving it away again.
Well, personally, I would not want to give it back from the county perspective. I think, you know, the state has, my recommendation is we stay with what's already there. We don't turn around and give the money back. They have a process. The whole idea here is to offset the inmate's expense. And when the inmate is sitting there for a year due to trials and whatnot, he has eaten 365 days that year, guaranteed. He's worn our clothing, possibly ripped some of it, whatever the case is. So I would not, you know, recommend that we go back and start, you know, giving the money back, so to speak. I would be more than happy to give them a packet of information. If you're found innocent, here's what you should do. And then give them that when they get released from jail, and then that gives them a step and place and time. We already have some of that takes place now on occasion, where people get released from jail, their charges get dropped and whatnot. The first thing they want to do is get that mug shot off of the internet, because it's blasted out. Anybody that wants it can get it. Problem is there's a process for that as well, and we can't arbitrarily just go and take mug shots off. It has to go through the process, and if we don't get a court order to do it, we're not going to touch it. So some of what Ms. Gertman was talking about is some of that's already in play. I mean, it has to go through the court system. I would steer clear of giving them money back and just, you know, forwarding them straight to the state, who has the program in place to reward them that money.
I support that.
Heather Post.
So I know that we've had many conversations about the jail basically does hemorrhage money because you're putting out lots of money, just like any other jail and any other jurisdiction. You're putting out lots of money and not getting a whole lot in. And so I know that I am consistently looking for ways to provide you money for sure. And very glad that we did that through the ARPA to work on the facilities. But
we are as well.
Yes. But I have a couple of different areas that I wanted to touch on. So I really wanted to clarify on the liens. So everybody's mentioning News Journal articles, but I have to tell you, I don't read any of those, and I don't know so I have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm fairly certain that there might be some other people out there who feel the same. So I'm not sure what was discussed about liens, but if you could clarify for me, because I know that in talking with anyone in the court system, the idea of doing that, the court system is also hemorrhaging and very overburdened, and certainly we don't want to add to that by now providing for liens for our inmate collections. So
this is essentially not something we'd have to file with the county clerk. This is just something we pretty much do on hand, is we have something in our ledger saying that this inmate has been there for X amount of time. We wouldn't have to go through a court system to get money from this lien. Essentially, it's just when they go back in, if there's money that appears in their inmate account again, we essentially use, you know, the lien itself as a method for just withdrawing extra money from that was owed us originally.
And that's basically that discussion we had about the 3 years?
Exactly.
So within the 3-year time period, if they did happen to come back through again, it would be taken out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the counterclaim suits, so being on the claims committee, I know we've had this discussion before with a previous county attorney, but my hesitance then, and my discussions about it then, was so many of the suits that come in front of the claims committee are injurious from like Votran. Most of them actually are from Votran or some sort of auto accident of some kind. And what I kept seeing was when the county was actually liable in some way for injuring a citizen in an auto accident of some kind, whether it's Votran or whatever. And then we were going to them and saying, hey, you were once in jail in our system, and so we're going to minus that from what you're owed. And totally not comfortable with that at the time, because we were not doing that to anyone other than the people we injured. So on the counterclaims, I just want to be very, very sure that we are, you mentioned 5 years?
Correct.
So there is a difference in the time frame.
Yes.
And, okay.
And this is something that we'd be asserting only on individuals who are suing us, so.
But all the auto accidents and seem to be suing us, right? So if we bump into them, we run over them, we another car hits another car, not on purpose, but all of those are lawsuits for the county. So
I currently have about a dozen plaintiffs that this would likely apply to. And although some are auto accidents, they also involve inmates who have alleged that they've slipped and fallen in their jail cell or had
we've
some
talked
other
about those,
complaints.
but I'm more worried about the auto accidents and things where we have actually, I say we, but where we're liable or we're the cause of the injury, but then we're turning around and charging. I just have an issue with that.
Sure.
So
I guess the goal of it is so that we can recover expenses that taxpayers have incurred in the event that we are, we're trying to recover our own money that we might be giving to these individuals. So.
Okay. I would like to, I don't know, on that end, maybe if we're found, if we're found negligent, that we not do that, because that doesn't seem.
And it's often would be used, just as part of negotiation, where.
I understand, that was the discussion before, but
Sure.
It's still the same premise. Okay, a couple other things. In terms of the inmates that are housed in the jail, I saw the number 578,312 inmates went through. Yeah? That was what? I can't hear you, Barb.
You said was bed days, 578,312 bed days, correct?
Correct. So that means there's one of our beds was filled that many times in that year.
Okay. So I'm looking at the percentages, though. So we talked about recidivism, and in Volusia County, recidivism is known or discussed, especially through One Voice Volusia, to be higher than in surrounding counties. And I'm looking at, we're saying that 85% of our current inmates have been in before, and then 65% of all inmates booked last year have been in before. I've got from One Voice and the Florida Youth Substance Abuse Network, 33% of Volusia County middle school and high school students have had an incarcerated family member versus 27% of state respondents. So we are much higher in the recidivism rate. And I know that we've talked in the past about you have so many programs within corrections to assist sort of on working on them when they're in the inside, but then we let them out, and then all of a sudden they're on their own, and then we get them again, and then you work on them on the inside, and then and we just keep going through this process. And I think somehow we need to be talking more, and we've had this discussion with community services as well. Community services, you know, us talking about on the outside, discussing with the inside to try and work on the recidivism part. If we are higher in Volusia County, I have to wonder about any type of effect on doing this and then sending them out in the community with even less and they're in the same cycle, but now they have less money. That's going to have a great impact on people that are, you know, counting their change, et cetera. And I'm just wondering how that might end up affecting our recidivism rate in Volusia County if we do that.
So, yeah, recidivism is a term really derived from prisons because they have them long-term.
Well, the revolving door in our jail then.
The revolving door in our jail, which, you know, I personally don't count recidivism in Volusia County because if I let Earl out today and Earl goes down drinking on the street and gets rearrested, my percentage is going to be extremely high just because Earl likes to drink. He's only getting a 3-day sentence every time Earl comes to court, and then he goes right back to the same lifestyle. I can tell you this, in the last 2 months, I've had 9 males and 1 female receive their forklift certification program. They have a pathway to success if they use what we give them in the jail. So I personally don't like talking recidivism in the county jail because we all suck at it, to be quite frank with you. The percentages are very high, and you tweak your numbers, and that'll tell you what your recidivism rate is. And then it sort of becomes a competition between the jails, and the next thing you know, everybody's down to 4% recidivism rate. In reality, that's not even close to being accurate. What we try to do in this jail is try to give the inmates some light at the end of their tunnel, so to speak, whether it's through anger management, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, life skills, things of that nature. We try to get them all successful, but the fact that they come through and they get short sentences, they're going to go back to the same lifestyle. We're picking folks that will truly tell us, or we believe that they want to make changes in their lives, and those are the ones that we're going to focus our efforts on, because there are some, I won't mention any particular crime like drug dealers, that will not become certified in the forklift operation because they're making $60,000 a night pushing drugs. And my recidivism rate will never be 13% or 14%. That's why I don't even spend time. To me, it's counting a worthless widget, so to speak. But what I will promise you in Volusia County, what we're trying to do is we're trying to offer these folks some tools that they can put in their toolbox to help them handle their anger better, how to become a better parent for their children, how to be more involved with their children, and how to make better decisions when they get out. And sometimes I get them for 30 days, sometimes I get them for 11 months. Those that have 11 months obviously might go through our heavy equipment operator program or might get in that forklift operation. Some of them tell you, I'm straight up not interested. I'm going back to my same lifestyle because the chance of getting caught does not outweigh the money that I'm making. So we keep it real with them, and in turn, they keep it real with us. So I don't want to mislead the council in thinking that 60%, that's the nation average, 60 to 60%, even on the prison side of recidivism. I don't want you getting focused on recidivism rates in Volusia County because it's not correct.
Well, I think the question I had asked, maybe not recidivism, but was just who had been in our jail before.
I've got one or two that's been in there 100 times.
Okay. And we're talking about, so your ask in totality is 25 a day? Did I get that?
20 per day for, one-time booking fee, $20 a day when you get processed into the jail. Many of them have debit cards. We'll take it right then and there. They want to pay it, then it doesn't go on their books. It'll be there, but it's say paid. And then every day after that, they'll start collecting a $5 daily subsistence fee. So we're asking for a $20 booking fee. We don't know how it's going to work out, honestly. You know, we can survey everybody, but until we really do it, we're not going to know what the positive impact is. But right now, what I can promise you is we're not collecting anything. So something, in my opinion, is definitely better than nothing, even if it's small crumbs. And if it starts showing success, then I'll present again and ask for it to go up again to help offset that $57 million as a taxpayer in Volusia County. I'm wanting you to vote yes, personally, because I'm tired of paying everything and my taxes going up as a resident of this great county. And if I've got an avenue, I'll be honest with you, Ms. Gertman, there are a few that are indigent, but they don't hesitate to get their honey bun funds from their mamas and their grandmas and their 5 and 6 girlfriends and anybody else. So that's the targeted area when they send that money in. Instead of letting them just buy the honey buns, we want them to help pay for some of their stay. I don't want to be the laughing stock. Don't want the inmates coming to Volusia County because we give them TVs but we don't charge them anything. All of those around us are charging. We're the ones that aren't. We're missing the boat.
Do we have any idea what the average amount in the inmate accounts are? Like for a typical
I'd have to
inmate?
run that. I don't have that in front of me. Okay. We had an issue. The only reason I knew of the ladies that had some high dollar amounts because we had some issues going on, and that's how I got aware of that.
How does someone end up with $30,000 in?
We have no limit.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to give all my secrets out online, but our investigative folks do a lot of work with the SO, and that's how we became aware of the $30,000. We were doing some strategic and covert stuff with the SO or one of the agencies.
Okay, I don't understand what you just said at all, but
we'll
just move on.
I can talk to you offline. I don't want to talk about that on
okay,
the
no problem.
internet.
Okay, well, we certainly haven't been in law enforcement for basically 2 decades. I've always been, with the mindset of people that are arrested need to pay what they should be paying, right? And that we need to be doing that kind of stuff. I will also tell you that in this role, I've really been looking at what you put out and the different programs that you do, and really looking at a lot of the issues within the county. And we do have a high rate of people going in and out of jail, and we do have a high poverty rate in Volusia County. And I'm just a little worried about any ripple effect that it might have in the community, because not everybody that comes in is a high dollar drug dealer. And I would suffice it to say, out of all the arrests that I had made, that probably most of them are not. They are just a lot of the lower income. So I would just, if this does pass, I would love to see. I think it'd be very hard to come back in 6 months even to look at it and to even sort of be able to correlate in any way how this impacts the community.
I would agree. We're thinking maybe 2 years, probably at the earliest, to give us a fair assessment.
But then, even then, how would we really correlate it back to that? I don't.
Well, as a taxpayer, I'd love to see that we collected $1 million, so now I don't have to pay $1 million of my tax dollars to feed inmates who went out and broke the law.
Yeah.
Whether they were innocent or guilty, we still fed them, we still clothed them. It'd be amazing how many of them come to us sicker than you can imagine. We get them all cleaned up, we send them back out in the community, and sometimes it's a vicious cycle and they continue to come back to us. We're not trying to fix it all, promise you that. We're just trying to get a start, and we feel that this is a fair starting point.
Okay. I greatly appreciate all the research that you've done and your work on this as well.
It was a full team for sure, and there are some that aren't here right now, but actually my assistant director's in the back, so he's done the heavy lifting as well.
I noticed with staff too, back in November, Ms. Gertman had asked about bringing back information on examining payment to inmates for serving on work crews, and I saw that that was addressed. So I appreciate that as well. And all right, thanks.
Ben Johnson, as former sheriff, I've been looking forward to you adding your insight.
Money is money. And I disagree with this post about, for instance, if somebody has a wreck in a Votran bus, because every ambulance chaser in the world jumps on that one, and you have what you call nuisance settlements, which you put money in their pocket that they're going to spend. Or they may win the lottery, or get coronavirus money, which is happening. People in jail are getting coronavirus money. Am I not correct on that?
You are correct.
So we're paying prisoners that don't have a job money. So I very much think that it doesn't matter. If they get out of jail and they win the lottery, they have an accident and they get some money, that we need to go after that money. And I'm going to make a motion. Now, the meals fall under the daily fee, do they not?
They do, yes, they do.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept, that we implement inmate substance fees and counterclaims for cost of incarceration to help defray cost of incarcerating inmates at the rate of $5 daily and a $20 booking fee, and follow the state reimbursement program. And did you say you wanted to take the counterclaim issue in a separate, or can it?
Commissioner Gertman said she would like to take each one separately.
All right, well, I'm going to make that motion that I just had.
So the $5 subsistence fee and the $20 booking fee?
Yes, and that we follow the state reimbursement program, not a local reimbursement program, and we not limit it to anything. We leave it, if they have money, we go after the money.
Okay, so that's the motion by Johnson, is to take these three separate fees: the first-time booking fee of $20, the substance fee of $5, and the statutory offset of $50. Is there a second on that?
Yeah.
Second by Lowry. And so we'll open that up to discussion. Barb Gertman.
So a $5 a day sustenance fee for anybody who's there more than 30 days is $150, which I think is high. I think it's, if I were going to consider something, I would like to see half of that at $250. So you say the difference of $1.00, what'd you say, $1.30 per meal? So
$1.03.
$1.03.
$1.03 per meal, yes.
Yeah. I think $150 for someone who doesn't have, and someone else is contributing to their stay and welfare, I think $150 is a lot. So.
Okay. We'll have to see, we'll see how the vote goes on this one. Danny Robbins.
Director Flowers, is it safe to say that it's that meal price, how is that comparable to the outside? I mean, we know how much this stuff costs, but like I said, at $100 a day with 1,200 inmates, we're really not asking for much. Is that on the cheap end, for the meals, or is that? Yeah.
Yes, sir, it is. It's actually on the cheap end of some of our meals. It actually went up a little bit from the last contract to this one based on inflation and food costs. Thank goodness we're in a contract now, so it can't advance as the meal costs go up. And it's becoming a challenge at this point.
And understood, and we're at the highest inflation rate here in about the last 40 years. Now, we can always come back and bring this back in front of the council to, if things level out, but I'm in support of your recommendation. If I need to make that motion, I will.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one more note on it, maybe this will help Ms. Gertman a little bit. We will not be able to implement this immediately. Right now, the last council meeting, you all selected O'Keefe or Keefe as our commissary provider. The banking process that's going to help us do this is part of that contract, and it is still being worked out. So I've got a target date of October 1st to stick along with the budget year that we would actually implement this, hopefully in October 1st. And that would give us time to get the contract in place, get the inmate banking in place, and get the word out across the street and let everybody know. I'd love it greatly if our crime rate went down 50% based on that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor already for the subsistence fee of $5. Barbara would like to see it less, but the motion is for $5. A booking fee of $20. I'd like to see it at $30, but it's already on the table at $20. And the statutory offset at $50. Just a couple questions for you, because my main concern was what Councilwoman Gertman brought up for the innocent. If they're innocent, if they're proven innocent, I know that they ate the meals and they might have got medical attention, but they were innocent and they were there against their will and had to be proven innocent. So I'm glad that we're, I don't want to see them charged. So I was going back and forth in my mind, do we have our own way of handling that, or do we rely on the state? And it sounds like from what you said, the state is probably the best way, since there's so many different moving parts to it. It's one application, and it might be a wait. I know what it's like to wait on the state. If they would come and take their state prisoners, that would go a long way to helping the corrections monetary problems. So I hope they don't take as long to do this as they are doing that. But I must have misunderstood. I think the attorney said that we're not pursuing collections. How? So this is all just they're owed, but they only pay it if they want to?
It's only if they have money in their inmate accounts. So what we're asking right now is to be able to collect directly from their inmate money accounts, which they used. Director Flowers often refers to as the Honey Bun Fund. We'll collect money directly from that as 951.033 allows and place liens on that account. We have not asked the council to look into a third-party lien debt collection agency or anything like that.
That clears it up.
What we're asking is just to be able to take from that account.
Okay, so if there's money in the account. Okay, looks like we have two other questions before we call for the vote. Fred Lowry.
I never dreamed this morning we would be discussing honey buns so much today. This has been interesting. We might have to take a 5-minute snack break. I don't know. Anyway, I was kind of thinking of a little higher booking fee too. I was just going to ask Mr. Ben what his thoughts were on the $20, where he came to that. Was that just a starting point or a thought, or?
We can always go higher. The main thing is to get something on the books to at least get started.
That's what I thought. Well, I'd like to.
You know, I really think after we look at this for a little while, that a year or whatever, that it comes back for evaluation to see how it's working or what do we need to change. But get a start on the books right now without sticker shock.
Okay. I'd like to see where this goes. I'd like to.
If it's the will of the council,
I'd like to amend the motion to go to $30 on the booking fee. If I can get a second.
Okay, and then I'll allow Barb, after we get through this one, if she wants to amend it for the substance fee. But the request is, motion by Lowry to amend this for the one-time booking fee from $20 to $30,
Yes, sir. Yes,
correct? Is there a second on that?
I'll second that.
And I'll support it.
Okay, Lowry makes a motion, Robbins makes the second, and I hope I can read this when I'm done. Are you getting all this, Carissa? To move from $20 to $30. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I had a question before the vote.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Well, I didn't see your name, actually.
I didn't put it up because then I would have been way down here. There's lots of people.
And then Michael Dyer, did you want to speak to this before we vote on the
Yes.
amendment?
Yes. I'll wait till after Ms. Post.
Okay.
Director Flowers, I just, so your recommendation was the 20 and the 5, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that, I see you're just looking at the average, or?
We just took the average and wanted to give you a starting place. We definitely would,
Take
be
the
very
30.
optimistic at a $30. I mean, it's not exceeding any other jail in Florida, and there are some out there. And what the jails in Florida told us initially, it was a shocker to them, to the inmate population, but now it's just day-to-day business, and they become accustomed to that. We're hoping that we have the same results, obviously, here.
Okay, I just wanted to hear, because that was your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a couple things that are going to happen before the final vote. Right now, we're working on amendments, so we know what the final vote is. This is just for amending on the one-time booking fee of 20 to 30. Everybody agree that's what we're voting on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then, Fred, did you have something else to?
I'm sorry, no, my bad.
And then, Michael, did you want to speak before this vote on the amendment?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, all in favor of adjusting that one-time booking fee from $20 to $30, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, Billy, you voted yes? Okay, so that motion carries 6-1. Barb, in all fairness, I need to give you the opportunity to amend the substance fee from $5 to, you said, $1.50 before we take that final vote.
I said $2.50, but I think I stand alone, so, whatever the council wants, but I feel a way about it, so.
I might actually
I'll make a motion to reduce the sustenance fee from $5 to $2.50. So it's $75 a month and not $150.
That would be $100 for the first month for the booking,
$250.
right? If they were in 30 days?
I got my doctorate in public safety, not math,
I was
so.
going to say, me too. I'm not a
It's not
math.
math, it's arithmetic.
30 days
Gotcha.
at $5 is $150, so half of that is $75.
Yeah, okay,
Okay. And the second was by post?
okay.
Yes.
So this amendment is to reduce the substance fee from $5 to $2.50 a day. Any other discussion on that? Then we'll vote on that amendment only. These are only for amendments. All in favor for the reduction, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And I think if it wasn't clear to anybody else, I don't mind calling the roll, but I think it was 5-2 against. Okay. Okay. Now, we have two members of the public that would like to speak before we vote, and I think we have Councilman Lowry and County Attorney Michael Dyer would like to speak to it before we vote. You're done. Okay. Michael Dyer?
I keep forgetting to do that, sorry.
It's all right.
And just to clarify, I think, just want to make sure it's okay with the maker of the motion and the second and council. And Kevin, you can clarify, but the counterclaim authority, which is incorporated into this motion, my understanding was we're asking for the ability to apply 960.297, which is in many cases $50 a day, but it can be high, a different rate depending on the offense. So we're just asking for the authority to apply what the statute would authorize.
Yeah, that was included, the $50, correct?
Correct. It's $50 a day. Now, if you got sentenced to life, it's hard to know what day that is. So that's why the statute says $250,000 if you got
Right.
sentenced basically to a life sentence.
That was included in the original motion that has now been amended twice.
Yeah.
And so far, there's no call to amend that.
Just, I thought so. I just wanted to clarify in case anybody
I thought it was
disagreed
being
with me.
taken separately. I thought it was a separate motion.
No, the original motion was to put them all together,
Oh.
and that's why I gave you the opportunity to amend and Mr. Lowry to amend.
Mr. Brower, I think that she is correct. I was going to do it, and you and I looked at each other, so I don't believe the counterclaim was in that. We may have to go back and check, but we want to make sure that we're correct on this. If I did put the counterclaim in there, I want to leave it, but I just want to make sure.
Your motion was for the sustenance fees to be at $5 daily and a $20 booking fee, and also to follow the state's reimbursement program, which I just understand.
Would that take care of the counterclaim?
No.
I don't think so. I think we have to do it separate, as Ms. Gertman said, because I believe I was originally going to do that, and you mentioned, Mr. Brower, said, well, I thought she wanted to take it separate, and I didn't add it to it. Correct?
Okay.
It'd be a separate motion.
So we'll come back for the $50 when we're done this vote. Okay. Members of the public, I believe the first one that I was handed was Doyle Lewis. And that will be followed, you will be followed by John Nicholson, who's using up his third and final.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Doyle Lewis. This is the reason why I came here today. Doyle Lewis from Daytona Beach, Florida. The entire reason I know how people can change people's lives for the negative is because I'm standing here today. And there's another reason. You can also change somebody's life for the positive. I've always lived my life on the positive side. Never really wanted to argue until I came to Central Florida in Volusia County. I grew up around military. Trust me, military loves to argue. It's one of the reasons why I told you I lived in the middle of nowhere. It's very hard to argue when there's one person standing there. So the reason why I love keeping a smile on my face is because I don't like to argue. But now I'm looking at becoming a lawyer, which what do they do to make money? They have arguments. You talk about counting money. Now you're talking about being a banker. My uncle was a banker. The way you have millions of dollars is you actually count increments of pennies. Without doing that, you have no money. Every dollar that's in our pocket, in our banks, if you don't know it, it's federal money. Check it out. Look for the definition of United States currency. It's federal money. I believe the freedoms of the American public have been attacked in the last 20 years. And I believe that the more you regulate how somebody lives and what roof they have and the keys to the door they're in, you're taking away the American public's freedoms, and you're regulating what they can do for a living and how much money they can make, because I know that. I had a great uncle. He told me one thing: the best way to make money is when you can sleep and do it. I can do that. So, I'm actually against making sure you take all the American freedoms away, because a police officer, if he doesn't like you, he can make a way to put you in jail. I've had it happen. My in-laws were in the nursing programs. Doctors can actually make you sound like you're insane when you're not. So I'd really think about the Freedoms Act of how you're going to control the inmates and charge them money without having their signature.
Tony, can you hold up 1 second? I haven't seen you here before, so I don't know if you're aware of how we have this new system of keeping time.
Yes.
Each speaker has 3 minutes.
I've seen it.
We used to have this really annoying beeper that would go off. We don't have it, so now I have to be the annoying speaker. I'm going to allow you to continue unless the rest of the council says no, but if just...
I'm good.
Thank you.
I was watching it.
Okay.
So I just wanted you to hear
It just
me.
disappeared from my screen. I don't know what it's doing on yours.
Well, I want to keep a smile and still not like me.
Never said that.
All right.
That's why I said you can continue. Okay. Barbara Gartman, your name is up. Now it's not. Okay, so I believe that we have one more speaker, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. Jeff, if people didn't realize, you don't like me. This is, to me, is a user fee, all right? We charge when we get things. Now, I know Barbara said, okay, taxpayers have plenty of money, they'll pay for it. Well, I don't like raising taxes, and he will have to raise taxes. If you ask him, that $100 is not set in stone. It may be higher than $100. So all he's asking, which I'm not fond of, is only 5% recovery. You're getting, was it $3.09 for food and $1.97 for everything else. Electricity costs, and he has to pay electric bills like everybody else. He pays water bills like everybody else. He pays insurance like everybody else. There are so many hidden fees that they have to pay. I don't like the idea of constantly saying, oh, well, the taxpayers will pay for it. It's a user fee. I remember going down on the beach and not having to pay a dime. And then it's, oh, well, we're unifying the beach, it'll only be $1. So what are you charging now for that $1 to drive on the beach? $20. This $5 is nothing. I asked him earlier, I said, well, can we find anything else? I don't want to leave any money on the table because these people are getting benefits. Cable doesn't come cheap. I know it's beneficial to have cable in the jail so they can watch it and spend their time, but it does cost. So all of these things cost. Getting a few dollars left back to pay for the cable, to pay for whatever, we need to do it. Now, we're told that they can't charge X, Y, and Z, but can they charge an EBT card, food card, for the food costs for those that are indigent? 40% don't have any money. Well, take it off their EBT card. Every day, wipe. All right? I don't know if they do SSI, whether that's the ability, or disability payments. There are all kinds of payments. Are all of them off the table, or are some of them on? If there's some of them on, let's get it back. That $1,200 a month, COVID, that's real money. And $5 a day is pittance out of that kind of money. I had neighbors that would refuse to go to work because they didn't have to. They're getting $600 a week, $2,400, plus $390 or whatever it was from the state. They didn't have to work. If they were in jail, that money sat there. Everybody should pay their fair share. I would ask you to look at every department, fire department, whatever, to be able to recoup some of the cost, because pennies add up. And $1 million here and $1 million here may not seem a lot to you guys, but to a taxpayer, a couple of $1 million is a couple of $1 million.
Thank you. Okay, so if I have this right at this point, the motion on the table for a vote is the one-time booking fee of $30 now, amended from $20, and the subsistence fee of $5. And then we'll come back to the offset fee. That agrees with what you have? Chris agreed?
Yes, it would be a $5 fee, the $30 booking fee, and to follow the state's reimbursement program.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Billy, are you picking up all this?
Aye.
I just didn't know if you picked up because there was a lot of changes there. Okay. Any opposed? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I believe the motion carries 6-1 for that. And then we need a motion for the, Michael Dyer, I'm calling it the statutory offset. Is there a better legal name that you would prefer me to use?
No, I think that's accurate.
Okay, at $50. Is there a motion for that? Motion by Lowry, second by Johnson. Any discussion? Barb Gertman.
I have the same concern that Councilwoman Post had regarding collections of lawsuits for certain types of incidents. When you first brought it up, I thought it was for suits specific to the jail. And it sounds like it's anything that a resident would seek collections from the county.
It's correct that the statute authorizes collections even if it is for a counterclaim that did not arise out of an incident at the jail itself. So if you have a convicted offender who leaves jail and sues the county over an incident that happened after the individual left jail 6 months after that, then the statute would still provide us with the authorization to pursue a counterclaim if they sue the county.
And it was $50 a day for that, for the person's stay. So again, if they're there for a year, it's $365 times 50.
Correct.
And what was the $250,000?
That's in case the individual is sentenced for a capital felony like murder or a life felony, where you don't have a day number associated with that. So it's just kind of a $250,000 flat counterclaim that you could pursue. Practically speaking, that would be, rarely something that we would require or need for our purposes, but generally speaking, for non-capital or life felonies, the liquidated damages amount is $50 a day for the time that they spent incarcerated.
And we're saying that we've looked at the other 67 counties, and that's a standard that's being applied?
I guess the survey that was done with the 67 counties was based on the subsistence costs and the booking charges. I can tell you that I know that the state of Florida does pursue the counterclaims because when I was in private practice, we represented the state of Florida and we did it on their behalf. I know Seminole County has done it because there's an 11th Circuit opinion that authorized and said that it was not a violation of due process to pursue the counterclaims. Flagler County's done it, Miami-Dade. So I can't tell you the percentage, but I know that it is done. And the statute itself is specifically authorizing it as a counterclaim in any civil action. So I think it's fair to say that that's what the statute is for.
Yeah. I guess I have the same concern that if it's at the negligence of county, I just feel that it's like a double jeopardy against that.
Sure. Well, I mean, these would likely be individuals who are at least alleging negligence on the part of the county. I can tell you that, generally speaking, most of these cases are, you would think, on the lower spectrum of merit. Not all, but most are. And I can tell you that of those that we would be applying to, many are, really bad actors. there may be an
So
outlier.
what happens with the one good actor?
Well,
That it was a true incident? I mean, they would be held to the same standard as the bad actors, correct?
Well, we would be able to assert the county's expenses that the taxpayers have paid for their costs of incarceration. So, yes.
Okay.
Even if, they may have a legitimate claim, but we also have a legitimate claim ourselves. So that would be the counterclaim.
I don't see any other questions or discussion, so we'll call the vote on the statutory offset fee of $50. And I have Carissa, the motion by Lowry, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is that two opposed? Lowry. Post and Gartman are, but the motion carries 5-2.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify one thing that Mr. Nichols said. I don't want the taxpayers thinking that they're paying for inmate cable. That comes out of that honey bun fund. Taxpayer money is not used to pay for inmates to watch TV. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think if I can read through all my writing here, we're still on the same page for item 12. Michael Dyer.
Just would like to recognize Chris Ryan in our office. This was his first council presentation. We threw him into a difficult one, but I wanted to recognize him, and he's been a good member of the team.
Did you not recognize him when he walked in?
It was the mask.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Okay, item 12, internal audit of capital improvement projects. Jonathan Edwards.
Good afternoon, council members. Jonathan Edwards, internal auditor. Today I'm presenting the internal audit report of the capital improvement projects. The audit scope was October 1st, 2018 through August 31st, 2021. The purpose was to perform audit procedures to gain a reasonable degree of assurance that the county resources are being accounted for, that projects are being carried out economically and efficiently, that adequate controls exist over capital project planning, design, construction, and post-construction phases, and that staff are thinking ahead. To accomplish the audit objectives, I reviewed resolutions, laws, policies, and regulations, procedures. I reviewed best practices and how the county implemented these, reviewed the county's comprehensive plan and how it relates to capital projects. I reviewed contracts, change orders, invoices, pay applications, grant reimbursement forms, and I also tested controls to ensure compliance with the policies and ensure that assets were being recorded into the accounting system when they were completed. During this time frame, there were 102 capital projects either in progress or completed. This amounted to $420 million during this time. I tested 10 projects that totaled $41 million, or 10% of the projects. In the report, tables 2 and 3 provide details of the projects tested. For each of the 10 projects, there were 56 different items specifically tested, covering all phases of a project. There were also over 650 pay applications, invoices, and financial transactions reviewed. Based on the results of the audit, there is room for improvement and enhancements, but there were no recurring major deficiencies noted. I grouped the report into 4 areas: policy handbook, budgeting and planning, accounting, financial reporting, and communications. On the capital policy handbook, an internal capital project handbook or policy does not exist. There's a general policy within the annual budget book, but it is very broad. The Government Finance Officers Association, or the GFOA, has established several best practices that relate to capital projects. The county maintains many of these policies and even acts with the best practices in mind, yet there's not a single written handbook. Policies are spread out between the county's comprehensive plan, the CIP document, the budget document, or just a general understanding among staff. From start to finish, the capital projects the process is a very collaborative effort and involves many staff from many different divisions. By not having a single handbook, employees may not understand all the policies, which may lead to confusion. Projects may not meet the needs of the county, or it may impact if a project is completed on time or on budget. Therefore, I recommend that a written capital projects handbook be approved to provide information and directives to employees that defines their roles and responsibilities, objectives and guidelines, definitions, details of the process, expectations, and strategies involved. Also include a policy on the frequency of presentations to council on project updates. I also recommend that a standard lessons learned document and presentation be implemented and shared after the completion of the project, and share that with other project managers so that they can learn and apply those lessons to their own project. Staff agreed with these recommendations and will incorporate the policies already in place into a written handbook. They will also include requirements for lessons learned to be completed and the frequency of the reporting to council. On budgeting and planning, individual divisions and departments will internally rank capital projects, but this ranking is not included or documented in the CIP book. The county's comprehensive plan sets 8 different criteria that projects should be ranked against. It also requires that projects be listed as funded or unfunded and assigned a level of priority for funding. Also, a GFOA best practice is to link how the CIP decisions relate to the master plans or to comprehensive plans. Staff do update levels of service on the internal schedules and post some reports to the website. For example, the traffic engineering division updates reports on the annual critical and near critical roadways, the average daily traffic counts, and other reports. Additionally, occasionally council will hold workshops like the one held in June of last year where infrastructure was discussed. However, discussions on other capital projects such as parks, facilities, and other needs are not frequently held. To understand how capital projects are prioritized and funded, citizens must search through many documents on our website. Even then, it may not be clear how a project was evaluated and prioritized. Best practice is to also include in the CIP document the ongoing operational impacts once the project is completed. For example, does the project increase operating revenues? Does it increase operating expenditures? Or if the project's finished, does it provide additional cost savings to the county? Including this information in the CIP book will help strengthen council's knowledge on the total impact of the capital project when it's being discussed and approved. Therefore, I recommend documenting within the CIP book the priority rankings, include unfunded projects, link projects to the comprehensive plan, include the operating impacts of the completed projects. I also recommend highlighting capital needs of the county throughout the budget process, and this can be accomplished in the budget workshops that the county manager is already implementing this budget season. On the accounting and financial reporting, staff prepare a quarterly CPS or capital project schedule report. These quarterly CPS reports are used for monitoring the progress of the capital projects by council and by extension the public. The report summarizes the project scope, actions council has taken, and provides cost and funding sources for the project. It may also include pictures or conceptual drawings of the project. The report lists the project cost. However, depending on the phase of the project, it may be the estimated cost or is the contracted cost of the design, engineering, and construction. The report does not always include other costs, such as acquisition, demolition, or other costs necessary to complete the project. For example, the final report of the Gozi Beach Park listed the cost as $572,000. However, this only included the design and construction cost. It did not include the 2014 acquisition and demolition cost when the site was purchased with the purpose of it being for off-beach parking. The total cost of the park, including acquisition, demolition, design, construction, and other costs, was just over $1.8 million. Another example was the Shell Harbor Park. The final report listed the cost just over $2 million. However, after hearing comments from the public that the park would only be open dawn to dusk, council approved it to be open 24/7. Also approved during that time was lighting, light poles, water stations, and a pavilion for the park. These changes brought the final total cost to $2.1 million, which were not included on the final CPS report. When projects are initiated and approved, staff create and assign a unique code within the accounting system. This allows all transactions for a project to be recorded and identified regardless of the funding source. Financial reports can then be generated on the project. Since the CPS reports are used by council, the county manager, and the public, it is important that the information is accurate and clear. I recommend that all project-related financial transactions are captured and recorded so that the CPS reports have accurate and clear information on the project cost. Staff agreed and will be ensuring that all project-related costs are included, and this will be incorporated into the new CIP handbook. The Northeast Public Works Facility project I was going to talk further about that, but the CFO, Osowski, covered this earlier in the consent agenda, and council approved transferring the interest earnings and the sale proceeds. There was agreement between the county and the city of DeBary. In January 2018, council approved an agreement where the county provided the city of DeBary with $110,000 for engineering costs for the Fort Florida Road and Water Utility Project. The agreement stated that any unspent funds would be returned to the county. The county share of the unspent monies was approximately $62,000 when it was completed. Staff had not followed up with the city for the cost to determine if a refund was due. In researching this 2018 agreement, it was discovered that another agreement was done in 1999. Here, the city agreed and contributed $400,000 for water and wastewater infrastructure improvements along Highway 1792. Between 2002 and 2013, the county contributed $53,000 towards this. In 2019, the county received $227,000 in fees that were properly applied to this agreement. This left a balance of $118,000 owed to the city from the county. Neither of these agreements were provided to the finance department so that they could be recorded into the accounting system. As proven with the 1999 agreement, staff turnover occurs, and if it's not recorded in the accounting system and followed up, they may be forgotten or misplaced. I recommend that staff record the receivable and payable balances to properly reflect the amounts owed to and from the city, and in the future, ensure that these agreements are provided to the accounting director. Staff agreed on these two and have already recorded the agreements into the general ledger. And then the final area was on communications. Public input and participation meetings for capital projects are held when they're required by the granting agencies, and sometimes other times during the year for other projects. For example, in the fall of 2021, the engineering division held meetings of the county's road program in each of the 4 impact fee zones within the county. Staff also created a form on the website to allow additional public input. These meetings are not always well attended, even though they were posted to the county's calendar, social media accounts, and released to the press. Public participation and stakeholder involvement during all phases of the capital project are very important. Having a communication strategy that effectively informs the public and solicits input is vital to the success of the project. Again, the GFOA best practice is to have a policy that also considers the differences in the demographics, social, economic, and geographic segments so that the entire community is represented. The struggle of obtaining public input is not unique to Volusia County. The city of Oakland, California recently found success in enhancing their public outreach efforts, and I included some of their efforts and strategies in the report. Basically, they held more meetings targeted to areas not based on geographic boundaries, but areas with higher proportions of people of color, low incomes, or non-English speaking. They found success in reaching out to community-based organizations, churches, and community centers. The county does not regularly post capital project video updates to our social media accounts. A lot of information is available in the quarterly reports and elsewhere, but the general public may be more inclined to watch a short video on social media than reading through reports in a search of a specific project update. And then finally, the county does not utilize a standard county CIP sign or have a specific brand or logo to help promote capital projects within the county. Best practices, again, would be on communicating strategies that would include signage, press articles, websites, and social media usage. I recommend staff develop a communications plan and strategies to enhance and seek public input and feedback. Also consider developing short videos and branding to help promote county projects. Staff agreed and will collaborate together with the county manager on strategies to enhance input and feedback from the public, and also explore the creation of standard CIP signs at each of the construction sites. The full report is available on the website, and many staff were involved in this audit, and I want to thank them for their assistance. Any questions?
Council? Heather Post?
I just want to speak since I didn't want to let you go without it being recognized at all, but very thorough, and greatly appreciate all the work put into this for sure. This is excellent feedback for council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion to accept
We do.
this?
We need a motion to accept this
Also
report.
move to accept this report. Good work.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler to accept this report. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Report is accepted, 7-0. Thank you. Okay, item 13 we have taken care of. Item 14 is taken care of. Item 15, community events, and you're already ready.
Chair, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director, honorable members of council, good afternoon. So for community events, just want to remind everyone that Volusia County's Beach Safety Division is hiring lifeguards. And the upcoming tryouts are February 19th and March 5th in Ormond Beach, and February 26th and March 12th in Port Orange. Interested parties can visit volusia.org/beach. And we are preparing for the summer food program. Community Assistance is seeking sites to serve children in the 2022 summer food program, which will run from June 6th through August the 12th. Staff will host the informational sessions. There's quite a few to choose from. And for those interested in becoming a site, visit volusia.org/summer food. Just want to mention on public meetings, anyone interested in all of the county-related events, including these at the Lyonia Environmental Center, DeBerry Hall, and those with Explore Volusia, you can visit the county's calendar, and that's very easily accessible on volusia.org. Just want to mention that we are continuing to celebrate Black History Month. Throughout Black History Month, we're publishing a myriad of social media posts acknowledging many of Volusia County's influential African American leaders. Cumulatively, we've already reached tens of thousands of people with positive engagements on social media. And with that, we'll move to Ethan Johnson of the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Any questions on events?
Good afternoon. A brief COVID update. So the total cases are now at 113,816. Total deaths are at 1,729, and there is not any significant change in the trend of deaths here in Volusia County. The 7-day positivity rate is continuing to decline. At the end of last week, we were down to 18%, and as of yesterday, we were down to 13%, and that's the 7-day positivity rate. Last week, our average daily cases were around 350 per day. So that's about half of what it was last time I was here 2 weeks ago. The 7-day case rate is at 452.4 here in Volusia, which again is about half of what it was 2 to 3 weeks ago. The state is at 468.8 in terms of their case rate, and the country is at 369.8. And then this is just a graph showing the trend of the case rate here in Volusia County. As of, it's at 452.4, as I just mentioned, but as of yesterday, it was down to 348.1, which of course means we're trending right back down as we expected to. Briefly with vaccinations, we're still at 66%. This is continuing to taper off. Last week, there were around 350 vaccinations administered. So that number is getting lower and lower. The demand for vaccination at this time is leveling off. And I don't have my typical hospitalization slide because that data wasn't available when I submitted the PowerPoint. However, the new hospital admissions have dropped by 29%. The percent of beds used have dropped by 2.8%, and the percent of ICU beds used have dropped by 6.7%. So those numbers are decreasing as well. And when we look at the ED visits, ED, freestanding ED, and urgent care visits, those numbers are back down to what they were toward the beginning of December at this point. And as usual, we're continuing to vaccinate and test at our locations, specifically for individuals who've been exposed to COVID-19. However, we're not turning folks away. We do ask for folks to call because the demand has diminished so much. It's not available all day from 8 to 5. We're really trying to balance things out. Other than that, that's all I have for you today.
I have at least one question for you, Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I just want to check with you. You know, we see the drop off and everything, and there's kind of been a tsunami in the world of a lot of countries backing way off of their restrictions and mandates and so forth. You know, I mean, that's the last 2 weeks has been kind of interesting in the news of how many countries have backed off, and some countries have actually just sort of just stopped everything in terms of any emphasis and so forth. And then, interestingly, some of the countries that are the most vaccinated are having some of the worst outbreaks right now, and that's been kind of disturbing to me. But all of that said, I know the county chair brought up last week about last meeting how that might affect us, and I'm wondering about that too. I mean, we've never had any mandates here. Of course, all of us got the hate mail when we didn't do what Orange County did, which I think our wisdom was seen in that. But I'm just wondering if we need to begin to kind of relax a little bit and slowly start mitigating back to whatever normal was before in things. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Right. Well, I'm honestly expecting to receive some type of federal and state guidance on that. I think some of us are kind of surprised we haven't seen that change yet.
I'm definitely surprised.
Yeah. So from the top coming on down at all levels, we do know that what is currently recommended, it will change. So it's really just kind of a waiting game there. I know here in Volusia County, it doesn't impact us as directly since we don't have some of those mandates in place. However, I think that will become common practice because moving forward, even as again, we mentioned that term endemic, but we're not going to be even capable of responding in the way that has been done. So everything is going to change. And now that this wave is coming down pretty much everywhere, I think we'll probably see that within the next month. With cases so low, moving forward, this is how we go about case investigations, protecting yourself, and so forth. But what that is going to look like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I'm not either. And I just want to applaud the staff. I mean, Kevin and different ones just doing a lot of good work there. I mean, this has been the past year and a half, or almost 2 years, really, a lot of work in regard to that. And it looks like we maybe can start throttling back a little bit in that area. So I'm looking forward to hopefully our country catching up with some of the other ones who are a little bit maybe ahead of us there, or maybe we're just being super cautious, but whatever. I hope we'll see some changes in the days ahead. Thanks for all the work you've done.
Thank you.
Barbara Gartman.
Thank you. So, Councilman, you must be seeing a different Volusia than I'm seeing, because I'm seeing more relaxation. I'm seeing people not being as protected. The fact that one of our council persons isn't in their chair is because of COVID. So I think each individual has to take their own precaution and be as aware and make their choices. But I think countries that have really relaxed is because they put in a lot stricter guidelines than what we've had. So I know there are areas that we may not agree on, and this is probably one of those. But there are still people. There's still too many funerals in my community, and unfortunately, there's trust issues with medical and vaccine and so forth. So it's still impacting us, and the numbers are lower, but the low numbers are still higher than a higher surge from other times. So I just think we just still have to be alert and aware and be prepared for if there is something else that's unknown, because so much of this has been unknown. So, and thank you, Ethan, for your report and keeping us aware.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ethan, you have done I've said this before, you've done a great job in a very difficult environment. So I appreciate that. And Barb, I agree with you. We need to let people make choices. And I think what I said a couple weeks ago, and I'll just reiterate it now, is that One of the things I look at, because I think it's been very instructive, we have this very visual from the country of Israel that they're on their second booster shot that they require. They're probably the most vaccinated population in the world, and they also have one of the highest rates of reinfection. So what I want to see is that not to take away anybody's choice or to negate anything, but to promote more as far as the county can, that we do need to take control of our health, and in medications like vitamins and minerals that we can take, exercise, weight, just we need to be more responsible and insightful to our own health.
You didn't have to mention white.
Well, somebody said earlier that Brower's growing into the chair, and I started to say, yeah, I've gained 10 pounds since I've started. So, anyway, no argument with what you've said, Barb. I want to see us really focus on being responsible for our health and promoting the therapeutic drugs that we have to combat COVID. Besides the COVID shot. So anyway, thank you for your time. Anyone else? Nobody else is going to wade into this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. District 2, appointment to the Code Enforcement Board.
Mr. Chair, I would like to have a continuance on this. I didn't realize that my appointee had resigned, so I would like to put it out there. I have not been able to contact this Vicki Leonard, so I would like to talk to her and open it up a little bit more if possible, and I will come back with that.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is, please.
Okay, a motion to reschedule to the next council meeting, or you will inform staff?
Let me inform staff.
Okay.
I will do it as soon as possible.
This will be continued to a further date. Motion by Lowry, motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Likewise, in item 17, I've been informed we need to reschedule that.
Correct. The person for Southeast Volusia has rescinded his application. He will no longer be living in Volusia County.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back to 17 at a future date, and then item 18, the chair's East Side appointment to the Cultural Council, and I'd like to nominate Stephanie Mason Teague to that position. I don't know if anybody's read her background, but if I can get do I need a second or just a vote to accept her?
Just need a nomination, and then, or somebody can make a motion to nominate that person, and it can be voted on.
I'll move to approve Stephanie for sure.
To nominate, motion by Post to nominate Stephanie Mason Teague of Ormond Beach to the Cultural Council, second by Lowry. All in favor of that nomination, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. All right, 19, presentation of Business Services Department summary budget. How you holding up, Billy? point. She must be what?
Good afternoon, Janine Jennings, Business Services Director. And I'm happy this afternoon to be able to present the highlights of business services budget, our services, efficiencies and technology, and some of our challenges we're looking at for the future. Business services is comprised of purchasing and contracts, Pam Wilski, facilities, Jim Corbett, and Robert Gilmore and Fleet. We also have a business services of admin, which is 90% personnel, which consists of myself and Shannon Halfhill. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Pam Wilski to go over the purchasing and contracts division.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable council members. I'm Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. Purchasing and Contracts is made up of 15 professionals who support the function of each and every department and division within the county. You may want to wonder why we do this. Well, we do it to provide excellent customer service, to provide the goods and services needed in our community while maintaining the trust of our citizens. We often hear a lot in purchasing, you have a lot of rules in purchasing. When in fact, our purchasing policies and procedures are actually guided by both our local ordinance and state statute, both which require competition and guidelines that must be followed. In addition to our local and state statutes, projects funded by federal fundings also have to follow, to an extent, the Code of Federal Regulations. In December of 2011, the Volusia County Council established an ordinance for a Volusia County local preference. Volusia County has a 3% local bid preference for vendors located in Volusia, Seminole, Lake, Orange, and Osceola counties, with an additional 2% preference that may be added if the subcontractor or subcontractors meet the local definition and perform at least 51% of the contracted work. This next slide shows you how we actually calculate local preference when we receive in bids. As you can see, the budget for purchasing and contracts is primarily made up of personnel services, the 15 professionals that work with myself and each and every member of our departments and divisions every day. Our department is organized with a director, an activity project manager, 2 contract managers, and then different levels of procurement analysts as well as 2 support staffs. We operate in a team environment, with each manager having between 2 and 4 purchasing agents reporting to them. At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that we support all county departments and divisions. We do this by providing everything under the sun, from beach concessions to PPE, vehicles, building buildings, building roads, maintaining our facilities, and so much more. We assist the departments and divisions in meeting their goals to support our citizens. We also provide these same services for 3 of our constitutional officers. As Janine mentioned in her introduction, we are striving to make the use of technology. We are using technology to help increase efficiency and be effective in our services to both our internal and external customers. In April of 2020, we rolled out an e-procurement platform with Marcel Source to Contract. It is a one-stop shop for creation, publishing, responding, and evaluating to our competitive solicitations and managing our contracts. In March of 2021, we went to full electronic submission of all solicitations, In the fall of '21, we moved to an online intake module for our internal customers to start their solicitations. And in 2022, we'll be moving to an online evaluation process for all solicitations. Many of these steps have reduced the amount of paper created, destroyed, and stored. It is a cost saving to our potential vendors by no longer requiring them to provide 10 paper copies, make delivery fees, and travel costs to bring in their submissions. It also in turn reduces the cost to the county and reduction in handling required by staff. Another area of efficiency is the introduction of electronic signatures. Purchasing now sends the majority of our contracts and agreements, amendments, and internal documents out for signature via electronically, reducing turnaround time on documents and completion and reducing paper use. Final area that we have recently introduced and using technology to improve efficiency and have a greater reach is to our new and improved How to Do Business with Volusia County training. We have updated this training and moved this workshop to a video format with the help of community information. Now you can learn how to do business with Volusia County at any time that is convenient for you. The video can be viewed on our website. We will also be expanding this program this spring by adding a second module. All the items that I just discussed make it easier to do business with the county. This slide just shares a couple of key statistics about our departments and things that we have done in the past year. I want to say how extremely proud I am of my team and the services that they provide. In addition, we had 2 great achievements last year. I had 6 members of my team achieve a new certification in the procurement field, as well as a division. We were awarded the Achievement in Excellence in Procurement from the National Procurement Institute. The Purchasing and Contracts Division has actually won this award 14 times, and this is our 8th consecutive year. We are 1 in 42 counties in the country who received this award. So not only do we buy things, but we also are responsible for the disposal of any equipment or supplies deemed as surplus. This can be done either by an auction process or a reverse bid. Just want to share that last year, the total auction proceeds back to the county was almost $1.3 million, which are funds distributed right back to the departments that the goods belong to. Another area of revenue that Purchasing Contracts manages for the county is our purchasing card program, which has a rebate. The rebate is generated on small, non-recurring purchases using the county's P card, and the rebate rate is 1.35%. Last year, that equaled to almost $36,000. As far as operating expenses, you can see that contracting services is our largest piece. The greatest expense is for auction services, which is actually offset by the proceeds. I see that there are 4 key challenges, or as I like to call them, opportunities for purchasing in the future. Number 1 is including training and vendor outreach, using technology to effectively and efficiently reach our target audience. Continue to attract qualified contractors and vendors in our current marketplace environment. We also are looking to move to an online solicitation, evaluation of our solicitations. And this is a change both for my staff and also for the county staff. The final is utilizing our e-procurement contract management platform and developing a future interface with our financial system for a complete contract management system. Are there any questions about this presentation or any direction?
I just had one. I was glad to hear that you are working with, or your staff is working with, the constitutional officers, hopefully for bigger purchases with greater discounts or maybe better products. Do you work as well with the school board?
We do not.
Would there be a benefit to that, or is there?
The school board actually has their own purchasing division, and the school board's purchasing guidelines are a little bit different because of their funding. They actually get funding for the state, so some of their guidelines don't necessarily line up exactly with our ordinance, and they actually operate on their own, and their funding sources are different. It's not to say that we don't operate cooperatively with them. If there's ever an opportunity, we do it with our Our bulk fuel bid, we have a cooperative, and they are part of that.
Okay. I was really thinking about copy paper. I see reams and reams of copy paper go through here, and I assume they probably use a lot too. Cups, water, coffee paper. Okay. And then my only other thing was, you mentioned distributions going back to departments for products that are not used, and that could be savings to the department. How is that used? I'm wondering why it wouldn't go to back to the general fund.
That is really more of a financial and
I just saw
accounting.
I just saw him stand up.
That's probably got a better answer the way they actually have to handle it because of the assets.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think Ryan can handle, but I can get to the short answer is you have things like transportation trust. If they buy something, a piece of equipment, they use it, they sell it, it has to go back to transportation trust, just like we mentioned earlier today. Like the building that we sold that was mentioned in the audit.
The clarification that I would add there is, when it says that it goes back to the departments, you might think that that gets added to their budget to spend. That's not the way that works. It's actually budgeted as a revenue in each individual fund. So if it was a fund that's funded by the general fund, it would be a revenue of the general fund, and it is used to balance the budget.
That was my concern. Thank you. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members, and staff. Jim Corbett, Facility Management. Here to talk to you about my team. Over the last year and a half, our organization has morphed into two distinct business service lines, projects and services, and operations and maintenance. The heart and soul of our team, as I like to call them. Our projects and services responsible for all the capital projects, as well as the service contracts. Operations and maintenance are boots on the ground folks. They're the ones maintaining the buildings, they're the ones you see working around you, as well as managing some of the other services contracts we have, like electric, plumbing, to handle things that our guys need additional support on. So currently, for our county facilities and security budget, biggest expense is capital improvements. We like to invest in the recapitalization of our building infrastructure, improve the life cycle of our buildings, make sure we are installing efficient technologies into these buildings to provide the public with a better lasting product. Operation expenses are our second highest, and that includes a lot of the organic jobs that our team accomplishes, building materials, and the day-to-day emergent service calls, and then followed by our personnel services, 41 full-time equivalent employees. For operating expenses, this is really where I try and identify the low-hanging fruit, as I like to call it, to really try and identify areas where we can improve costs, improve the technology. Utilities, you'll notice, is the number one expense that we pay. Constantly looking for ways to reduce that. One of the initiatives we have in process right now is the Energy Savings and Performance Contract. That is out to bid right now. We expect that to come back. We hopefully have a few people to qualify. And as I've mentioned before, we'll be looking at using that energy savings to fund new technologies in our buildings. Our second most expensive contracted services, this is all your day-to-day stuff that we just don't have the manpower to accomplish. Your courier, your pest control, lift station, et cetera, et cetera. We rely on these contractors, they're local contractors, to do these types of work that are very specialized and is more affordable to county to conduct. And then our next two, maintenance of buildings and grounds and materials for maintenance, that's my boots on the ground folks. These are the lines of accounting that they traditionally use to accomplish their day-to-day duties. And as you can see, janitorials are fifth most expensive. Continue down, professional services, that's our engineering, roof surveys, appraisals. We are in the business of acquiring leases for all the other divisions and property as well, looking at properties for our constitutional officers. So we take care of that for them. The building rental, you'll notice Bank of America, we recently vacated, moved those folks over to the old health department building, so that's a substantial savings to the county. So that was a big win for us and to get community assistance over there. But again, that's pretty much the meat and potatoes, 89.5% of our total operating for county facilities and security. Revenues and funding sources, very minor. We do have sometimes occasionally rent out the old 250 Beach Street parking lot for $1,500 a year. City slickers and vending are primary sources of revenue for us. Our court facilities and security budget, separate as the reimbursement, is a little bit different. Again, you'll see a similar breakdown. Capital improvement is going to be the #1 expenditure, followed by operating and then personnel. Again, you have much of the same here. Utilities, primary area to save money on operating through utilization of new technologies. Janitorial is our second. Courts relies on us to do a more intense cleaning schedule, 5 days a week, than some of the other traditional county divisions do. Just another talking point, we do have the architectural services for the feasibility study for the court complex in our budget as well. And again, as I mentioned, our court facility fees are reimbursable through these $30 surcharge, through civil citations. You can see we estimated next year a little bit less than fiscal year 2021. And that may be to lower revenue due to decreased traffic stops, remote working, so on and so forth. And again, in our summary of operations, just an overview of some of the capital projects we complete. Major renovations repair, our bread and butter. This was the former Innisby Courthouse. That was a big COVID project. Got that done very quickly. Moved 3 constitutional officers in there. We do a lot of HVAC replacement and repair projects, chiller replacement. This particular City Island Medical Examiner and the EOC. Those were some big chillers we put up on the roof. Building support, planned maintenance is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We try and be proactive as an organization. I tell my folks to identify problems early on. It saves us money in the long run. Fire alarm panel installation, we do a lot of that for folks. If they break, we get somebody out there to fix them, and hopefully we're getting that call as soon as possible. It's another example of building support, TCK window project. Building envelope is huge as we upgrade windows that are 20, 25 years old. We get huge savings on our energy bills. So you'd be looking to see more of that in the future. And constitutional officer support with the transition agreements that were put into place last year. We still do all their renovation, repair, service requests, manage their leases. We want to continue that relationship and take care of our folks. They are County One team. This is just a brief snapshot of our Lucity work order management. What you see on the left is what I see to manage all the work orders that come in. We process about 13,500 annually. The photo on the right is what the public sees and can utilize to put in any requests they have for services under the sun, and goes to one of our maintenance supervisors to process. And just an overview of some of the major contracted services that are large expenses. Our janitorial staff that is contracted by AGI. For the county to do this type of work, you'd need 15 full-time support and 71 cleaning technicians. They clean 4.6 million square feet annually. It's a big thing to take on. They are doing a great job, and we appreciate the work that they do. Security, smartwatch and guard 1. Facility maintenance supervisor handles all the access control for all the buildings installed with these systems. They have currently 562 door licenses. We are looking to expand that. It is a big cost savings for us to not have to rekey locks after individuals retire, fired, or resign. And again, the entire Ocularis camera system is managed by us. We can provide that camera setup and accessed. Printing services, we are in the middle of a Seminole office was not rewarded, but awarded the new contract. They were our incumbent. They are in the process of replacing all 417 printers within the county. And we also handle the mail courier. This is just a brief overview of our capital expenditure 21-22, just kind of the highlights. Just want to note fleet management, we are managing that project that is in their budget as well as the Ocean Center project. This is a capture of what we intended to accomplish for 22-23. I imagine this list will most likely shrink in the future due to the increase in costs that we've seen over the last 12 months. So we'll be looking at evaluating these estimates that we currently have, as well as prioritizing that work. We want to focus on life safety, structural, mechanical, and electrical. So for our future challenges, we recently underwent a efficiency study with LA Consulting. They completed Phase A. We have our kickoff meeting for Phase B on Friday. They're going to go over the 15 tasks they've assigned to essentially improve and modernize the division. We want to be on the cutting edge of technology in terms of facility management for the 21st century. I think this is really going to help take us over the edge. We're doing a fantastic job, but I always think we can do better. And that goes into the next bullet point, the expanding footprint of the county. We're going to be asked to do more with less in the future. I'm anticipating that, want to be prepared for it, and relying on the technology that is available to us is going to make a huge impact on the ability to provide these services to the county. And again, mentioned inflation, 6% for the previous 12 months. Construction material costs on average is 19.4. So we see it more so than maybe other folks do for wages and labor costs. County wages recruitment, again, it's hard to beat that. Private work and construction we are about 25% on average below industry rates for our trades. It's hard to recruit good, experienced trades workers, threes that know how to get on these systems right away and work on them. That said, segues into, for next year, I'd like to do a decision unit for apprenticeship program. As we retire older personnel, get some folks recently out of trade school, bring them in as trade worker 1, have them hit milestones so that they can work their way up to a trade 3 within 18 to 24 months. We want to see these long-term folks stay in, keep the corporate knowledge for the county, and they're more efficient at their job. And this just shows, again, some of the stuff we're facing right now. You see lumber and plywood, 56.8%. I'm sure you guys visit Home Depot, and it's even worse there. So that's really the main challenges we're facing. We're going to do our best and provide the county with the best facility management we can provide. One last point. The creation of a special projects coordinator. As mentioned before, we're handling leases and property acquisition and disposal. So as we continue to expand, that's going to be something we would like to have on staff.
You have a couple questions. I'll start with Post.
Thank you for this. This is actually really good that we're having each division come in and do this. It really lays out a lot, so thank you. I'm interested in the consulting, the 15 tasks to improve and modernize the division.
Yes.
If you want to touch on that now, great, but I'd love to see you in my office at some point and just to go over that for sure. But
yeah,
if you
briefly,
want to touch on
I'll touch on it. So they're looking at all our work processes, how we manage the work orders, where we're using our people, are we using our people most effectively? So we want to make our decisions and drive those decisions based on the metrics that we receive. So it's very important for the guys that are doing the work to make sure they're inputting these data and that it's retrievable. Because again, I don't want my staff spending hours and hours doing painting when we have an MA for that. So it's identifying these areas, it's where are we spending our time and are we spending our time most effectively. So that's mainly what this Phase B is going to accomplish for us, as well as modernizing the Lucity work order interface.
Okay. Let me, so I do want to actually talk to staff, George and Suzanne. I know this is an area that we have, and probably from bringing you in, I'm sure you're a part of that process, but we really have gone from here to literally here already since I have been in office. So I'm very happy with the momentum that we've had in various divisions, and this is certainly one area that has excelled. So I thank you for the work thus far, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the next few years, especially when you get a special projects coordinator.
Thank you. All the credit goes due to my staff.
Absolutely.
George, did you want to?
I was just going to add that the type of work that Mr. Corbett's doing, this asset management, I think it's critical. When you see the inflation rates and the costs that are out there, this is very important that we maximize use of our resources. This is something that we've done in other areas. We've been very successful, and maybe at some time, if it's the council's pleasure, a little closer in budget time, we can talk about it in a little bit more holistic fashion. I can bring in the people who we contract with to do this, and they can talk to you because we've been doing it for over 10 years. So there's some really cool data that we can show, in other areas, where we've seen savings and how we're going and how we try to stretch, the dollar, and we'll continue to do that. So I'm excited about what they're doing there in facilities, and again, this is really does, as Ms. Post said, it puts us up a lot higher. A lot of organizations come here to see how we do that, and we're very fortunate that we have experienced people, and I'm very proud of the work we're doing, and I'm proud of what Jim is doing, but we've got examples of this throughout the organization, and I'd love to show it off if we get a chance.
I just had a question that you mostly answered as you went through your presentation. One of the first slides you showed on janitorial, I thought you were saying it was all in-house. Most of our janitorial is contracted?
All of the janitorial is yes, sir.
And you're correct, they do a tremendous job, and not only that, I see them in here late at night, and not just doing a good job, but they're also pleasant. Yes. And, I have no control over their future, but they're always friendly. So I think they're a good example that you can contract things out and have it work well. We have some frequent speakers that come in here that are totally against it, and I understand their argument too. But so to that, I really feel like if there's businesses out there, why would recreate a business other than accounting, of course, because government accounting is very different than private sector accounting. But you or George can answer this. One of the things that I think about, you were talking about major renovations and repair. Are we doing that all in-house? Are we contracting it out? And sometimes when we contract that out, I worry about when they see that it's a county or a government contract, the price automatically goes up. So how do we handle that?
It depends on the level of complexity. So I only have 24 full-time trade worker 3s and a very limited carpentry staff. Where we can do the smaller projects with urgency and efficiency, I will put my guys on those tasks. We do have an excellent contract mechanism, general contractor under $75,000. That is an excellent tool that's available to us to do some of the less projects. When we need to do full design, engineering and design, we'll do a task assignment first, get a biddable set of drawings, and then I will have my projects and services team do the project management on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
There's another part.
One more. Fleet management. So fleet management, I'm going to start off a little bit different here. I'm going to see if I can play a quick little video. It's just a slideshow of kind of some of the things that we do and who's out there doing it. So. I hope you enjoyed that. Just a little sampling of kind of some of the things we do out there and the folks out there getting the work done. So just kind of start off with my budget. You see here we got personnel services, 3.6 million. That's we have 50 full-time employees, and that about salary and benefits for them. Excuse me. Operating expenses. I'll go into a little deeper in future slides, but 9.4 there. Capital outlay, 10.3. I'll dig into that a little deeper too, but I will mention that 9.1 million of that 10 million is actually for vehicles purchased on behalf of the other divisions that have vehicles and equipment in our fleet replacement program. So that's purchased on behalf of all the divisions. Capital improvements, 494,000. 350,000 of that is for the roof replacement at the facility. And then 20 million in reserves. Now that's an eye-catching number, I know. And that's 20.1 million of that is money and set aside for reserves for future replacement of vehicles that are in the fleet replacement fund. So we have 714 vehicles and equipment in that replacement fund that's on a life cycle, and that's money that's been contributed through the divisions that we kind of set aside for them and save for them so that the money's available when the equipment's up for replacement. So we collect the money year round. We put the vehicles on a life cycle with the intent of replacing them when they're ready, and we have the money there so we don't have to struggle to try to get that budgeted, and it's a planned replacement. So just kind of give you an idea of the scope of that fund or that program. 714 vehicles, about 70 different divisions participate in that. The purchase cost of those 714 vehicles is $41 million, 41.9 actually. And what we anticipate is to cost to replace those vehicles at their time of when they're replaced is about $57 million. That's really has not been adjusted for the current spike in inflation that we have, but so it's probably a little north of that, but that essentially approximate how much the value is to replace that fleet. The organizational chart here you see is we've got a fleet director. I have an activity project manager who's here in the audience, Jerry Fox. He helps oversee the day-to-day shop operations and make sure all the work gets done. And Vicki is also here in attendance. She's the administrative coordinator. She oversees the operations. We have some support staff, 32 mechanics. We currently have 1 vacancy and some office staff that cover all this stuff. One thing I do want to mention before I get too far is fleet management is what they call an internal service fund. So we operate like a business with inside county government. So we charge a fee or charge for the work that we do. So we're all the work that we do is put on a work order system, and we charge that work out, and the fuel that's consumed is charged out. So we operate like a business. We're not really looking to make a profit, but we have to, of course, cover all our costs and be able to set aside a little bit of money for covering our future needs. So we're talking about revenue here. So we got fleet replacement revenue here. This is the money that's contributed from the divisions into our fleet replacement fund that we collect and hold on their behalf for the future replacement of their vehicles. Other revenue here, the next 3 bullets there is really the maintenance and repair of all of the vehicles. They're kind of broken out, but together it's about $8 million. And that's the labor, the parts, and the sublet to get those vehicles, all those vehicles repaired. And there's 2,600 vehicles in the fleet total, with 714 being in the replacement fund. We do maintenance and repair for all the constitutional officers, including the sheriff. Majority of that $1.4 million is the sheriff's maintenance cost. Gas and oil sales, $4.8 million worth of fuel sales. That's for internal customers, county customers. And then we have some outside revenue. That $500,000 is typically, or most of that is other agencies that buy fuel from our fuel sites. Then some warranty, and then pool cars. Kind of just a summary of our operation. On the maintenance side of the house, we like to think of ourselves as a one-stop shop, cradle-to-grave fleet management program. So we take care of everything from purchasing the vehicle, tag and title the vehicle, to maintain the vehicle, set up a PM schedule, set them up on life cycles, maintain the vehicles, do warranty work on the vehicles, and then sell the vehicles once they're reached the end of their life. Then kind of a summary operation of the vehicle replacement program. They're separate. They're funds. They're in separate funds, so there's not commingled funds. The vehicle replacement program is set up specifically just for the vehicle replacement program, so that money is in a separate fund. And really, the purpose of that program is to reduce the overall life cycle cost of the vehicles and equipment. So we're really looking to maximize the life cycles, extend them as far as possible, but not so far that you're spending good money after bad, maintaining worn out equipment and getting into issues with major repairs and reduced residual value. So, we collect the funds, we set them up on a life cycle, and then we watch those life cycles, and we make adjustments as needed to make sure that we're replacing the vehicles when they need to. Ultimately, the goal is to replace them before the maintenance cost gets too high and the residual value drops off to nothing, so that we have a good return on our investment and really keep the cost of ownership of that vehicle as low as possible. That's our overall goal. Like I say, fleet statistics, we have 2,609 vehicles in the equipment in the fleet that we maintain. That includes the sheriff and the other constitutional officers. We did 11,675 work orders last year, and we do have fuel sites. We distribute 1.8 million gallons worth of fuel. Our fully burdened labor rate, so what we charge our customers to repair their vehicle, is $67 an hour. That's very competitive compared to outside and compared to other local agencies, how they operate. So typically, average local labor rate is $108 an hour. If you took your dealership, that's about average. For work we do in the field, that's about $126 an hour. We're $67 an hour. So we have a very good labor rate. Other local governments average about $90 an hour and I just got a call from Lake County. They were doing some labor rate comparisons. They are at $88 an hour for light and $115 for heavy trucks and equipment. So our 67 looks pretty good. Just want to go into some of the fleet customer focused initiatives that we put into place, because really we feel that we're a customer service oriented division. We're really looking to give the customer the best value with their fleet, make sure that the uptime is where it needs to be and the vehicles are maintained properly. So the tire and lube shop, we have a staff tire and lube shop that has a couple folks in there. You can come in without an appointment, get your oil change done, get tires, whatever you need, and be back on the road. Matter of fact, on the sheriff's department, we keep tires and wheels mounted and balanced because they have a pretty standardized fleet. So when they come in there, we do an oil change on them, realize they need tires, we can put a set of tires on them, and they can be back out in the streets in about 30 minutes. We also do in-field service. We do preventive maintenance in the fields. We do preventive maintenance at the fire station. We have dedicated mobile technicians for breakdowns, road calls, or whatever it needs to be. And we have dedicated mobile fuel technicians that fuel up the equipment in the field and whatever they need. And we also keep all of our generators fueled up, and we keep them on what they call a keep full system. So anytime we have a major event or major power outage, you can be confident the generator has fuel in it because we're keeping them topped off. We also provide a motor pool, which gives the main use for the motor pool is when somebody brings a vehicle to drop it off for maintenance. We can put them in another vehicle and they can get out on the road and don't interrupt their work too much. So they have a vehicle to operate. You don't have to take 2 or 3 people to drop off a vehicle. We also offer those for out-of-town travel and temporary or seasonal work, like Turtle Patrol usually gets a couple vehicles from us every year. A couple things I call fleet unique services that probably not typical for all fleet agencies or fleet divisions is we do commercial driver's license testing and training. So currently, for the past 15 years, we have been a CDL third-party tester. So we actually do the skills-based test for CDL. We do that for county and also local agencies. So we actually do that for the cities and other and school board and some other folks. There was just a rule change from the feds that went into effect February 7th that now requires all new CDL applicants to obtain training, basically go through a truck driver training school before they can get their CDL. I'm actually in the process of trying to develop that training so we can also offer that in-house. I think that'll help with recruitment and retention, so I think that's something that's very important. Another unique service is we are actually a Ford and GM warranty provider. So we've met all the qualifications to become a Ford and GM warranty dealer, basically, on the service side. So we can actually do recalls, any kind of warranty repair, and then we charge back to the General Motors and Ford for that work. They actually pay us more than we charge the customer if the vehicle wasn't in warranty. Generator maintenance, another thing that we do that's probably unique is that we maintain all our own generators. So we have a dedicated staff that goes out and does all the PMs on the generators. We do load banks annually on the generators, and it puts us in a really good position so that during critical emergencies, we have staff that can keep those up and running instead of relying on vendors. What we found is when you have a major impact to the state where a lot of power outages, those vendors are hard to get to bring in. So we learned that the hard way about 14 years ago when we really struggled to keep generators up and running. Fleet operating, let me go. Sorry. Operating expenses. Fuel is our biggest operating expense at $4.4 million, and that's for the 1.8 million gallons of fuel. One thing you may, how do we buy fuel? And there was something in purchasing. We do actually do a cooperative fuel bid with 9 other local agencies. We pool our fuel usage together and put out a bid. So instead of buying 1.9 or 1.9 million dollars of fuel on the contract, we're buying over $4 million of the contract. So that gives us better pricing and allowed us to basically just get better pricing with more. Make that contract more valuable. Materials for maintenance, that's the parts, and maintenance of equipment, that's sublet repair. So there are things that we do not do in-house, like body work we do not do, transmission work, and some hydraulic work. So we look at the things that we do well, and we do those, and the things that we, take special tools, and maybe we just can't be efficient and can't match the cost of getting it done on the outside, we outsource those. Our largest, those items make up 94% of our total operating budget, with just other miscellaneous stuff making up the rest. Capital expenses, like I mentioned in the first slide or second slide, $9.1 million is to purchase 178 vehicles this year in the fleet replacement program. One thing we did this year, which was new, we heard that there's going to be a price increase October 1, and availability of vehicles were going to be very difficult. So we got this word about June last year. So we work with purchasing, and we're able to issue letters of intent based on our budget being approved. And we actually ordered over 100 vehicles on letter of intent, secured pricing from the prior year, and then issued, once the budget was approved, and we were able to issue POs. So we saved hundreds of thousands of dollars there, and we're getting vehicles that we would probably otherwise not have been able to get. So, it's something we're always looking for, to try to be as proactive as we can be to keep costs down. We are replacing a fuel truck this year, a service truck, and some miscellaneous tools. And then the last bullet there is a fuel tank at DeLand Road and Bridge site. We have a fuel site there. I didn't mention, we do have 7 fuel sites throughout the county where people can go and fill up their cars. The DeLand fuel site has in-ground tanks. They're 30 years old, and they've basically lived their life. That station needs to be rebuilt. And then we're putting in above-ground storage tanks and rebuilding that fuel site. That's in the design phase currently. Capital improvements, we got some bay doors that we need to replace at Fleet, and the roof I mentioned earlier. We're going to paint the exterior of the building, and I don't know why I put shop doors on there twice. We're only doing 2 shop doors, and then some fans. So future challenges, fuel price. Volatility and uncertainty is certainly a concern, and it is getting worse by the day. If this Russia thing blows up, I think you're going to really see our vendors are saying that they're hearing $1 a gallon. As soon as that goes, if that goes, it's going to go up $1 a gallon. That's just from rumor mill from the suppliers, but that's what they're saying. Heavy truck price inflation also is a concern. Fortunately, we got ahead of this current year. Next year, we're looking to see what we're going to buy and see what we can push off, and hopefully prices normalize. But they're telling us that they think that the prices are probably here to stay. And with that, of course, concerns about extending life cycles. So if we don't have the budget to replace it, we may have to extend life cycles, which we really don't want to do if we're at that point where that's going to cause increased maintenance costs and lower residual value. Parts availability has also been a concern that I want to mention. We have vehicles down for the last 6 months waiting for modules, computer type issues. And the other thing that's coming down the pipe, which has been coming, but we've been watching it, is electric vehicles. That is something I think that's finally becoming, getting to be a viable option for fleet use, electric vehicles. The range is getting there now. Now we're just waiting really for the manufacturers to start building more fleet-specific vehicles that aren't equipped with all the kinds of bells and whistles that drive up the cost of those vehicles. Because right now, like a Ford Lightning is, $20,000 more than what I can buy a gas-powered Ford Lightning, or Ford vehicle. So, that's the concern. So hopefully those prices start to come down and we can work towards that. But charging infrastructure will be something that we'll have to address when we do any kind of building stuff. So that is, any questions?
Ben? No? You're good?
No, I pulled it down, but after you showed that video, I was just wondering if he falls down the steps, somebody pushed him out there. He one-upped all the rest of them on this program.
Jadine said she wanted a video, so the video she got.
And Heather Post.
It was a good job. Good job.
Thank you.
I saw we're in the design already for the DeLand pumps.
Yes.
To be moved. Are we looking at, is electric vehicles part of that new design, or are we not looking that far ahead?
We're just really just the fuel site there at the Road and Bridge site, replacing the tanks and
taking care of them.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's electric charging stations really wasn't going to be part of that. We're actually relocating the fuel site kind of out of the middle of Road and Bridge fuel site. So if you've ever been to Road and Bridge Barn, which I'm sure you have, it's right in the middle. It was probably a great idea 30 years ago, but now it's in the way. We're going to relocate that. Actually, the plan is to put it in where the dogs used to, the canine training place used to be. So it's going to be on that site, but just outside of the main Road and Bridge facility.
Okay, thank you.
Barbara Gertman?
Wow, I'm just impressed. I'm impressed by each of you and your presentations and the professionalism and just how tight of a network each department and how you're holding the line. And yeah, I'm not surprised, but very, very pleased. Electric cars are always part of the conversation with TPO, and with the volatility of the gas prices now, what do you think, what does the price need to be? Because you said that $20,000 for a gas option versus $40,000 for electric.
Yeah, it kind of depends on, what you look at is how many miles you're going to put on the vehicle and how much fuel you're going to save in that particular area. So it's typically probably $5,000 or $6,000 you spend on fuel. So if you erase all of that with electric vehicle, and you get to that point, I think case, that as far as price goes, of course there's other factors and environmental,
right,
impact and stuff like that needs to be considered as well. But for me, trying to stay within the budget, and trying to keep things tight, it's hard to try to find another $20,000 to buy a pickup truck.
Right. And are there environmental savings, right, when you look at gas versus, or are we not really in that place yet? Or do you start slowly transitioning certain departments, or because we're all saying we've got to do different and have to go in that direction. So I just wonder what that transition and evolution looks like, and where would it begin?
Yeah, I think you would want to target the vehicles that are putting miles on. You sure wouldn't want to do that on a vehicle that doesn't drive very much, because you want to get the savings out of it. And now the range is there, because the vehicles that drive most typically drive most during the day. So that's what has been the issue with the range. But I think you would roll it out slow. But the manufacturers are now talking about targeting fleet operations. They haven't been in the past, and it's just recently Ford's come with the Lightning, which is actually going to be a good vehicle. I think once they, get the price point down and take out some of the content, they're actually making a van, a cargo van now that is a fleet related. I think facilities would be a great, project for that. Most vehicles, if they're dormitory at a location, just a regular household outlet, plug it in overnight, and they'll be charged up the next morning. Charging infrastructure, when you go slow like that, I think you can tiptoe into it with some vehicles in specific divisions and put some points in and use vehicles that way.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for your presentations.
Okay.
George, did you? No?
I'm just happy with the team. They do a great job, and they are cost conscious, and we have many discussions about that, and I do appreciate it, and we're proud to be out there. And I will say just a few things. One thing on fuel, remember, we buy fuel different than, there's no tax or anything on it, so that's why it's important that we have fueling stations and that people use them, because that's a savings. How many gallons? We have really kind of a fuel storage we've tried to build up through the years. What's the...
Under normal usage, we have about 22 days of fuel if all the tanks are topped off. Of course, we can't keep them all full all the time because you have to make room for the next load to come in, but we typically run about 50% capacity. If there's a storm or something brewing, we slug the tanks full, and we get out there. And the nice thing is, because we have the fuel supply, and we're able to take the fuel and we keep generators full, you know, we also have that capacity in the ground as well, which I think is important, and that adds to how much fuel we actually have on hand at any given time. So, you know, what happens during a storm is everyone goes and fills up and actually starts depleting our tanks, and we just have to start shoving fuel in there, and we get ahead of it and make sure when the event starts, about as full as we can be.
We've had to help out utilities in the past that come into town, you know, all those trucks that come rolling in to help out. We know how critical that is to the recovery effort, so we've set up accounts with them, and because sometimes you just can't get fuel, and we may have it. So we've invested in having some capacity, and somewhere along the line that might be still something to look at, or if we're more electric, maybe we've got the capacity we need. But just remember, there has to be, the power has to be on in order to get charged up. So I'm sure we would set up something with generation and things of that nature. But again, I'm proud of the team. I think we have some of the best people in their area. They're all award-winning and very cost-conscious and customer service. And remember, they have to fix things out there that can't be down long. Fire trucks, police cars, they don't have the luxury of waiting, you know. And again, I've seen them in storms and tight situations, and keeping bulldozers operating with fire lapping at them. So they're great people, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you.
We do have a great team back at Fleet, a lot of dedicated employees, and they get it done. So appreciate it.
Danny Robbins.
Real quick, sorry.
Okay.
No, great presentation, by the way. It was awesome. I heard you guys had done something with CDLs, doing like in-house testing. Have we looked at? I know I had just brought up in passing MedCard certifications for your CDL. I remember when I had to get mine renewed. You go in there, you cough, you bend over, you look at the wall. 15 minutes, $55.
Right.
I don't know if that is something to look at, you know, or the demand for it.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Yeah, we're looking at. We've talked to HR, and that's the medical end of the world, and we'll try to add that component. Like I said, we're trying to get one stop, at least for sure, in-house, and then. Honestly, we carry the load a lot for the municipalities. They don't have the ability to kind of size or sophistication, so we'll work agreements, I'm sure, with them as well, like we do with fuel and other things. So, but yeah, that's great. It's a great suggestion, and we are working at it.
And I will touch on, you know, the CDL training portion of it. I touched on the presentation, but that's a big deal right now because the feds just in February mandated that if you want a CDL right now, you have to go to a truck driving school, which consists of probably about 200 hours of training, which is huge.
Yeah, we used to all do it. You see, that's going to be a big change for us because we could hire, while we try to hire people with CDL, that's very difficult in this day and age. So we would hire, because a lot of times we have requirements for CDL because we go over the road. A lot of construction workers don't need a CDL because they report to a site. They never go over the road carrying the equipment. Because of storms and things, we require everybody to do that. So, but we used to train them here, and really more of an on-the-job training. They could get so many hours working here and then pass the test, and they were good to go. Now, with this requirement, that's going to add a whole nother element of training to the process.
Right. And I hope to have that training up and running here in the next probably 90 days or something like that. I have a staff position I want to kind of reallocate.
Because I know year after year, I wait. You know, if you don't make an appointment, it's just like the DL Bureau. You're waiting, and there's always a line in these little, I mean, there's only one or two in the county, but, you know, if we can charge other municipalities or charge the public to come to our location, hey, it's all good. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you very much. Your last question on the screen is there anything in the budget presented today that you would like to see changed? I think this is one of the more helpful ones, not that others won't. I especially like and would hope to see more of suggestions just for being more efficient, for saving money. So I appreciate you taking time to do that today. It also, I'm going to sound like not to y'all, but like a broken record today, as we talk about going to more electric vehicles, we have to also remember that we're skirting the gas tax with each, and it's going to grow. So we're going to have to look at that, how we fund roads and especially maintenance right now. So I don't see any other questions. Thank you all very much. Okay, we'll go to public participation, which, never mind, I'm not even going to say it. We have one request, and John Nicholson, who we do in fact look forward to hearing from. But I really did, when I said before, don't start his time yet, what I said before was your third and final. I thought at the beginning of this year that when we talked about participation from council people in the public, that we were holding the public to 3, 1 in the morning open, 1 in the afternoon, this one open, and then 1 item.
Never heard the 1 item one.
Oh.
Talk to Glenn Ritchie on that.
Okay.
John Nicholson, Beachside. Remember last month, it was 5:30, and I said, okay, forget it, I won't talk. Well, I'm bringing back the items that I wanted to speak back then, and they just talked about it. All right, Danny just talked about it. You talked about an item. All the things that I wanted to say all popped up today. All right? The big thing is the municipal stadium in Daytona Beach. It went 30 years without looking at a lease. All right? And Jim popped up with it, and all of a sudden Bethune-Cookman College got a bill 10 times what it was supposed to be. And they're like, oh, whoa, time out. We can't afford this. So I wanted to mention that we look at it timely, that we look at all of our leases at least every 5 years to make sure that we don't go to the point where we're not charging. Okay, he brought that up on his thing, that they look at the leases. All right? That's something we should do so that we don't end up not keeping up with the actual cost of things. Another thing was the electric cars brought up by Jeff. All right? Some of you recall that when the internet came out, they decided not to charge a sales tax on the internet to get it to promote it, so that everybody would use the internet. Well, lo and behold, not only did everybody use the internet, but the sales taxes that we got were less and less and less because everybody was shopping online. So we have just finally, after 30 years, are we getting a sales tax on the internet? We should not have waited that long. So I'm asking you to look at the electric cars, rather do it now rather than later, because we are losing. Every time my neighbor has an electric car, they're getting a second one when they finally get them built. So we will lose their sales tax on gasoline. That's going to happen over and over again. And apparently from what I've heard, that the gas tax is going down and down and down because we're efficient, all kinds of things. So we have to look at new and better ways. So that was a thing that Jeff brought up, and Barbara brought up the 60s and 70s technology. Okay, are we when we look at things, are we at the top of the end of the spectrum? Instead of looking at what everybody else is doing now, what's it going to be like in a year or two? Why spend X amount of dollars on megahertz radios when they'll be out of date next year? Okay, so I'm asking you to look at everything in 5 and 10 and 50-year increments so that we're ahead of the game, so we don't end up buying a white elephant, if that makes sense to you all. And then the TPO, when John brought up the idea of projects, big projects, I had never ever thought of the idea of nitpicking nickel and dime when it's easier to get the big projects done and then come back for a little project. That's where we were hurting. So there are some great ideas. I wish you would talk to your staff like they did today, and all those ideas are fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager.
Just real quick, on the electric car and the tax thing, was mentioned a bit today. That is something that's on our legislative agenda, and of course we can't levy that, and it's a national issue as well. I think you'll see probably a vehicle miles traveled or some sort of a fee someday along those lines. But that is definitely becoming more and more on the radar. This goes up, and that's really all I had today.
Michael Dyer?
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
County Council, and the rotation today is, everybody hates going first, but Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Staff did a good job a few weeks ago of really leaning on whatever they did to get the state's butt in gear to move some prisoners, and that was a perfect example of really drilling down, and it doesn't hurt to ask in some of these areas to get some action. I was wondering, George, and I said it in passing a few days ago, is there a way we can look at what other areas, or is there a mechanism to find out what monies the counties are owed so we can kind of collect, you know? Is there any other areas that we can look at? Or
yeah, I've asked Ryan he'll be doing an analysis, but we know pretty much who owes us money and where. He's very good at that. But we can put together, if you'd like, a little bit of a report. But they keep a very good accounting of it. Ryan?
Yeah, all the money that the county is owed is, with the exception of the internal audit comments, which have been corrected with the city of DeBary. All the money that the county is owed is on the books. You'll find it on our financial statements as accounts receivable or due from other governments. There are areas where we don't collect everything that we're owed. The prime example of that is ambulance bills. When people get an ambulance bill and they don't have insurance, it's only 10 to 20% of those people that are actually, or of the money that's owed, that's actually going to get paid. We have a debt collection contract that we refer those people to so that they can do the things that debt collectors are allowed to do under federal law, like calling them and to the extent they're able to, putting it on credit reports. That's as far as we go. We don't go any further than that when it comes to the ambulance bills. There are things that sometimes just take longer for us to get. The classic example of that is FEMA. We're still working on Hurricane Matthew and Hurricane Irma, and it's a daily, sometimes daily, at least weekly conversation. We always are working with the state to get the money that the county is owed. That's all on the books. It's all accounted for, and it's all considered when we calculate fund balance, which is what we carry forward and provides for the budget. And usually, if you recall from the budget season, the fund balance we carry forward, which includes amounts owed, is usually what ends up filling the reserves. So it's all accounted for. In areas where people don't pay, we have the debt collector that works on trying to get us paid, and on areas where you don't use a debt collector, like the state of Florida, we actively work with the state to try to do it. It's a known, if you were to go to FAC and ask other elected officials that are aware of the state and FEMA, they would all tell you that the state is just slow to pay on FEMA events.
is there anything we can do to, as a council, through a resolution or a letter, to help you guys out?
We've actually written letters. Staff has written letters in the past of concern. The process, we could write a letter. I don't know if it's really going to change the process at the state.
I think the big thing is we stay diligent and we do what we've been doing, and if it gets to a point where we feel like it needs legislative help, that's when we would ask the council to get involved. But at a certain point, I think the thing is you have good experts in these areas and how to manage grants, how to do the work that we do, and that's how you get paid the best, because you get good clean paperwork, and it doesn't get held up, or there's no excuse to hold it up at these other levels. And I think that's where we really work hard at being the best at doing that. So, but I think our overall situation, we don't, like you say, you get into maybe the ambulance business, but as far as other governments, I think we're in pretty good shape with the exception of FEMA, and everybody's in that same boat.
Yeah, I would actually add to that now that I've thought about it a little bit more. There's, in the notes to the financial statements, you'll actually see a note related to accounts receivable. You'll see the gross amount that's owed and an allowance for uncollectible accounts. That line is primarily related to ambulance.
Okay.
You'll see that in the financial statements.
And I briefly, several months ago, I forget how we got to this, but business tax receipts are those business license fees that we have. I don't know what everybody else is hearing, but in Southeast Volusia, I have businesses struggling. And I was trying to see what we can do to give them a little bit of temporary relief or possibly suspend some of those fees until we get out of this. You know, we're seeing it, we're nickel and dime in some of these areas, you know, and I hear it a lot. Was that something we were looking at already or no?
I think business tax receipts is something that we've looked at. I would like the opportunity to talk more with our financial staff. But that is an area that may be changing, and so it may be something that we could come back and help out.
Sounds good. And lastly, I had some constituents reach out, the sponsorship program. I know I kind of hinted on it this morning, trying to do a little bit of horse trading there, but you know, as we heard today, you know, with inflation high, we're at the brink of war with other countries, you know, where you got Russia and Ukraine going on. I kind of really want to drill down, and I'm proud, you know, to see council and staff is doing that. But what's everybody's thought on the sponsorship program in terms of that, or cutting back, or freezing that for a little bit? And I'm just kind of testing the waters here, because, you know, people think, hey, you know, that's my money or my tax money. Why is the government giving it out and I don't have a say in it? So I can see both sides of this. There's a lot of good programs in there, but I see their side as well. I'm just trying to get a kind of the feel for it before we dive into it.
You know, that's a good subject. Barbara Gertman?
So I've had this conversation before, and this is the Barb Gertman perspective on sponsorship. Sponsorship organizations have to be 501c3s. They're not private organizations that have revenue. They are raising money, and they are typically run by volunteers. They're volunteering for services and programs and resources that the county's not paying for. We've limited sponsorships to $1,500, and we've limited the amount that we're willing to do on an annual basis. I think $1,500 is a reasonable support to a volunteer organization. And I'm a person, I really hate when paid people seek out volunteers to do the work without any stipend, no expenses reimbursed, no. And the majority of these organizations, that's what's happening. People are doing passion projects, they're giving of their time, of their resources, and I think it's more than fair, and I think we get more than our share of support back from those organizations. So that's the Barb Gertman perspective.
No, and I absolutely respect that 110%. Do we have a policy, George, in place? Are these nonprofits, are they allowed to kind of shop around throughout the county? Are they allowed to go to the school board? Are they allowed to go to this board, that board, and the other board before they know it? They got 10 grand from the taxpayers. Is that?
Well, that particular issue, we haven't addressed, I suppose, but we do have a policy. This council put one in, it's probably been 4 years ago. You know, that's when we were kind of jumping up in numbers, but since that time, I don't think we've even hit the budgeted amount, which it's trending towards 60,000, and they set a budget of the council did at that time about 40, and I don't know if we've even gotten 40,000 in requests since that time. So we do have that policy. I can send it out to those who wanted to look at it again. And of course, what happened with the COVID is a lot of things that we would have sponsored went away for, you could not have public events. And that's usually where we get things. We're sponsoring events and dinners. So again, I can give you at the next meeting where we're at, what you spent so far, and give a projection. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more because we're kind of going into the season, so to speak, of where there are more dinners and things. So I'll get that number and you can take a look. But your specific point about them looking at other governments and stuff, we haven't ever addressed that. But I will say typically we're a sponsor usually of many of these events. So
what I was getting at, and then I can drop it. But what I was getting at, if we can look at policy or direct staff to look at policy, where if they get $1,500 from one board, that's it, because it starts taking on a life of its own, and at what point is enough? If we're going to keep that $40,000 or $60,000 cap, but they're going and hitting every organization that the taxpayer is responsible for, and I get it, but we're fixing. I'm not trying to instill fear, but all the indicators are there for this market to take a downturn. This cannot sustain itself. We have worldly events that are going to affect us. I'm just trying to prepare. We can always go back and adjust this later, but I don't necessarily agree with an entity, profit or not for profit, going around and tapping each individual well. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'll just say this, and then Heather wanted to add to it, that it's always a touchy subject to bring up. We're talking about $40,000. It's not going to make or break the county, but in a situation where we're always promoting being fiscally responsible and trying to reduce taxpayer burden, I remember this is a very, very short true story that a very famous House member, Davy Crockett, ran into a supporter who said he wasn't ever voting for him again, and the reason why was he said, you're giving away money, and you can be as generous as you want with your own money. If you want to give away money, get the county council to all contribute to something, but you have no right to give away taxpayer money. I happen to agree with that. I think we have done better limiting it to $1,500 and $40,000. I would at some point be open to looking, just for me, to reducing both of those, just because it is somebody else's money that we're giving away. Having said that, I think we need to continue to be just as careful as possible with every dollar that we spend in a $1 billion budget. So it probably seems like we're nitpicking, but it's something that you do have to consider. Heather Post.
So I know since you've been in Denny, we've reduced the types of recipients that can get the sponsorship. So we're not doing any types of sporting events or high school. We've greatly reduced the specific sponsorships that can come in front of us. So we have done that, but I don't think that this downturn since COVID is going to change. I actually think times have changed, and I'll tell you, we haven't had to attend as many, I call them frou-frou events, but the chicken dinners, and at all. And the number of people actually putting in has been greatly reduced, but I do know that the ones that do put in desperately need the funding, especially with the COVID and different things. So I'm not sure how we would police whether, you know, a 501c3 went to a city and got monies, or
just for the
got
county.
monies from anyone else.
Just for the county, you know, we know which entities are allowed to farm out money or approve it. If we could set up a little chart or database, hey, if they come to the council, that's their $1,500. If they go to the school board and choose to do that, that's their $1,500 where they can't go shopping around. You know, and I get it. You know, I'd like to give away everything, and I give away a lot of stuff personally, but this is a little bit different. You know, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We're trying to tighten up on things. We passed a fee down to some elderly folks today that I'm not happy about, but such is life. And I'm just trying to think of other ways to drill down on certain subjects. But like Ben said earlier, money's money. We have to, if we're going to achieve some of these goals and shoot for full rollback, and I think we can get there, we have to get down. It may not be popular, and it may not be the best thing, but all the indicators here, Heather, are here from 2008, but they're going to be worse. We have inflation that's the worst in 4 or 5 decades. Everything's here. We can agree to disagree with that, but I see things a little bit differently, but that's it. That's all I got.
Billy Wheeler, you made it through the whole meeting, and you're ready to go.
I'm okay. I don't need to say anything.
Barbara Gertman.
So I missed an opportunity, Ryan, earlier on item 4, and I had a question. And I know we've already approved it, so I'm not trying to change anything, but I am interested to know how do the projects come back to us? So, and one reason I'm asking, because I'm reflecting on one of the presentations, and as much as I'm in support of domestic violence, what I don't remember from that is what I think we approved $240K, and I don't recall what that was going to be for. I remember the young lady presenting on it, but it didn't really, you know, it was a passionate appeal, but I don't recall where the funds were going. So I'm just interested, how will it come back to us so we know how it'll be held how it'll be accounted for?
Just like when you approve the budget at the beginning of the year, you're approving a budget, but there's still procurement, there's still agreements that have to come forward when there's external entities involved. So on any given project, if there's an external entity involved, there'll be some sort of, unless it's below, if it's related to a smaller project, like PPE, we already got an agreement, so you won't see PPE expenses come forward. But if it's some new thing where there's a new agreement, from the procurement standpoint, you would see something come before the council. Okay. But like reimbursement of sick leave, there's some things that you might not see again. They're things we already have agreements for.
Okay. So only other question I had is several recipients reached out to me in regards to mortgage assistance. And I know most of the COVID dollars have focused on rental assistance, and I've made them aware that, to my knowledge, I don't know that anyone is doing mortgage assistance, but the feedback is that there are a number of homeowners that are in trouble because of utilizing COVID concerns, and I just wondered if there's anything on the horizon, if there's any other programs, state, federal, other, that we can point them towards if they're in a position to go into foreclosure or lose their home, or if there's anything out there.
Unfortunately, at this time, we don't know anything. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. I know the state just received millions and millions more dollars for emergency rental assistance. We have applied for more. We haven't gotten it yet. But we've heard nothing on the horizon, and all of the bulletins that we follow for what's coming in this big bill that they're still working on does not indicate any mortgage assistance.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Those were the two main things that I had questions on. So thank you.
Ben Johnson?
Yes, I've got a couple of things. I was talking to the county manager, and one of the biggest complaints I get from people is and I'm not throwing a rock, but it's the slowness of being able to get permitting done. And right now we know that there's a real problem with the fact of manpower shortage. There's a lot of very valid reasons for it. So I want to get that clear. I'm not throwing a rock. But there's some of these permits that we're doing today, it's taken a life of its own. You want a water heater, get a permit. Want a window, get a permit. Want to put up a screen door, get a permit. And in the process, the jobs can't get done, or the people just do it. And you know, for instance, I talked to them, this was actually in one of the local cities, but somebody had lost their water heater. Now here it is, during the winter, didn't have a water heater and have trouble getting a permit, this kind of thing. One, I'd like to see a streamline it, so either there's a streamlined way to do it, they can run in and get it, but mainly some of these permits we just don't need. You're gonna put up a little storage building or something out in the yard, make sure it's off the fence line. If it's not, then a complaint can be generated. Talk to your neighbors, get that done. But do away with some of these permits so the people can get their work done. Another one is inspections. And there's a real problem there. They don't have enough inspectors. I think, we need to look at maybe you get people pre-qualified, different contractors, each one has that chance, and say you have it where it could be retroactive. You've had 5 good inspections, 10 good inspections in the past. Now you're pre-qualified, and we get a system going where it's a random draw. So you don't get forgotten. It's no different than the county drug policy, random draw, and the inspector shows up. But where we can start making this move forward. Now, the inspector shows up and finds out the builder's taking shortcuts. Now he's on a short string again. He can get every one of his done until he knows how to straighten out. But I think we need to, if possible, explore this to see how can we streamline these processes so that we can help take care of our citizens and relieve some of our unnecessary work for our county employees. Now, that's one thing. One thing is we adopted Robert's Rules, and Robert's Rules is not out there. It is not out there to hinder public input, to hinder anything that's been used for God only knows how many years all over the country, probably all over the world. We're starting to slip away from that again, and we need to jump back on it. Now, John likes to talk at every meeting, but John is even pretty good at pleasing himself to 3 minutes. I mean, you don't even have to beep him anymore. But we have people that come in that don't. And the idea is so we can move the meetings along efficiently and effectively. Also, how long that we talk as members and how many times we talk. And the idea is not to take away. The idea is so we can take and run an orderly meeting and get our business done in an orderly fashion in a reasonable time. And so I think we need to jump back on being more cautious, each one of us, along with the chair calling it, if it happens to be, so that we don't have to take and get into it up here, but we need to get back to what the majority of this council voted for and needed. Thank you.
Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, thank you. It's interesting. I have had the same input in terms of permitting. Probably more of mine has been Deltona related as much as the county. But yeah, it seems as though nobody can hardly do anything anymore with getting a permit, even some very mundane things. So I agree. I think we probably need to look back over that. And then I want to just thank the staff, especially Tad's going to be helping me out this next week, and appreciate all the work going into that. Mr. Cheney's trying to help us solve the new racetrack called Lake Helen Osteen Road, or Osteen Enterprise Road. It seems like the Daytona 500 has been run there lately, and he's trying to help us do some things there. So I appreciate the staff working with all that. And I think speeding is an issue everywhere. I don't think we have a corner on that market down in the southwest corner, and a lot of things going on there. But anyway, just thank you, staff, for all you do.
Heather Post.
Yes, so we've talked a lot today about the growth management workshops coming up and the water workshop coming up. But the growth management one, which also says growth management and development permitting. So I'm wondering maybe if we can squeeze in a little extra time for that permitting discussion as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and that's my intent, is to, we'll roll it in there. Thank you.
And Ginger Adair had sent all of us an email back in the end of August about Seminole County's workshop that they had with the public, partnering to engage residents in a workshop examining population and development projections and smart growth and quality of life indicators for Seminole County. She had pointed out that a lot of those same issues are consistently discussed in our county, and for participation in that. But I'm wondering, since we have the April 12th workshop and we've had numerous people reach out from the public to say that they want to be involved in that discussion, or they at least want to be able to participate, and doing it during the day is very hard for them. If it's possible that we do some sort of evening workshop prior to that April 12th one, even if it's the week before, just garnering public input and public participation, or maybe even something online. However, staff might want to do that, but I think that would be very helpful to us as well when we're discussing all of that and where Volusia County needs to go in that workshop. So today we approved the ARPA funds, the $1,000 bonuses for the employees. Do we have, George, you hear me? Yeah. Do we have the, so it's now been approved, and I know everybody's been sitting on their hands and waiting with bated breath for that to actually go through during the ARPA process. So do we have a timeline as to when employees might expect that? Even a month?
I would hope, we were looking at possibly like a mid-year, which would be, for us, the fiscal year ends in, the midpoint would be the end of March. So it's going to take a little bit of time. We have to have a program established by HR. So I would look for it, maybe let's say a couple month time frame. So gives us this month to put that together and then time it on the right check where they would get it.
So by mid-April, we could anticipate that
Yeah,
that
I
would
think
be
so.
in their hand? Okay, thank you. I know we're going to hear that question. Also, we've had a lot of people come in and talk about Lake Talmadge and that canal blockage, and I went over to the regional office for FWC, and it was pretty nice. I took Ben and Lori with Road and Bridge with me as well. We discussed the canal, but we also discussed a lot of the bear nuisance, a lot of the coyote nuisance, just a lot of the different programs that FWC provides. FWC has not been as active in our county, and they're looking forward to getting a little bit more active in our county, and I think that collaboration would work very well. So not that they weren't connected before, but now they're super connected. I'm also looking at having a community meeting, because I know we have had a lot of coyote issues in the northeast section of the county, and certainly bear issues in the rural areas. So we're going to hopefully set up a meeting where FWC will actually be holding the meeting and providing some information to the residents as well. Also, just because I keep getting asked, I want to just lay out the information for the Bayer, how to get the Bayer trash cans. And so if anyone is interested in getting the bear-proof trash can, you need to call, hold on.
It's a bear slow down, right?
Okay, it's not.
It's
you
Janelle Musser, FWC, is our local rep out of De Leon Springs.
No, it's actually local at the landfill. You call the landfill.
If you're in the unincorporated, if you're an unincorporated resident and you want a bear resistant trash can, I hesitate to say bear proof.
So it's $57.25 payable by check or money order. You need to make an appointment at the Tomoka landfill in Port Orange to pick it up. They will absolutely provide you with one. And I cannot see the phone number, 943.
If you go to the county's website and go to
website.
solid waste, get their main number and call them, and they'll be able to process that for you. It's for unincorporated residents.
Right, but you do need an appointment to get that, and you do have to pay a small fee, but
I believe
we have plenty
we
available.
have quite a few left over. It was part of a grant program that our solid waste folks applied for and got, and so a large portion of that can is subsidized through that grant program. So,
all right, and that's all I have. Thank you.
all right, hang out.
Barb, did you have something you forgot?
I do, and it's to staff. When we do workshops, is there a reason we go to the training room instead of remaining in here where there's lots of seating and you want us to be cozy or something?
Yeah, I do like that coziness, so we can huddle up and wrap around each other, but I think really it's about the format that you guys have asked for, to sit around in a semicircle and look at each other.
Did we ask for that?
Previous councils have, so if this council wants to go differently, I'm fine with that. It does make it easier on the staff, I can tell you, to stay right here, but there has been requests in the past, but we're very flexible.
I can actually see people easier here than down there, because I'm always looking around to see who's waving something to speak.
Yeah.
So I can be cozy right here.
Right, I can be cozy here, and I think it's much more comfortable for the others in the room, so.
That's fantastic.
Easier for sound people.
For sound, for whatever, I just think this is.
You just made Kevin captain and the team very happy.
Thanks. The check's in the mail. Oh, sorry. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Their check is.
But thank you guys, because I just think this is much more comfortable, and we can not try to squeeze people in. You see people standing around that room, and if public comes, there's really nowhere for them to sit. So.
Right.
So.
I think we'll get more public up here.
I think so. But thank you.
Okay, just a couple real quick things. Director Bartlett, I'll start with you. And I gave him warning of this. We're getting, Ben's getting, I'm getting, Barb's getting questions about Lake Talmadge on the flooding problems there. The state suddenly forgets that they ever had anything to do with it. The director has tried to take care of that. I'm going to let you actually bring us up to date, because
so as Ms. Post said, we met with the FWC folks, showed them, talked to them about how they used to go in and treat that canal, maintain it. Last we heard they were going to look into it. I haven't seen anything back from them. Mm-hmm. We've also reached out to the DEP and let them know. One thing we've done with our own public works folks is we've gone out and installed those staff gauges, one in the lake and one over by in the canal, to measure if there's a significant change in the water elevation. We're checking it once a week. We're storing that data, and then we're also, if it rains, if we get a significant rain event, we're going to check it daily to see how that water's flowing out, and I think that'll provide some information if needed to the state to show that there is a definite issue, because a lot of it's anecdotal at this point, and I want to make sure that we've got good hard information that we can give to the state folks and let them know that there's an issue. So hopeful that with the state's budget come out that they'll provide some more funding for their maintenance of these kind of navigable channels. And, you know, I know John Booker has reached out to some of our legislative folks on that end in Tallahassee, and we're hoping to see some movement there.
So, Mr. Chair, in our meeting about that, I didn't want to lay out too much of it in my open discussion because I figured you would do it at your will, but it seemed very doable, and when we were discussing, and I think we sort of narrowed down that it was, in fact, FWC, because I think that's been a big point is, you know, who's on first, and so putting FWC sort of in the driver's seat, but in really drilling down and going over everything specifically with him, from his level, it didn't seem like that was too far out of reach to get to point B. So hopefully some continued communications with him will just take care of that. So I'm hoping we'll hear some more soon, but definitely following up. Promising.
Barb, did you want to say something about this? No. Okay. You just stay for a second. You probably don't need to even reply to this, but I have been attending a lot of the FDOT updates on road changes around. I was interested in seeing if the public comes out. They do. John Nicholson missed one, the one in DeLeon Springs, and that's the one I want to talk about. It was very well attended. There was at least 3 council people there. We didn't talk to each other, but the public sure talked to us. And I had some real concerns about it. I think it'll put, if all those changes were made, it's going to put some of our local rural businesses out of business. The Hay Place, Hey Baby, the sign of the fence company, because they depend on traffic with trailers, and if they close up all of the
this is their access management plan for 17 up there in DeLeon Springs.
And what really bothered me, because I had talked to Tad about this, there was I think maybe one of the associations up there, the DeLeon Springs Association, is really pushing for a rotary or roundabout, and it's probably not the best location. And so while I'm standing there, some of the public said, "Hey, your county, come over here a second. The state is telling us that y'all are standing in the way, that you said no rotary." And I said, "No, that's not exactly true." And then the state representative backed up a little bit. I said, "I think what was said is we have some questions about the efficacy and the safety of that." So they're going to have another, not with FDOT, but just property owners up there. I'm going to attend it, and I would like, if you can get the county manager's position, for you to assign somebody, Tad, John, yourself, just to come and help answer some of those questions, because it made us look bad, and that's we didn't deserve it in that case.
Absolutely. I think Jay, who you saw earlier today, was actually at that meeting as well, and pretty much heard some of the discussion as well. I know there's a concern with where the roundabout is being discussed about maybe the orientation being an issue, but there's also an issue with they've got to acquire some right of way, and to do that, right now they're just promoting that basic access management plan. So we'd be happy to, with the manager's approval, have anybody or have some folks at that meeting so we can properly convey the county's position when it comes to their proposed plan for that area.
Yeah, it also looked like they were directing a lot of traffic up towards the elementary school, where they would have a turnaround to head the other way. And so I hope the public responds, because FDOT will listen to the public input, so please do. Thank you. That's all I had for you. I will say that I was going to ask for an update on this. I'm not because of time, but I will promise at our next county council meeting, we'll have an update on Votran or just the county bus stops. There are things happening there, but for benches and covers, so there is movement, and we will update you with that. And then just to let the council know that I have asked the county attorneys to come back with some information on the North Turn Parade. And the reason I want to bring it up now is because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding in the public of what I'm asking for. I went to enjoy the parade with my family this weekend, and we didn't get to enjoy it because there was absolutely no parking anywhere, and all the off-beach parking lots were full. It's a very, very popular parade, and I think it's a winner for the county, so I would like to see it continue. So I've asked them to look at, and I've brought this up before, we didn't have time with this parade, of what we would have to do to have on-beach parking just for this event, not all the time, but just for this event, and wherever it would make sense, wherever there's an approach that is usable by vehicles, so that more county residents and visitors. Since I couldn't get there, I went to, is it Boondocks, the restaurant down there, had lunch with a packed restaurant full of people that also couldn't get to the parade. It's not county staff's fault. There are no stones here either, Barbara. But I think it's something we could look at during the parade. Is there a way that we could park people on the beach? And so that's the legal staff will bring that back for all of us to consider. There'll be no unilateral decisions on it, but it's something that we can look at. And that's all I had.
Mayor? Suzanne.
Yes.
Sorry. Could I invite Donna Butler to come back down? She actually had a correction to an answer to Mrs. Gertman's question about mortgage assistance. And
certainly.
I apologize. I was not up to date. So the state does have a homeowner assistance fund program, but it has not started and they don't have an anticipated date. So I'm going to send you out the link tomorrow when I can get back to my office. It's on my phone now, so I need to get online to get it. But it's under DEO. It's called the Homeowner Assistance Fund, and they are currently waiting for permission to have the program from the Treasury. But there is a spot that says notify me, so you can send your folks that are concerned to that. They can register to get notification if and when the program is approved and it's going to open. So I apologize for the misinformation.
Well, thank you so much.
Honesty in government. All right.
Amazing.
Thank you, council. And if nobody else has anything, we will adjourn at 5:40.